Welcome, everybody. I'm MC Toon, and it's Tuesday night. We've got a debate with Richard Thibodeau. Practice that with him to get it right. And let me get this here. Oh, I want to get the name, get his name on there. Hold on. It's the wrong. Oh, I'll let you see it. It's the wrong name. I'll fix it. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you. Good to be here.
All right. There it is. I got it. It said PhD Tony for a second. So there it is. Got your name on there correctly. Well, all right. Well, people, in case you're wondering, Richard was on Twitter talking a little bit, and I'm like, hey, how about we take it on here live, and we can share evidence right on the screen here. So.
For sure. And I'm always up for a good debate, so we'll see how it goes.
All right. Now, you said in English your names, and you said something about are you from a different country than America?
I'm from Canada.
That is a different country.
It is, yes.
Some people don't think that. I'm from Minnesota. Some people actually think that Minnesota is part of Canada.
Really?
Sarcastically.
A lot of people think a lot of things.
So, all right. Anyway, it seems that you think that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I would definitely entertain the idea. I mean, I want to start by saying I'm quite the science nerd. I've always been into space and into planets, and I know a lot of information, that's literally useless to me. So, I mean, I would consider that knowledgeable. So, I mean, I'm not dissing the model or anything, although, to play devil's advocate, I do believe that the other model also works, and you've been debating, people like, I'll give you an example, Jaron. Well, in my opinion, Jaron hasn't changed his mind. He still believes that the Earth is flat, right? So at some point, the debate doesn't seem to be doing what it's supposed to be, because neither of you have changed your minds as of yet, So I think that I would like to take a different approach. I would like to look at this from another angle, And I want to start with the premise that essentially almost everything that they show us is a lie. And that goes very deep, and it touches pretty much everything in society. So we see it in such a way that it makes sense because they've been working on the model for years and years. But there's other ways to look at it so that it also works. And one of the things that I think that is important to start with is the amount of money in circulation. So if you were to Google how much money is in the world today, you would get something around $80 trillion. And Vsauce did a video on that a while back, and he came up with, I think it was something around 93 trillion or 96, something like that. Now, that having been said, that is way off. That number is nonsense. It's nonsensical, and I'm going to show you that right now, and then you'll see that has a point, and then we'll look at that afterwards. So if you have a calculator handy, there's 2,600 billionaires on Earth. There's 1,200 companies that have more than $1 billion, and then there's 56 million millionaires. Now, if you were to do the math, and let's give them, let's say, the minimum amount for them to be millionaires and the minimum amount for them to be billionaires, that would be 1 million each and 1 billion each, okay? You would end up with a sum of $60 trillion. Now, that is with the minimum amount of 1 million and 1 billion each, respectively, okay? Now, if you were to give them 2 million and 2 billion each, we would already have bust that amount by almost a third. So we'd be now at $120 trillion. We understand that there are some people that have $200 billion. There's Elon Musk that has, I think, is 230. And then there's like people like Bernard Arnault, and there's people like Jeff Bezos. There's a ton of money out there. If you were to do the math, yeah,
Can I clarify something? So you
yes,
started this with the amount of currency, right?
yes.
All right, and now you're switching to people's net worth, which isn't about currency.
No, I agree. What I'm saying is that if you take the minimum amount for them to be considered a billionaire and a millionaire, you already bust the amount of the money that they say that is in circulation. If you were to go on Forbes and just add up one at a time, and I did this, I took all 2,600 billionaires and then I did a calculation for the millionaires because obviously there's too many. And you end up in the quadrillions, and the number is somewhere around $4 quadrillion in circulation. And that's just with what they show you right off the bat. That has nothing to do with like,
you said you understood it, but then you went away from understanding it. Somebody's net worth isn't how much currency they have in their possession. It's the value of the things that they own. They may only have a few $1,000s of actual currency in their possession.
I get that, but the value is still calculated in the amount of money in circulation on Earth. Not only that, but they also calculate contracts that have not yet happened. So as long as the contract has been signed, that money is also counted in that bucket, let's say, okay? Now, regardless of that, I just want you to comprehend that this number is astronomical. It is not like little pennies. It's a very, very, very big number that is hard to understand, okay? So now let's tone it back. Let's go back to that $60 trillion of money that is up in their net worth, right?
No, the currency that's in circulation, you said.
No, now we're going back to their worth, okay? The amount of money that they have. So they have in their possession, Elon Musk is worth 220 something billion. If he wants to cough up 40 billion to buy Twitter, he coughs up 40 billion to buy Twitter. You know, that money is there, it exists. If not, they have to account for it. Okay. So now if you look at these net worths, all of these people together, okay, there's three people, there's Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Richard Branson, that are going to space. And there's one other company, which I forget the name right now. I don't know. There's some bot on Twitter that came up with it the other day. Now. So anyhow, some company that you've never heard of, okay? 4 entities are going to space. Now, if we're looking at $60 trillion, Elon Musk is coughing up these rockets at $310 million a pop. That's like pocket change for these people, okay? $310 million per rocket, right? That's what Tesla claims that they're paying for their rockets. So
Tesla is a different company.
not Tesla, sorry, SpaceX. Okay. So now, where the heck are all the rockets? So my claim is that if we leave flat Earth and all that aside for a second, is just that it doesn't seem that we can actually go to space. So the logic being is that, in my opinion, if we could go to space with that amount of money in their hands, in their pockets, everybody would be there. Where's Bill Gates' rocket? Where's Coca-Cola's rocket? What? Where's Pepsi's rocket? Where
they make soft drinks and computer stuff. They don't
right.
Make rockets.
Don't you think that it would be a good pitch to have at least something? You don't think that like having where's the space real estate? Don't you think there would be billboards up there if they could actually go? No. Like we're talking about trillions of dollars worth of companies.
Why would there be a billboard in space?
Why would they not? Because
nobody could see it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if we could go to space, everybody would be there, including you and I and the Pope. And everybody would want to go to space.
Why?
The first thing,
why would everybody be there
if you ask a child, I give you unlimited amount of resources and money. What are you going to do with it? The first thing the child is going to say, I'm going to go to space.
Okay.
Because it's like instinct.
But we don't all have unlimited resources.
Right. We don't. They do though.
Who?
They have unlimited, the billionaires and the millionaires. They don't
Yeah.
have to check their bank account in the morning there. If he wants an extra whatever amount of money, they're going to give you whatever amount of money needed.
But building a rocket isn't cheap.
It's $310 million.
No,
It's pocket change.
build one. No.
That's what
to
they
build one from
cost.
scratch.
Right.
To say, I want my company to build our own version of rocket.
You don't need to. SpaceX is already building the rockets.
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
just tell Elon, hey, Elon, you're doing these at 310 million a rocket. I'll give you 500 million.
And
Give me
then
a
what?
rocket.
Then what?
Well, then you go to space, right?
Well, they'd have to want
Because-
to go to space.
Right. But you're telling me that like there's nothing else left to do on this earth, and
There's
they
a lot.
wouldn't-
There's a lot left to do on this earth.
Oh, right. Seemingly there is, but there's nothing left to explore, right? We've seen essentially the boundaries of Earth.
Well, you could explore the Titanic and get lost.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So if you're not going to go down, where else are you going to go? You're going to go up. Right. It's just a logical thing to do. Now, the question is, where the hell are all the rockets? At least
They
there
launch.
would be
They
at
launch
least
them
five.
they launch like once a week.
Right. Always the same person, though.
What do you mean always the same person?
It's always SpaceX. It's always Blue Origin. It's always
It's
not
rarely
Virgin.
It's
Virgin is
rarely
never
Blue
launched.
Origin.
It's rarely Blue Origin. Yeah, I agree. It's
Yeah.
always Elon.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job.
He is. Yeah, I agree.
So
Where are the other rockets?
what
We're
are the
talking about
rockets?
trillions of dollars. Trillions of dollars. Nobody wants a rocket. You have to be kidding me, right? Not a
Wh-
soul.
What are you talking about?
No, but okay, well,
People
where
have
are
gone
all
there.
these people's rockets? Right? That's what I'm saying. So it does not make sense because everybody would have one.
No, not everybody
Yes.
would have one. I don't have the money, and I'm part of the group. Everybody.
No, you're not the person that we're talking about. We're
You
talking
said
about
everybody.
the people that can
I
afford it.
am part
The
of
people-
everybody.
The
You
people
are
that are
part of
billionaires.
everybody. You don't have the
People that are
money.
billionaires. At $310 million a rocket, if everybody would be buying it, they would be selling for nothing. They wouldn't even be $310 million, It's like cars. Right?
What the hell are you talking about? Why do you think that these people automatically would absolutely buy a rocket? to
There's
launch?
2,600 billionaires, which are essentially psychopaths that want to control everything, and they do control everything. Why the hell
So-
do you think they would not want to go to space? They would not at least have a floating condo up there or something, right?
A floating condo.
Anything, right?
Well,
Because you
people are
don't need the power
working
source.
on. People are
You have
working on that
solar-
kind of stuff.
Where is it though?
It doesn't just happen. You actually have to have engineers create these things.
Oh, yeah. You think that it doesn't happen and it takes millions of years. It doesn't. How long do you think it takes for SpaceX to build a rocket? They already have all the pieces, right? So it takes roughly about, I don't know, maybe a few months at best. 6 months,
Way less. Way less.
way less, right?
Yeah. They,
So
they
that was-
reuse a large number of them.
That was a really conservative estimate. So like if you think about it, there's missing exploration. So missing exploration by the other 12 or 2,600 billionaires that can actually afford it.
Why are these people whose skills are not in exploration would want to automatically start doing exploration?
Okay, name me one billionaire that drives a Ford Tempo.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, they all
You
want
said
the bigger car.
exploration.
They all want the bigger car, the bigger house, the bigger
So?
yard, the bigger everything, the bigger rocket. It's
Yeah.
the only thing left. They all have their
And
planes.
Elon
if-
has the biggest rocket.
If they all have their planes and all have their helicopters, why the hell do you believe they would not want to have a rocket? Is
Well-
that not a logical fallacy?
It
Is
is
it not
completely a
just-
logical fallacy. Just because you think that they would want to have it automatically does not mean that they automatically would have to want it. There is a
would,
name
because
for
it's the
this
only
logical
thing
fallacy. Give
It's
me a
the
second.
only
I'll
thing
pull it up
left
here.
that they don't have, right?
Oh, there's a lot that they don't have. But
No,
let
I
me
don't
pull
think
it
so.
up.
They own islands. They own everything.
Yeah. Hold
right?
on.
They own
Hold on.
countries, they own the government, they probably own you, right?
No.
So,
I'm
well,
just a guy.
yeah.
Hold on. Well, the fallacy is non sequitur, just because it doesn't follow.
Well,
Right?
see,
It's
the thing
not
is that
just
it does
because
follow.
just
Not
because they
only
say
does it follow,
just because you say they must want it doesn't mean they actually want it.
not only does it follow, but it follows very well. Like it's the only thing left to buy, right? If you're not gonna buy like Trump, for example, that builds real estate, you know, there's only so many things that you can flash around, right? And the biggest thing you could potentially flash around is a rocket. It's the biggest accomplishment.
What he's gonna park it? He's gonna buy it from somebody else and park it in his yard.
Exactly. Yeah, they
Why?
have tons because
Why?
they have hundreds of acres. Why not? I would, if I would be a billionaire, the first thing I would do
that's
is get a
that's
rocket.
your version of what you would do. But
right.
other billionaires have different ways of deciding how they want to show that
I agree.
theirs is the
I
biggest.
Agree. But you would think that one of them, other than those three, would be envious. You know, they would want to do the same. They, you know, like at least
what maybe they'd want to like take a ride up to 10, space.
Top 100. Yeah, even just that. But look,
yeah,
Virgin has been.
Wouldn't it be cool if like a guy with a bunch of money said, "Hey, I want to go to space."
Right. So like Virgin comes
and
out
I'll pay
like,
for it
20 years ago, and they're like, "All right, we're gonna start booking flights," and they've been booked for years and years and years. They never go. Why do you suppose that is?
Well, in April of 2001, Dennis Tito spent $20 million to spend 7 days on the ISS.
Right.
In April of 2002, Mark Shuttleworth did the same thing for 8 days. In 2005, Gregory Olson spent 9 days. In September 2006, Anousheh Ansari spent 8 days there. We've got April of 2007, Charles Simani. And then the one that a lot of people are familiar with, in October of 2008, Richard Garriott spent about 12 days on the ISS and then went back again a second time. He liked it so much.
Well, that's good for them.
So,
where are the rockets, though?
The rockets that they went up
obviously,
on, obviously
they want to go.
Those were Soyuz rockets. Million. Those were Soyuz rockets, so they were destroyed. They weren't reusable.
Mm-hmm. So they're paying in the 20 millions mark to go to the ISS.
Yes.
Right. And you're telling me they can't cough up 350 million? A bunch of guys there. Let's say 3 guys on a binge.
To what?
To go to space.
To go to space.
To do anything, really. To like just, even if it was just to have it in their backyard, like you said a while ago. The logical thing would be to have, look, they have yachts, they have planes, they have jets, they have mansions, but no rockets. Not a single one of them have rockets with trillions of dollars in that bucket.
Just because you think they should have to doesn't mean
it's not about what I think. It's about the logical process.
It's 100% your opinion that you think that that's the only thing that they would want to do with their money.
It is 100% my opinion. I agree on that one. You know, that's fine. But my opinion is valid, though. And it's very accurate. And if you look at that, there's no reason why that would not be the case. You cannot give me one intelligent answer to argue that.
Yes, I can.
At least out of 2,600 billionaires.
I could say they don't want a rocket in their backyard.
Right. Yeah. And for example, you were asking a while ago for let's say Pepsi or Coke or anybody that would be able to actually do it. Imagine the PR campaign for just a few pennies for them.
We're not a few pennies. For them to develop a rocket from scratch?
They don't have to develop it. They can buy it from Elon.
And do what with it?
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It could
what
be
are they going to do with it?
It could be anything. You can, even if it's just to put a goddamn can of pop on the moon and be like, you know, Coca-Cola to the moon and back. Imagine the PR campaign. Not a single soul would have thought of that.
Yeah, and it certainly would be a loss for Coke.
Of course not. Of course not. Over the years, of course not. Imagine they would have done that in 69. By now, they would have been twice as rich, right? Because the PR campaign is
I can tell finances
it's like,
and advertising is not your skill set.
oh, well, it's more than you would think.
No.
Yeah, it's a lot more than you would think. It's the same as any company out there. Every single company on earth, their PR is essentially go grandiose and make it as big as possible. That's every company. It doesn't matter if you look at Walt Disney or Coke or Pepsi or whatever company, SpaceX, Tesla.
You've proven my point that you're not good at marketing.
Really? Well, that's your opinion. Now we're just debating opinions, right? So, that's to
right,
me.
And all of this has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Well, see, essentially what happened when you guys started harassing me today, that was not even the tweet. The tweet was about the vaccine, right? Your friend, started arguing with me,
yep.
and for a joke that I did, because the joke was the Apollo 17 takeoff looks ridiculous. And they were saying, oh, well, you can't differentiate reality and fairy tale. And then I use that as a joke, right? Because it looks absurd. And not just Apollo 17, but literally every space program since the 60s look absurd. And now that we have technology to look back on these things, obviously those are not what I can't read that from here.
It's his personal incredulity. That's
okay.
Your card.
Right. So I'm glad that you're doing this out of good faith. Is that what you do? You're just gonna hold up insults, or
no? That's your logical fallacy.
Right.
When you say it looks absurd, that's not actually evidence.
It is. I have the video here if you want to watch it.
Are you a video forensics expert?
I'm an artist. I'm a graphic designer. Yeah.
Have a video forensics expert analyze it and find out how it was done.
I got eyes. I can look at this and tell you that it's not real, right?
So that's your.
I don't need.
It's you as a non-video forensics expert says.
I do not need to be a forensic expert.
You do actually.
To look at a video and tell you that it's an animation or at least bad film.
No, you actually do.
No, I don't. No, I can do that right now. I can show you the video and tell you it's bullshit.
I don't think that you can actually do that.
No, I can. Here, do you want me to show you the video? How do we do this?
Share this right ahead. Yeah, you can share your screen.
All right, share. Here. See that?
I don't see anything yet. Go ahead.
All right. Tell me what propulsion system is that?
There's a rocket in there.
What is the propulsion type? Do you see what is coming out of there? Do you tell me that this looks like a rocket taken off?
Yes. You asked me what you asked me, but you're the one that would need to back it up.
Bro.
What is the propulsion in there?
Look at
what type of
graphics is what the propulsion is. It's 8-bit graphics. Obviously.
That is 1972.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. 8-bit graphics did not actually exist in 1972.
Whatever crap they had. Yeah. They had Atari and graphics.
No,
back
Atari
then.
didn't exist in 1972.
Not you and I. Obviously not. But the government and the army and all those people, the military. Well, then that's just going to be a game of going back and forth.
That's you. I mean, you're making a claim.
Have it.
You're making a claim. That which is asserted without evidence is dismissed without evidence.
Right. Well,
you made this very specific claim that they have some sort of digital graphics to do this type of stuff and that it is 8-bit. So send the evidence.
I'm showing you that it looks like 8-bit graphic. It probably was done in a bad studio with bad everything.
And the evidence for that is where?
Well, there's plenty of it. If you look up the
Where is
Stanley Kubrick fake moon stuff there's a ton of it there. He actually claims to have done it. So, I mean, even if I was going to show you that video, what are you going to do?
he doesn't claim to have done it. That was an actor. It was not Stanley Kubrick.
It was as fake as what I'm showing you right now.
It was not Stanley Kubrick. You clearly did not look that up and were easily indoctrinated by the person that lied to you about Stanley Kubrick saying that.
Look, this is a question of opinion. In my opinion, this is wrong. In your opinion, it's true.
This is you making unsubstantiated claims.
Right.
You said it was digital graphics of some sort.
You weren't there.
You said that
wait a second.
They had the technology and
you weren't
no
there.
supporting
So
evidence.
you're making false claims also because you were not there. You did not see them land on the goddamn moon. So your claims are as bunk as mine.
So your standard of evidence is if you were not there, it's all fake. Is that right?
Well, according to you, if
no, this is your standard of evidence.
Mine is also fake right now.
You're the one that said to me
that's
that I
bullshit,
wasn't
right?
there. Therefore, it's not. I can't bring it up as evidence.
You're saying that I'm saying false claims. You are also, because you are pulling that information out of your ass as much as I am.
What information have I? What have I stated about this particular video?
Well, look. If you pull out this video and you say this is real,
what
and I'm like,
video
no,
did
that's
I?
not real.
What did I say about this particular video? You're the one making the claims about this video.
I'm saying that this video is what NASA gives us.
So?
Okay, this is the official source.
Okay,
you say that this is true,
and I made no claims about this.
Okay. Do you
You
think
are the
this
ones
is
that are
true?
making claims about it.
You've been arguing with me for the past 5 minutes that this is fake.
You said it's fake.
That it's true and that I'm saying it's fake. You're saying it's true.
You said it's fake.
Right.
I'm just waiting for the evidence.
Right. What I'm saying is that for you to argue that, okay, for you to look at this and believe, because the belief of actually, thinking that they went to the moon is a fallacy from the beginning. Okay, so why would I have to prove to you that this is fake when you were not there and you're just going on what they told you?
That's not how it works.
It is, because they made the claim first. They said that this was true.
Right? Who's they? They are
NASA.
not here.
It's NASA's video.
You are not talking to they. You are talking to me.
I get that, but you
made the claim.
You are debating
not
on
me.
their behalf. You're
you
saying
need to
that
support
this is
your
true.
claim, not me.
Right. You are claiming that this is true.
I made no claims about this. You're the one that made the claims, not me.
Because it looks fake as fuck, right?
I didn't say that. You're saying that.
Therefore,
you have no evidence. You refuse to support your claim.
Wait. It's
standard
one or the other.
You make us an assertion and then
one or
refuse
the
to support it.
If you say that it's not fake, that means it's real. It's one or the other. You can't just say it's not it's not fake and then say it's not real there. It's one or the other. You said it's fake or you said it's real. Now, your claim comes before mine because you're going on something.
I made no claims about this video. You are the only one making claims about this video so far.
Right. Okay.
So you're trying to push on me what this is a burden of proof fallacy.
Okay.
Right here. Here's
your
card.
This video is fake.
Burden of proof.
Watch.
Right here. Burden of proof.
Watch.
You made the claim.
Watch. I claim this video is fake. Do you agree?
I am waiting for your evidence.
You have the burden of proof. Or no.
You have
Do
the
you
burden
agree
of
that this video is fake or not?
I
don't have
I
to
have
prove
not
anything.
seen you present any evidence supporting your
I'm
claims.
showing you the evidence on the screen right now. Plain as day. Look, it's fake.
So you've said
no. Well,
without any supporting evidence.
If you disagree with that,
you did talk about. You did ask me about the fuel that they used. Could you tell me about that?
Look, I don't care about the fuel that.
Why did you ask me about it then?
What I'm saying, I asked you what the propulsion method was.
Yeah, why did you ask?
Obviously, that is not fuel.
Because obviously, why is that not? Why is that not fuel?
Look at that.
Very specifically, why is that obviously not fuel according to you?
Have you ever seen fuel combust in sparkles like that? Like unicorn fucking...
Oh, are you suggesting that those sparkles were the fuel and not something coming off
I'm
of it?
suggesting it is the propulsion system.
Okay.
Right? That is what they use to propulse. Unicorn
The
glitter.
sparkles, the sparkles.
Unicorn glitter. Yeah, that's
you
what
think
it is.
that
Yeah.
the sparkles is the propulsion?
What I'm
Is
saying,
that what you think?
What I'm saying is
You
that
didn't
it's
look
fake.
into this. Is what
You're
saying?
You're
You
saying
could have
it's
looked
not
into it
fake.
and not made a fool of yourself.
Look. I'm saying it's fake. You're saying it's not fake.
I'm
Okay?
saying support your claim.
Okay, well, my claim is that this is bullshit.
Then support your claim.
I showed you.
Burden
It's
of proof.
70s graphics.
Burden
I
of
don't
proof.
need there's no
You
burden
have
of
the burden of.
proof.
Let me read this to you. Saying that the burden of proof lies not with the person making the claim, but with someone else to disprove. Bernard declares that a teapot is, at this very moment, in orbit around the sun between the Earth and Mars, and that because no one can prove him wrong, his claim is therefore a valid one.
I get
so
what the
you have
burden
made
of
these
proof
claims
is.
and refused to support your claims with evidence.
Let me rephrase this then so that it does not fall into that category, okay? NASA presented us this video, right? Up to there, is that good?
Yes, they did.
All right, NASA presented this video. Now, I don't believe this. The burden of proof is not on me, it's on them. They have to prove to me that this is real. Now,
No, again, that's a burden of proof reversal right there.
No. They claim that they did this, not me. I don't believe that they did this. If you look at this through the eyes of a scientist, fine, I get it. But if you look at this through the eyes of history, and if you understand what was happening during the war and all that, it makes very much sense that they never went. Okay, it was just a race. They had to do it because the race was not getting to the moon, it was just pretending to the people that we made it to the moon.
So
now,
you've said.
They claim that this is true. I claim it's not. Okay. Now, you and I are now, discussing this, and I'm telling you, no, obviously this is not true. Now, you said, no, that's not true. You're just claiming that. That's your opinion. So that means, therefore, you agree that this is real.
No, again.
Right? Is that
yet another fallacy?
No. Well, if you would just say it, it would be a lot fucking simpler. You just need to say yes or no. I believe it. Yes or no. Do you believe this? You can't even say it because it's ridiculous, right?
All right.
It's stupid.
Let's do this. Let's get a better video of that, because that is not the original. You can tell
that is from the NASA website. I took that myself. I edited this video.
Send me the link. Send me the link.
Yes, I will. Yeah, I took that video from the NASA website myself.
Yeah. But why is it vertically compressed?
It's not. That's how they have it. It's exactly as is. This is the original shot as per the NASA website.
All right. You send the link?
I don't have the link at hand. I can send it to you whenever tomorrow when we're done.
Oh. We'll tell you what. I'll pull up the one from the Smithsonian.
Yeah.
You'll have to stop sharing your screen.
Oh, sorry about that.
4 days pushed.
All right. Just a second. I'll share it to you so you see it. And then to the people at home. All right, so this is from the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum.
Fair enough, yeah.
Right? And you can see this is taller. It's not vertically compressed. Right? The one that you had was
fair
shorter.
enough, yeah. Play it.
Squished.
Yeah.
Turn on the audio.
4 days pushed. Engine arm is S. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector grid.
That one's even worse, dude.
Thought.
It looks fake as hell. It looks fake. It's incredible. And that one was retouched. That's why it looks less compressed. They added that after because that's clearly not in my shot. So that having been said, all right, I agree to disagree. If you don't want to tell me that looks fake, I mean, that's on you, man. Like, Jesus, that's so
it's actually on you.
obvious. No, you
Not
don't
me.
want. Yeah. Well, look, you're claiming in front of people that you believe that, so that's on you. I'm not gonna go any further than that. But
All right.
you know, to me, it's clear as day.
Cool. So
Now,
so far, that again actually has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. NASA could have never existed, and it affects the shape of the Earth exactly zero.
no, I agree. The argument right now that I'm trying to make is that we cannot make it to space. We'll talk about the shape of the Earth afterwards. The question is why we cannot get to space, and why are they making such a mockery out of it, right? So if you look at the three companies that I was mentioning at the beginning, you have Virgin, which represents the Virgin Sky. You have Blue Origin, which their rocket is essentially a dildo, and the origin is the ball. So it's a play on words for blue balls. And then you have SpaceX, that is literally space sex. You can't say it without. So you have Virgin, blue balls, and no, I'm just saying, dude. If you put all these things,
appeal to emotion
together,
there's your fallacy.
No. If you put all these things together, okay, at the end of it all, it's a big puzzle. One piece at a time, you can hold your little cards up. It doesn't matter to me, because once you look at the big
are you
picture,
unaware that there's many other private companies that are launching rockets to space?
I don't know about many. I know there's one that I saw the other day. I don't know if you could, name 5 of them that are not SpaceX or Blue Origin, But anyhow, those are the 3 big ones. Why do you think it would have to be such a mockery? Oh, well, you're hallucinating it. Obviously, it's not that. Yeah. Well, Elon Musk legit refers to Twitter as titter. Like, we know that he's
again.
Right.
What does that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That has nothing to do with any of these things. This is all you going off on tangents.
No,
we're gonna need a tangentometer.
No.
Measure the amount of tangents.
My point is that we cannot make it to space. Once you realize
again, playing word games is not evidence for or against.
I'm not the one playing word games. I'm just bringing you back to what I'm saying.
All right.
Right? Yeah.
Bring forth the evidence.
So now, out of all the people that apply to go as an astronaut, Don Pettit.
To what?
Don Pettit is essentially the most incompetent person that they could put there.
Why?
In terms of, okay, definitely didn't pass the physical, the guy.
Why?
Huh? What do you mean? Why? Army guys can't even sustain the G's required. These strong men, they pass out. You're going to tell me that Don Pettit?
Why?
That can't even basically talk, make a coherent sentence.
How does that have to do anything with whether or not he can handle G-forces?
I'm saying he's not fit to be an astronaut. Handled it or not, he's not.
And so what particular test of fitness did he fail?
It's not about what he failed, it's about why the other people didn't make it.
Okay,
how the hell
but
would
you have not quantified how he is not fit to be an astronaut.
Let's just say he doesn't strike me as the strong, fit person.
Don't care. What specific test for being an astronaut did he fail?
Well, that's a requirement. You need to be strong and fit. So
okay.
To me,
where is that requirement? Let's pull up the requirement list that you went over, and when you reviewed whether or not Don Pettit was
right.
The
so
guy.
when you listen to the guy speak, right, when he goes snorkeling in pond mud and stuff like that, and he made his biggest invention was essentially a toilet that recycled his own piss to make coffee. To me,
again, where is the list of specific requirements to be an astronaut that you went over and that you identified because you have evidence, not just a blind faith, that he failed?
Again, today, my goal was not to, I don't know how I would put it. I'm here to share my opinion.
Okay. I don't really care about your opinion.
Right. Well, I don't really care about yours either.
Your opinion is just
your opinion.
Yeah. What
You
I
have
care
not
about
given
would
me a
be
single
evidence,
fact.
and
You
lacking
didn't
that,
show me
lacking
that
the
that video
evidence,
was real.
it really doesn't look good for you. But
Right? You
that's
didn't
fine.
show me that the
I,
video was real.
I'm
You
kind of
can't
here
see.
to shine a spotlight on the
All right,
ridiculousness
no,
that
no.
is flat Earth.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just here to show you that there's other angles to look at this. When you realize that if we could go to space, everybody would be there. Everybody that can afford it would be there. And when you realize that none of that is happening, and then you watch
But I
videos.
gave you a
Wait,
list
there's a
of
ton of videos.
I gave you a list of 8 people that paid money to go to space, and this list ended. Just so you know, this list
Right.
ended in 2009. People have done
Here's
it
the thing
since
with
then.
those people that pay $20 million to go to the ISS. First of all, that's a really big amount of a big amount of money for me to believe that these people are honest. Okay. If
you came into this saying that people would pay because they have money, and then I show that people paid because they have money, and now you're like, oh, I can't trust them because they have money.
They paid to go to the ISS, and that's a different topic because I have issues with the ISS that are different than what most people complain about. You know, so that to me, it's a flag. It's like, oh, wait a minute, they paid to go to the ISS. That's a bit strange because first of all, there's regulations to go on the ISS. You have to pass other, you know.
Okay.
And so anyhow, to me, if it's true, because again, there's things that I can't prove. I can't prove that you need to be a Mason to go on the ISS. I can't prove that you need to be a 33rd.
Of course you can't. There have been many non-Masons that have gone there.
I wouldn't be ready to say many. I wouldn't be ready to say many. There's a lot of astronauts. Yeah, I get it. There's a lot of people that have been to the space shuttle there, but I don't think that many of them were not Masons.
Okay.
I don't think that probably none of them were not Masons.
So,
they
so
were
you looked that up then.
Yeah. That's really hard to substantiate. Again,
the Freemasons happily publish their membership rolls. It's not a secret. Yeah. It's not hidden who are Masons. In fact, they tend to, when there's a popular person that is a Mason, they tend to make a deal of it.
Yeah, no, I agree that. And I also think that there are hidden people. I don't think that they're all on the front page. And your evidence for that is what? Well, that's the thing, right? It's all things that you have to have years and years of looking at the goddamn system to realize that, no, this doesn't piece together. You know, okay, of course no I can tell you.
That is what you're saying.
Of what? Of what? That they're Masons?
That there is such thing as hidden Masons, and that automatically all of the people that have gone to the ISS that aren't publicly Masons are then hidden Masons, right? That's what you're saying, right, isn't it?
So there are no official 33rd degrees, right? They stop at 32. So if you are a 33rd, that means you're hidden. Nobody knows you're 33rd.
Except that there have been people that have been noted.
They do not.
This guy got 33rd.
No, they don't mark that anywhere.
I've seen
it's against their policy.
But I've seen it.
What you seen? What
I've seen?
You've seen people say
this
that
guy.
33rd.
This guy was something 33rd because of his lifetime achievement.
Right. You heard people say that. They can say it of themselves, but they won't advertise it through the Masons. That's not true. Anyhow, so again, that's stuff that we're on a tangent and it's opinions. I just don't think we can go to space. First of all, there's no way that I can prove it myself. There's not a telescope on Earth that can see the land site. Not one. There's not an experiment that you can do to prove that they went to the moon. You have to believe it. It is faith. There's nothing that you can show me. They destroyed the telemetry data. They recorded over hundreds of hours. I think it was like 700 hours of tape, right?
Of Apollo 11.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Would you, if they had not destroyed it, would you accept that as evidence?
Now that Don Pettit says that they cannot recreate the technology to go to the moon, I would not believe it.
Then why would you even bring it up?
Well, because it's a fact.
Why would you bring up something that you have no bearing? It has no bearing to you on it.
because it's a fact. It's stupid. How would you have just the action of deleting those tapes, recording over the tapes? It's not about having them or not. It's about the action of recording.
For the audience, please
Right.
please explain to the audience, what is the telemetry data that you speak of?
When you have the telemetry data is the flight logs, essentially.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Like
So-
what? Give some
so
examples.
when you have,
Give some examples of what the data is that they
it's
would be
probably like the altitude, the speed they were going, you know, all those things, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
now-
and you think that having destroyed the telemetry data for a mission that was done for Apollo 11
For the
is-
most important mission of all time, the first time they went to the moon,
yeah,
that shit
yeah.
would have been in
Why?
museums.
Why?
It would have been plastered because
what
it's
would you
the
do with it?
greatest achievement of mankind.
Yeah, but what would you do with the telemetry data?
You would
The-
stamp
they-
it and put it behind a goddamn glass wall like they do with a painting of whoever.
But do you know what this telemetry data looks like?
It's a videotape.
No, it's not.
Yes, they were videotapes. Yeah.
Telemetry is not videotape.
Yeah. They taped over 700 hours of film.
No, you said telemetry.
Which- yeah,
I
but it's
specifically
telemetry data.
asked you to explain
Okay.
to the audience what
Okay,
telemetry
wait.
data was,
Wait.
and you
Where-
said it's their speed.
Okay, I think you have a
it's their
misunderstanding.
altitude.
Wait. The telemetry data was not recorded on the ship. It was recorded at the base, right?
Yeah.
They
Yes,
were
the
filming
speed,
that shit
the
there.
altitude, the heart rate
Right.
of the astronauts.
Right. They were
Yeah.
filming that. Yeah.
Not
They had
filming.
700
This was
hours.
data, not video. This was data being sent back and recorded. Not video. Not telemetry
My
data
understanding
is
that
not video.
there was 700 hours of tape. I can show you that. Pretty sure I can pull it up. They taped over 700 hours of
Okay.
film. The film
film.
was
Okay, so not telemetry
was at
data.
the base. It is telemetry data, but it was
So now
film-
video is telemetry data? Are you seem
the same
confused?
as we're screen recording right now.
Uh-huh. So
Okay,
not
it's the same
telemetry
thing.
data.
Let's say
So
they were
video.
screen recording.
So video
Yeah,
data.
but they had the data on the screens, right?
What data?
Everything from the shuttle. They were looking at the screens. All the data was populating in
I
front
don't
of
think
their
you
eyes.
have a clue what telemetry data actually is.
Guy, I think that you just want to argue.
No, you
know,
don't
like-
know what telemetry data is, and you came into here talking big about telemetry data and that, oh, they deleted it, but you don't actually know what telemetry data is,
I
because
do.
you seem to think that it's video going on a screen, that telemetry data is video on a screen, and that they should take it and put it in a museum, but actually telemetry data is stored on magnetic tape.
Okay.
How interesting would a pile of magnetic tapes be?
So then it's a tape. That's exactly what I was
How
telling you about. a while
interesting
ago.
would that be in a museum? Tell me.
How interesting is anything in a museum? Have you ever been to a museum?
I've been to plenty
Most of
boring
it-
museums.
Most of it is boring. Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, just to have the balls to say, hey, I have the telemetry data from the moon, the actual, sorry, I got my air conditioner going on there. My lights are dimming. So the actual footage or the actual data, whatever you want to
Yeah.
call it.
But how interesting is that data? Oh, look.
It doesn't need to be interesting. Nothing in those museums is interesting. It's
Well,
interesting for people
some-
that want to
some
look
is
it up.
interesting.
Right. It's
Yeah.
interesting if you're interested in it. Same as you and I, if we had options to go and be like, all right, this is the actual
Right.
Apollo 17, we'd be interested, right?
Yeah. So if somebody were to say, oh, look, we found the telemetry data from Apollo 12, you'd be like, oh, well, cool. I guess he went to the moon.
No, I would be okay, cool. You have data to back up your story,
Okay,
though.
so
Imagine
then-
it was me.
So hold on. Then why would you even bring it up if you don't actually think that it's that it's worthwhile data to have?
The reason is the following, okay? If I were to tell you that I went to the moon last week and I came back here and I was going to charge $56 million per day, which is what NASA gets, right? And I would ask you, okay, you know, you have to believe that I went to the moon, and you'd be like, oh, well, show me something. And I'd be, I'm sorry, guy, I don't have nothing left. I taped over the data. The film that I'm showing you looks like bullshit animation. You wouldn't buy it. Why would you believe me? Right? Because you're not believing me now. So why would you believe me if I would tell you that? Right?
All right.
So now
you didn't answer my question though.
Why would you believe them? Well, it is the answer to your question. The reason that it's important is because all the pieces of the puzzle need to be there for it to make sense. If you come back and you're like, well, I lost half the data, I lost this, that's not there, I can't do it again, I destroyed the technology, and so on.
Now, for
that would be
reference,
stupid.
they didn't destroy it. Most of the stuff is actually in museums.
Well, the way that Don
that?
Pettit put it, if you listen to,
don't care how Don Pettit put it. He was wrong.
well, that's what he said. Well, if you cared about Don Pettit a while ago,
No, I didn't. I was just asking you for the specific how he failed the test that you said that he would have failed.
right? We're on YouTube,
but they
and
did
I don't
not.
wanna
They
use,
didn't destroy it.
I don't want to use certain words for, you know, I don't want to get your channel flagged.
No,
I think
appreciate
that it's obvious. You know, there are some things that you don't need proof for, like the sun's gonna rise tomorrow.
Which falsifies
Prove
flat
it.
Earth, by the way, but it's a separate thing.
Well, that depends how you look at that. I have another way to interpret this. So yeah, so there's no telescopes that can prove they went. If I were to tell you that I did it, you would think that it's stupid. I don't think that the astronauts that are displayed fit the bill. I don't think that it should be a big joke, you know, the Virgin blue ball stuff. And there's way too much money for them not to be doing it every single day. They have the resources, they have the fuel, they have the rockets, and they have the money. And all of these people, they have the guts and the will and all that to do it. So it's a puzzle that if you don't see all the pieces, yeah, of course, if you were just to ask me one thing, it may not make sense out of context. But if you look at the whole thing together, to me, it's blatantly obvious, you know, and that's just a part of it. You know, I know you're eager to go to flat Earth and everything. So let's open that can of worms now. Now, there's about 4 billion people on Earth that are religious and that use the same Old Testament. So Christians, Muslims, and Jews. The Old Testament is essentially the same book. Now, that book claims that this is God's creation and that the Earth is flat and that it's, it's square. Well, the 4 corners of the Earth, yeah, and the 4 pillars that it's rested on and whatnot.
How many pillars?
Pardon?
How many pillars?
4. Yeah. So
Daz Nez, who's Darren Nesbitt, he thinks there's 7. But
right.
I mean, when I read, for example, Amos 9:6 in the Geneva Bible from 1560, which predates the King James Bible, says, "He buildeth his spheres in the heaven, and he hath laid the foundation of his globe of elements in the earth. He calleth the waters of the sea, and powereth them upon the open earth. The Lord is his name." So right there, Amos 9:6 says the foundation of his globe.
Right. I don't know. I don't have that Bible here. I have the Vulgate, which dates of 300 AD. So, I can definitely look it up if you'd like. But
the Vulgate is in Latin.
Yes, I have the Vulgate in Latin. Yeah. Right here. Yeah. So anyhow, where was I going with this? Okay. So now coming back to that. So there's the firmament. Okay. Now, there's half the population of Earth that believes that. Now, I get it. It doesn't have to be that, but somehow it seems they can't get to space. It seems that Mars
but they get to space all the time. You can film,
according to you
can get video of the ISS in front of the moon and in front of the sun.
I agree. I
Yeah.
didn't say the ISS wasn't there. I just don't think the ISS is what you think it is. And I think that there's a mistake with the triangulation. I think that the way that, because I watched Red Rhetoric's video on this, I found it very interesting, but there is one fallacy. And the fallacy is when you're triangulating, you need to use one of their variables. And in this case here, they used, they took the diameter of the moon, they calculated how many pixels it was, and then after that, with that, they took the ISS, they calculated the amount of pixels, and then with that, they extrapolated the distance. But that only works if you agree with the distance.
What distance?
The distance of the moon, because that's what they took for the measure for the pixel.
Oh no, they didn't use the distance to the moon in that. They used the angular width of the moon, and that's it.
To calculate the size of the pixel, they use the width of the moon.
They
I'm pretty sure.
They use the angular width of the moon. About 1/2 of a degree. Had nothing to do with the distance to the moon or the linear diameter of the moon. It was strictly the angular size of the moon.
Okay, I don't remember. It's been quite a while that I didn't watch that video there.
So for
my
people,
understanding was,
for people following along, this was Red's Rhetoric and Astronomy Live. They did it twice. They did a parallax measurement of the ISS, and they used the angular width of the moon, not the height of the moon or the distance of the moon or the size of the moon. The angular width of the moon.
The one time that I watched him do it, it was with, he calculated the size of the ISS with the pixel, the size of the pixel in the camera.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
he did that by calculating the diameter of the moon and its distance.
Angular diameter of the moon. So he used the angular diameter of the moon, and they waited for the stars to move out, waited for the moon to move. So as soon as the ISS transited, they turned off the tracking on the telescope, waited for the moon to move out of the way so that they can then use the background stars to get their
So how did
position.
they manage to get a right size for the pixel then?
Because they knew the angular size of the moon.
How would you calculate the size of a pixel if you're going to calculate? Okay, look, you got the ISS, right? Now, we don't know where the ISS is. Assuming the ISS is twice the size, going twice the speed, that means it's twice as far.
There was no assumption of any of that.
Well, not right now, no. But what I'm saying is that if the size of the pixel that they calculated is off, that means the distance is off, the size of the ISS is off, because the pixel is a very bad unit of measure. It's not accurate. It depends on what you're measuring and how you're doing
They use pixels to get angular size.
But to get the size of the pixel is what I'm saying there. So even if you were to lay the pixel size over the ISS, there's no way you're going to use that pixel to say, oh, it's 250 kilometers up, for example, or whatever it is.
No,
250 miles.
But they used parallax then. They didn't not get a linear size.
But there's no way to do that without the third variable. The third variable has to come from them. It either has to come from a website.
What was the third variable?
Well, you can't just measure the top of the triangle if you just have the two base, right?
It wasn't just a triangle. It was parallax. It's more than triangulation. So they knew the baseline between the two observers. That's an important part of it. You didn't bring that up.
That's fine. I'm good with that. Yeah. I'm good with that.
Right. And then they use the angular difference between each of those positions and the view that they had of the moon.
Right, but that doesn't give you the size of the pixel, though. You don't know what the size of the pixel represents when you're calculating your triangle. You need to know what that size is to know the distance from the ground up there. You know, you need to know that it's 250 miles. How do you determine that with the angular shot? You know, because the pixel, it changed.
The pixel gave them angular size because they knew the angular width of the moon. They knew how many pixels wide the moon was. Then you can just simply divide to get the angular width of a pixel.
Right. That's exactly what I was
Yeah,
telling
it's
you.
just
a
all
while ago.
angular. It's not linear.
But that
You don't know how
only
many feet,
works.
miles, kilometers, or sheep lengths a
It
pixel
only
represented
works
yet.
if you know the exact size, though. If you
Of
agree
what?
that of the moon, because
No,
even if you go the angular,
the
okay,
exact
let's say you
angular size of the moon.
right, but
Nowhere in their
that's-
math did they use the diameter of the moon or the radius of the moon or the distance to the moon.
yeah, but that's still subjective, though. If I look at the
It's
moon
not
from
subjective.
Earth, look.
They
If I
definitively
look at the
did not
moon
use
from
those
Earth,
numbers.
if I look at the moon from Earth and I take a camera and I snap a picture, okay, and I go to my computer and I count the pixels from left to right, right?
Yeah.
And it gives me, all right, let's say it gives me X amount of pixels.
Yeah.
That means nothing. It depends on how you're zoomed in, zoomed out. It depends on a lot of factors. Your pixel is subjective. It's not always the same.
It's not
size.
subjective at all. You can count the number of pixels and you
Right.
know how wide the moon is in degrees.
So what if I zoom times 2 and I ask you, all right, how many pixels in my moon now? Twice as much,
Just
right?
go count them and then you'll know for that picture, the angular width of each individual pixel is different from the other picture.
Right, but that only works if you know the diameter of the moon, right? Because
the
you have
angular
to,
diameter of the moon, which we do know.
okay, I don't think you
It's
get what
easy
I'm
to
saying.
measure.
I don't think you get what I'm saying. If you take the pixels and you calculate the moon, you have to know the size of the moon to be able to divide it by the size
And
of your
they
pixels.
do know the angular size of the moon.
Well, they do kind of, yeah.
No. Very precisely, people have measured the angular size of the moon.
With assumptions.
No assumptions to measure the angular size of the moon. You just go measure it. You use a device that can measure angular size. And that's why he stopped the telescope tracking after the ISS crossed. Because when the moon moved out of the way and they had the stars there, the angular position of all the stars is well mapped in the celestial almanacs, the nautical almanacs. So their actual specific position is well known. So then you can say, okay, so from one side of the moon to the other side of the moon, here are the stars, and that tells us how wide it is in angular size. Not linear size. We don't know. That has nothing to do with the diameter of the moon or how far away it is.
Well, you wouldn't need the pixels for that, though.
Yes, you do.
Why is that?
Do you not know what angular size means?
No. Well, I'm trying to get you to.
I don't
enlighten
think
me
you know
there.
what angular size means.
I would love you to enlighten me on why they would need the pixels if all you need to do is wait for the moon to move out of the way and calculate the size of the stars. Don't you see how
They're
that
not
is
calculating the size of the stars.
Yes, it's the angular.
Yeah, they're using
it is.
the positions of the stars to measure the angular width of the moon.
Right, which is exactly what I'm saying there.
Now, do
So
you know
why
what
do you
angular
need-
width is?
Why do you need the pixels then?
Do you know what angular width is? I don't think you do.
It's essentially the diameter.
The what diameter?
What do you mean of the moon? Right? It just depends on
It's
what
the
your method.
angular width.
I get that.
When I say
But it-
angular, are you thinking miles or kilometers when I say that?
No.
What are you thinking when I say that?
Well, I would think degrees,
Okay.
right? But the problem is that you're using pixels. You need a size reference. It doesn't matter what
The
the
size
angular
reference is easy. It's the position of the stars behind the
Right.
moon when the moon moves out of the way, and the specific locations of those stars is well mapped in the celestial sphere. So
Right.
the specific positions of them in degrees. Right?
I get
In
that.
angular
Yeah.
position. So the angular
yeah.
position of this star.
Why do you need the
angular
pixels?
position of this star tells us the angular size across here. And
Why
that
do you need
tells
the
us
pixels?
the angular size of the moon, and that tells us the angular size of any one particular pixel. How is that a problem? What's wrong with that? There were no assumptions in that.
Well, the assumptions are the distance of the stars,
The
knowing
distance
that.
of the stars was not a factor in this.
Well,
it was only
if
the
you're-
angular position of the stars in the celestial sphere.
Right. Well, okay. How about I tell you, all right, you're sitting on a mountain and you look at the sun, and the sun is, having rays going down on Earth, and you can do the same math, and it would work out that the sun would be 3,000 miles up. That to
Well,
me,
you're gonna need to show me that.
well, that's just basic trigonometry.
Here,
Look,
go ahead, show it to me.
it's
I can
really
handle basic trigonometry. I'll get
right.
out my trigonometric slide rule.
Yeah, I don't even need that. You just need to take a picture of the
Okay.
sun that has rays, and you
Yes.
calculate the distance of the base,
Okay.
and then you can go with
Let's do
that
it.
based
Show me.
on the angle.
Let's do it right now.
We'll take a picture of the sun, grab one online. There's plenty of them.
You
The
said
problem
you'd get 3,000 miles. Clearly, you've done this, right?
the problem with
You
it
wouldn't
is
say that you'd get 3,000 miles if you hadn't already done it.
that, I would, yeah. There's plenty of people
Have
saying
you already done it?
I did not do the math.
Okay, then
no, I
why
did not
would you make
grab
that ridiculous
because
claim?
those are the numbers that are out there
Because-
that the people did measure.
No, because you said the baseline. How do you know when you're looking at the crepuscular rays how wide the baseline is? How did you determine that? How did anybody determine that?
Yeah. Well, you would have to measure it, right? But what I'm saying is
How?
that, what do you mean? How?
How
measure
would
it?
you measure that in these crepuscular ray pictures where you're like, oh, you just take the width of the base, the linear width of the base. How many miles apart is the base of this triangle?
Right.
How was that determined?
Okay. Well, we can put a max. We can tell, well, it's impossible that it's more than, let's say, 50 kilometers, right? It's impossible. It would have to be less than that.
Okay.
So start with that.
Okay.
Take an
the base
arbitrary
is
number.
50 kilometers wide. Okay.
Take an arbitrary number. Okay. It can't be 50 kilometers. That would be absurd because it would be beyond the curve. Just take 3 kilometers, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Then what?
And then you have your angles. So you would have to measure what the angle is.
Okay.
And then after that, you do your math.
Okay.
It's just really all it is.
All right. I'll draw it out here. I'm ready.
Yeah. Draw it up. Yeah. Go for it.
All right. So 50, we're going to go with 50 kilometers as the baseline.
No, 50 kilometers would not be realistic because it would be beyond the curve. Let's just take 3 miles. That's what you can see.
So the width of this is 3 miles. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So we've got the sun here, and you're saying this is going to be 3,000 miles high,
Give or take.
give or take. Okay. Give or take how much?
I have no idea. Let's do the math and I'll tell you after.
Okay, well, I mean, you declared 3,000 miles.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
so
the
we're gonna
number
go-
that I'm giving you.
What do we
Yeah,
got?
about 3,000.
3 kilometers.
Right. It could be, I don't know, it could be 10. Depends where you're standing. It depends where
Let's
you're
go
taking
with
the math
10
from.
kilometers. All right. And this angle here, I've seen them where people measure it and it's 150 degrees. All right, but I'm in, right? Should we do that? What do you think?
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Okay. Now what?
Now what?
Now
What's your angle?
What do we do next?
Well, you need to figure out what the angle is,
Well, 150.
or the ones at the bottom there. Depends. So 150.
I mean, we can divide that.
That would
in
give
half.
you 15 degree angle each.
Well, to do it, we want to have a right triangle. Makes it easier, right? So we'll do that.
Well, you said 150 there. 150 is not a right triangle.
No, at the bottom we want. So right here, we're going to make a right triangle. At the
You can
bottom.
do that too.
We're going
if
to
you
cut
want.
this in half. So the one
You
side
can-
is half of 150. The other side is half of 150, right?
You can do that too. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. But that's already too much information. You don't need all that. We already determined that both angles were 15 degrees to add up to 180. You know the distance of the base. You should be able to do the rest of the math. No?
Where's this 15 degrees coming from?
Well, your triangle has to add up to 180 degrees, right? So if you have 150 at the top, there's 30 degrees left between two angles.
Uh-huh.
That's 15 degrees each. Your drawing is not up to scale there. That's not a good drawing.
Well, yeah,
That's
it's not to scale.
150.
I'm
It's not
trying to do
150 degrees up
Yeah.
there. Obviously not. No, that's very misleading. That's not even 80
Well,
degrees.
We could pick a different number. You wanna
Well,
do
no.
80?
Well, you could pick an accurate number. You know,
Okay,
that's
so you
about,
tell me. You're the one
it's
that's
about 75 degrees there.
all right. Well, we'll switch it to 75. All right.
Put 60. Put 60. Make it even.
60. All right. All right, we have 60 degrees at the top there.
All right, so now
And
you have
that
60
means that each
degrees.
side of the triangle there, we have 30 degrees. Right? Because
No.
we're making this right triangle.
Oh,
here.
yes,
So
there, yes. No, never
it's
mind
easier
the
to do
right
the trig
triangle.
on the right triangle.
You don't need the right triangle. That's, well, whatever. Do it like that.
How are
whatever.
you going to do the trig without
Do
the
it,
right
do it.
triangle then?
Do it, whatever. Do it.
Are you going
Do
to,
it.
you want to use
doesn't-
law of signs?
No,
or
no,
something?
that's fine. That's fine. Go like
Right.
that. Yeah.
So we have this triangle here, and we have 10 kilometers, but it's only 5 on the 1/2. So we've got this triangle. It's 90.
Right. Right. So now you're about 10 kilometers high. So that's not going to work. Look, obviously that's not the right
It's
base, right? So the base may be more. Maybe the base is
Yeah, I
100
mean, you certainly got a problem if it's 10 kilometers. This width is going to have to not be 10. If you got, I don't know where you got the 10 kilometers high, but if this 10 kilometer base gives us a 10 kilometer high sun, then wouldn't we need a 3,000 kilometer, 5,000 kilometer base to get a 5,000 kilometer high sun?
Yeah, give or take. We
Okay,
wouldn't.
so in one photograph, is there a single photograph where the crepuscular rays show a 5,000 mile wide base?
No, but on the other hand, the picture is not like that. Look, I mean, it could be hundreds of kilometers. I don't know. It's hard to measure, right?
Well, the problem is that no
what I'm
flat
saying
earthers
is that
actually
you kind of proved
ever-
my point there. You
Oh,
kind of proved
oh.
my point with the
Oh, no.
trigonometry where it doesn't work, right?
Of
Because
course it
the
doesn't
number-
work, and that's a problem for flat Earth. The trig
Well,
never works.
No, well, it's a problem for globe Earth too, look, because right now, the same thing that you were explaining to me a while ago, if we use it on a different model, now it doesn't work anymore, right? Oh, you can't have a base that's just 10 kilometers or 15. You'd have to have 5,000 kilometers. Well, yeah, of course, because it's nonsense, right? Now, anyhow, we could go on with
You
this
got a line
forever,
of-
but again, it's all opinion, like it's opinion. We're looking at this. In my opinion, I think it's flawed. In your opinion, you think it's fine, whatever. But from what I've said so far, with the rich people not being in space.
Right. No, let's not move away from this crepuscular rays thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yet.
Because there's other ways to explain that too.
Yeah, let's do this, because I've done the trig and the trig never works for flat Earth. But I'll share this to you so you can see right here. So here's a little video I did. You see that there?
Right.
If crepuscular rays meet at the sun, right? Like in this one here, I've seen people say,
Right, so
you can
where's the sun there?
Do the trig on that, they say.
Let's say the clouds were not there. Where is the sun in the sky?
That's my question to the flat earthers.
Yeah. Well, put your
Yeah.
mouse where you think the sun is in that picture.
The sun would be up around in here, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Mhm.
Well, nobody. I don't know if you see my cursor, but
Yes. Yeah.
people, you don't see my cursor, but you can imagine on YouTube land where it is. Okay, but so if crepuscular rays, right now here we see some crepuscular rays too. This is the same thing. You see that? You can do the same thing. You can draw these shadows back to meet at the sun. All these shadows. See that? They're all splayed out like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So this shows definitely that these are not parallel, correct? To you?
Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
Yeah, I mean, so you say they're not parallel. But oh crap, they're parallel. You see, crepuscular rays are parallel, or very nearly parallel, actually.
Yeah, again, that's an opinion.
No, that's measured actually, but
Well,
anyway,
it's
here's
measured
another
with
one.
Your variables, right?
Here's another one. You've got the crepuscular rays in the clouds there. You can trace those lines to where it appears to converge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so when we explore this a little bit, we say, all right, well, let's find some crepuscular rays. And when you look backwards, you see how the eye reversed. When you look away from the sun, then they must splay out continually from behind you, right? They must continue to appear to get wider, because if the rays are actually doing that, then they must continue to appear to get wider when you face the opposite direction. So we can test that. This is a hypothesis we can test. I took this video myself out driving around somewhere, and we saw this. So here we can see the bottom one. I enhanced the contrast. You can see it's splaying out there. And then I turned around the other direction. And when I face the other direction, I see that they don't converge. They don't diverge. They actually converge. How is that possible? It doesn't match the diagram. Right? They did not continue to diverge, as crepuscular rays must do. But here we have another one here. I'll just show you this one here. If that's like in the clouds there, which is what many claim, then of course the sun has to be in the trees here, and in those trees right there. And
yeah, no, I know what you're saying, but that's not true. Look, that's a question of perspective. Technically,
exactly, crepuscular rays are due to perspective.
Yeah, but like if you take,
but look, according to crepuscular rays and perspective, the sun is inside the earth there.
So,
right? Where's the sun? If you can trace the rays back to where the sun is, where is the sun?
Well, the sun is behind the mountains.
Okay.
I don't know if it's behind the earth, but I can tell you that it's far away. It's getting further away, and it doesn't mean that it's dipping down.
It's lower than the mountains. It's closer to the surface than the mountains. I mean, those mountains, I don't know. That's definitely not really big mountains. It doesn't look like. I mean, I don't think that's K2.
Yeah, no, I get it, but you can tell that the sun is above the horizon, though.
You can.
And for that thing that you were saying a while ago, looking at it through the trees, right? It's kind of like augmented reality. When you put the glasses on, they zoom it out to infinity, so that the distance that you're looking at is kind of like an illusion.
Where's the sun in this one?
It's pretty cloudy. I don't know.
You don't know where the sun is?
Nighttime. It's not nighttime. I don't think it's over the horizon. It's daytime, so I think that's an illusion. It's a big cloudy day, and I think the sun
rays definitely do.
I think the sun is behind the camera, not in front of it.
Yeah, you're right. This is again anti-crepuscular rays completely.
That's my forensic analysis of that picture there. You see, it turns out you don't need much.
So there's crepuscular rays from an airplane. It is an application of perspective, which is again
that's pretty
done
cool,
using trigonometry.
No, that I agree. That's cool. And like I said this online several times. Like, I'm not an asshole. If you do prove me wrong, good for you. And I usually get it out of my vernacular. So no, that's good. I've debated this before. I've seen these pictures. I get it. But on the other hand, when looking at your angular explanation for the ISS, it's kind of like the same thing that's happening. That's what I was trying to explain. So that's why, to me, it's a little bit misleading, because that angular measurement doesn't mean that it's 100% accurate. Like, it can be off. And I'm not saying it is off. I'm just saying it can be off. It's like another example, the distance of the sun. They seem to readjust the distance of the sun every, let's say, I don't know, 20 years or so.
No, they don't.
So, oh yeah, they do. Yeah. They did it again. Years. Like they did it again, like in 2010 there. I'm not talking about millions of miles. I'm just saying they're readjusting it a little bit. So if you look
you're
at
offended by science getting better?
No, I'm offended about science working when it should not have worked, because they were using numbers that were not accurate. So for example, if you think the sun is at a certain distance and you send a satellite out and you expect it to fall into orbit and you know where it's going, you would think you need to know the exact distance of the sun. If you're off by 100,000 miles or something, it doesn't matter what the ratio is.
If you're off 100,000 miles,
I don't know. If you're off by any amount of miles, if you're off by 1 mile, essentially you're going to miss your orbit. You're going to fall into space. So what I'm saying is that, like, it's, well, whatever, you know what I mean, right? Pardon my French. I'm trying to do this as eloquently as possible, even if I'm not in my language. So yeah, so if you look at it, it's very hard to believe these things if that number was off by any amount, even if it was just 20 miles. How did you get that orbit in the first place if you were way off? And to me, those are little things that are improbable. Like you can't send a satellite around Venus if you don't know the distance of Venus. You need to know exactly where it's going to be.
So they know they do know the distance to Venus. So
they know it. Yeah. Now they use solid numbers, but me growing up, I've been here long enough to see the sun being redacted to another number. I've seen that in my lifetime. I was alive. I've seen articles
to pull up.
Yeah, you can probably pull it up. I can look while I'm speaking with you if you'd like there. But last time distance.
We do have some questions from the audience.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alyssum, who is a pilot, says, why do even the simplest navigation techniques, such as calculating our flight distances, require us to account for the globe?
That's not true. I know pilots that would say the opposite.
Name them.
I'm interested to hearing more about that, though, because I think that there's different opinions of it. I've heard people say, yes, they need to account for it. They need to dip forward, and 90% say, no, they don't need to dip forward.
He gave a specific thing, flight distances.
Pardon me? Flight distances for what?
Distances. The distances between points require you to include the radius of the Earth in the calculations.
I don't think that's true either. I'm pretty sure
this isn't an opinion.
But I'm pretty sure that the people that are in the tower are not using that to calculate the distances. I'm pretty sure they're actually mapping everything on azimuthal map. And that I've seen countless examples. I've seen countless examples of that, though.
You've seen zero examples of that.
No, I've seen examples of that, and I can show you. And I've seen people that claim that they've done this. Nobody has ever
plotted a distance for a flight on an azimuthal equidistant.
Well, again, that's opinions that we can.
That's not an opinion.
Yes,
it's not an opinion. It's easy for you to falsify it by showing somebody actually calculating the distance between points on an AE map accurately. Never happened.
Yeah, it's also easy to falsify faking going to the moon if everybody believes it. It's just a question of.
Yeah. You shift to another topic.
No, but it's presentation, right? I'm not shifting to other topics. This is literally what we've been talking about since the beginning, right? So again, it's very easy to fool people. Now, at the beginning, I clarified that I am a space nerd. I do know a random amount of stuff that is useless. Like, for example, what's the mass of the Earth?
I don't know offhand.
Right. I know that offhand. That's the kind of stuff that I know that's like useless. I do not need that information. So I consider myself to be somewhat knowledgeable about space. So I love it. And I hope it's true and all that. Although I do like to look at the other model because I find that everything else has another explanation. For example, the gravity versus density debate. That to me is it's fault binary, because I think gravity is completely something else. I don't think it's neither gravity or density.
What is it?
I think that the force that is acting upon celestial matter and whatnot is kymatics. I think it's a frequency that is creating an image in space of vibrations. And that's what creates black holes, because it's a spin. If you've ever seen kymatics, how kymatics function, I can show you a video. It's very interesting. What they do is they take a plate of glass or whatever, they put sand on it, and then they take a crystal and they vibrate that glass. And then depending on the frequency,
how is that gravity?
Well, that's the thing. See, depending on the frequency, what happens is the sand starts behaving differently. So when you hit certain frequencies. Geez, I need to show you this. It's very, very interesting.
I've seen them before. It has nothing to do with
yeah.
gravity.
Well, what happens when you're in between, I would call them like the perfect images there's a transfer of energy that happens. So what happens is the sand on the plate starts spiraling, and it really looks at first glance like a galaxy. And if you were to apply, because if you look at the static of space, like what we call the interference, that's essentially sound, it's frequencies, and we already know what sound does to matter. So I mean, the logical next step would be, well, it's possible that sound is like, I'm talking sound on a galactic scale, right? So the sound is creating the
travel in a vacuum.
Oh, it's not about sound traveling, it's about vibrating the matter of space. It's like light.
What's causing the vibration to happen? The matter to vibrate.
Okay, it's essentially like light. Okay, now Einstein came along and he kind of messed up everything. Like before Einstein, if you look at Tesla, like Nikola Tesla, he claimed that there was another substance, which was the ether, and that he was not alone. There was a ton of people that before Einstein were all into the ether. So now light could not be what we think it is. When we look at light through the double slit experiment, well, it could be a particle, it could be a wave, could be this, could be that. Yeah, I get it. Like what we're seeing is this, but the interpretation of the data doesn't mean is correct. And I think that is the problem. Everybody is looking at the data.
Then.
No, I think I have a completely different interpretation. I think that what I'm saying is completely different than gravity and density. Okay. It's a whole other ballgame.
But how does it work then?
How
does it generate the very specific about 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration, and how does it vary all over the Earth?
I think that is a coincidence. I think that it's not, how would I say, it doesn't care. We just happen to have it with 9.8 because of the place we're at and the frequency we're in.
And what is this frequency then? In what?
Well, that is a little bit harder to determine.
Is it 42 gigahertz?
Well, I mean, if you look at the Schumann frequency, the Earth has its own vibrational field. It was once upon a time
7.5 to 8
hertz,
super low.
Once upon a time. Apparently that has now augmented a bit. I don't know how true that is. I'm not an expert on the Schumann resonance, but apparently it went up a bit. I'm just waiting for my commercial here to finish, and I'm going to show you something really interesting.
Okay. I think it's 1.21 gigawatts.
It's possible. Yes, that would that could definitely be the case. So what I think is that it's a complex frequency. Okay. So if I were to take a piano and play one note, that's a frequency. It's a combination of frequencies. You have all the overtones and whatnot. But if you start combining those notes, you get two notes. Now, all of a sudden, those frequencies are working together and you have a different overall set of overtones. Okay. So now I'm just going to share my screen really quick here. All right. So this is what kinematics looks like on a bigger scale. So what I think you're going to see here in a second is that it could very well be that the force driving the galaxy and driving the stars, like you see here, is just sound. It could be, because you can get a circular motion or a spiral motion from just putting sound. Look at that. What is that? That is obviously galaxies, right? But it's a small scale. It's just done with salt, But if you look at this, look at it, right? So that's just done by applying sound. So if you were to have a really wide spectrum, let's say you have 0 hertz, 0.00001 hertz, 0.0002 hertz, and then you just put all those hertz together and you let the chips fall where they may, you end up
all the hertz together.
Yeah, and you end up with our galaxy and our universe, because that's where the sound nodes happen. So if you look here in the video, there's a node here and there's a node here. Nothing connects these 2 points other than the sound. There's nothing saying, okay, you're going to spin there and you're going to spin there. It's the specific frequency. And when you change that frequency, the shape of the galaxy actually changes, as you can see here. So here's the node, and that was the other one. And now they changed the frequency, and the pattern is changing.
Don't look like frequencies, like galaxies, though.
Well, they do. I mean, at a small scale, you got to understand they're doing this with salt, right? So to me, in my opinion, if you look at this, that actually does look like galaxies. You can't say that is not a spinning mass of particles, which is essentially what the galaxy is a spinning mass of stars. And if you were to look at a spiral galaxy, any picture of the Milky Way looks exactly like that. No, not after it breaks apart, but just before it breaks, right? So in my opinion, that could be what it is. It doesn't have to be the mass of the Earth. It could be that kymatics is causing the Earth to gather this amount of mass because it's presented to that frequency.
How would you measure this frequency?
It's complicated because we get it under form of static. So if I was going to take a guess, because our ears wouldn't hear the lower range, and I don't know how high it goes. I don't know if it's infinite, right? Like it could be that hertz just go on forever and that we just don't perceive it like light, right? Light goes beyond the spectrum on both ends, ultraviolet, ultra red. So it could just be like that, ultraviolet, ultra red, you know, quote unquote sound. And if you put them all together, it gives you this effect.
And
now,
what
this
medium is this sound traveling through?
Now that's another thing. According to Nikola Tesla, is the ether. Same thing for the light.
He wasn't talking about sound. He was talking about light. He
was talking about light, but I'm talking about sound, and I'm saying that it's vibrating the same material. It's vibrating the ether. So the light is
You're saying sound is vibrating the non-existent ether.
Well, non-existent according to you. I mean, I don't think I would put you above Nikola Tesla.
Non-existent, right? According to experiment.
Well, you know, that again, experiments can be flawed. It doesn't mean that you perform an experiment.
Absolutely. And so what you do then is you point out the flaws. It's right. You're not refuting an experiment by saying they can be flawed.
Right. But the people
you refute an experiment by finding the flaw.
I agree. Yeah. And the people that do and that did argue Nikola Tesla's position didn't necessarily disprove it. Like the people that were on board with ether didn't just stop. It's like Jaron. He doesn't stop believing in flat earth just because you say it's a globe, right? So the same thing for ether. They didn't just stop believing in ether because some person came along and said it doesn't exist, right? To them, it exists, right? So essentially what happened, well, in my opinion, this is what is happening. So you can, or you could potentially reverse engineer that thought and explain everything like black holes. You could explain galaxies. You could explain gravity on Earth. You could explain literally everything. You could explain rogue black holes. You could explain a lot of things, even the movement of black holes, because that's a little harder to explain, you know, like considering how they exist in the fabric of space. So black holes, pardon?
Why is that hard?
To explain a moving black hole?
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's hard to explain. Do you know black hole physics? Are you Stephen Hawking? I'm not Stephen Hawkins. You know, I don't know the math.
But you said it was hard.
Yes, it's hard to me anyways.
What's hard about it? The movement of it.
Well, a black hole is the way that it exists, right? It's like the space is bending into itself. So now it's harder to get that if the black hole is moving, because the space, okay, I could explain this with another concept, okay? You know, here I know I'm already sharing my screen, so let's go take a look. Okay, everybody has seen this at least once by now?
Yeah.
All right. Now, this has apparently been disproven or debunked or whatever. That's not what I'm getting to with this. Now, I just want to use this as a thought experiment. The gravity around the sun right now is not a plate. It would be a sphere. It has to be, because the sun is pulling equally in every direction. Now, the distance of Pluto from the sun is astronomical. It's almost 4 billion miles. It's 3.6 or 3.7 billion miles. Okay. Now, okay, I get the idea of like gravitational lock. I get that. But 4 billion miles from the sun, what is keeping that into a disc shape that it is not becoming a slinky? How are the planets not falling behind the sun? How are they not trailing? Because the sun is moving.
Because there's no friction.
Right, but the sun is moving
there's
at
not wind.
400 and
wait.
The sun is moving at 450
they're not in a convertible
million.
sticking their hand up out the top.
Look. The sun is moving at 450 million miles per hour. That's half a billion miles per hour through space. Pluto is 4 billion miles. Okay. And it's going around the sun. When the sun is going that way, it's going that way. So regardless, it would eventually trail behind. Why? Because we know that the gravity of the moon is not static, it's elastic. So the moon does not, it's elliptical, right? It does not orbit in a perfect circle, right? So that means that it's not like being held by the pencil. It's elastic. It stretches its orbit. Wait, it's not funny. Wait, it stretches its orbit. Therefore, gravity is elastic. All right. Now, that having been said, if Pluto is 4 billion miles from the sun, it would eventually trail behind because the gravity is elastic, like the orbit of the moon. Yes.
It's already got that forward velocity. Pluto and the sun are already moving in that direction together. So, and there's nothing to slow Pluto down. There's no wind resistance.
Right. Yeah, I get that. But they would still eventually long-term trail behind.
Why?
They wouldn't have a choice.
Show the math.
Because
show the application.
It's motion. It's force of motion. Eventually, if you push, okay, I get it. There's friction that's going to stop and everything, but space is not empty. Okay. Space is not a perfect vacuum. It's almost empty, but it is not. It is not a perfect vacuum. Therefore, over millions of years, even if it's just asteroids, even if it's just whatever, a puddle of water in the universe, because, you know, that's what happens. There is random elements in the universe. There is random pockets of stuff, right? You know, some of the stuff that we're
a puddle of water.
Yes. Yeah, for sure, dude. Listen, where the hell? Okay, look.
With a muddy dog sitting in it.
No. Look. When a star explodes, where the hell do you think all the elements go?
They spread out from it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
and then what happens with gravity? What
happens
to the gravity? The gravity pulls most of it back into like individual planets and stuff like that, and the cycle just starts over, right? So when that matter gathers, okay, I'm not going to use puddle, let's just say the water gathers in space. Okay, that's a fact. You can look it up. There are puddles of hydrogen, you know, that have not yet become stars. There are puddles of helium.
We tend to be called things other than puddle.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, pardon my French, you know, like I'm sure there are better words. I'm sure there are.
Clouds.
Let's just call it
clouds.
A gathering. Well, clouds work for gas, but they don't work for water, you know? So let's call it a gathering of molecules. Okay.
Okay.
So, I don't even know where we're going with that. I mean, like at the end of the day,
I don't either.
What I'm saying is that eventually over millions of years, those planets, they would slow down.
How about nebula?
What about it?
Let's call them nebula.
No, nebulas are where stars are formed. So it's bigger, it's kind of like the same thing. It's a bigger process.
All right. Sorry, Eric Burns, the astronomer. You're wrong. Richard is right about the terminology.
Well, you can look it up. I mean, everybody knows what a nebula is. Well, maybe not, but I do.
I tend to think that Eric Burns, the astronomer, does.
Well, what does he say different? What's the different of what
He said the word is nebula.
What?
Where there's gases in space just hanging out. Just a big old mess of them, just all chilling together, kind of in the same vicinity.
Not necessarily. No. A nebula is it's an oven for stars. What he's saying is actually a supernova, is when the star explodes and then it spits it out into space. That is not a nebula. It's very different. And I really don't care what your buddy says. You can look that up right now. Fact check me.
Gosh.
You don't pull it up on Google if you want to be a smartass. Like, I don't care. Pull it up. Look it. I know what I'm saying. That's definitely not the case. And anyhow, so now that having been said, we're going to move this forward.
All right.
To go back to the Bible, okay? If we were to put that aside and just look at it objectively, you said, I think
the Bible that says the earth is a sphere.
Wait. In one of your recent podcasts, I think you said that your job was programming, right? You do.
Yeah, I write software. Yeah.
Write software. All right. So now that's interesting because I think you may resonate a little bit with what I'm going to tell you next, All
right. Are you done with this video?
I can definitely close it. Yeah.
All right.
So, all right. Here, I will stop sharing the screen. Excellent. All right. So now, probabilities, math. All right. Let's put science aside for a second. Math. According to Elon Musk, which is the richest person on earth and arguably one of the richest, the most powerful, according to him, we're in a matrix, a simulation. Okay. So let's put that just on the table for a second.
Okay, I'm ready for the math.
If you look at the Bible says we are essentially in God's creation, which in today's terms, in Elon Musk's terms, that would be kind of like a simulation because it's God created the universe. We are inside the universe. So this is like God's simulation. Now, the math behind this, the probabilities, so essentially the way that he explains it is that if this is base reality, it's 1 to infinity that this would be base reality because there's infinite more chances that we are in a simulation. There's infinite, if you were to draw one base reality and infinite simulations and throw a dart, the chances of you hitting that base reality is almost 0. So it's 1 in infinite, right? So that's according to Elon Musk. There's plenty of videos of him saying that we are in a matrix. Now, math, probability, states the same thing. So this is opinion. Simultaneously, it is proven by mathematical principle called probabilities.
So far, I got this for the math.
Yeah. It's, if you want to draw the probabilities on your sheet, go right ahead. You can draw 1B. And everything else, infinite amounts of something that is not B. B equals base reality. And then you can go ahead and throw a dart and try to hit that B.
There you go.
Right.
1B, infinite amount of not B.
Right.
Okay.
Now your chances of
this is based on which experiment?
This is based on the richest and most powerful person on Earth's opinion.
So not an experiment.
Well, it's a thought experiment. It's not a fallacy. I mean, it is true probability that this is based because there can only be one base reality, which is the one we're in now.
It's not true. You've asserted that we live in a
no, I'm just telling you this is Elon Musk's opinion, and probability wise.
But it's not actual evidence.
No. It's not evidence.
I'll tell you a little secret.
Yeah.
Elon has been wrong before.
Oh yes, I agree, and not just that, but he controls a lot of the information that I would like to be out there. So no, I totally agree, and I'm not I'm not simping for Elon. He's not.
I mean,
He's
sure sounds like it. I mean, you're like
definitely not
you're
my
fully
idol.
on board with him on this
No,
the
I'm on
simulation
board
thing. You're like
with some
he's my
things.
guy.
No. I'm on board with what he says that sounds true or that resonates with me. I resonate with that because it does not go against the Bible. The Bible, essentially, you could just say this is God's simulation. It does say that God created the earth in 7 days. This could be a programmer outside of the earth that programmed this reality,
But
right?
The important question to me as a developer is what language did he use? Please do not say Perl.
Could be anything.
It could not be. No, it could not.
No,
be
it could not be
Perl.
Perl.
Even God could not write in Perl.
All right. I think that he wrote in frequency.
All right, I'm unfamiliar with that language.
Yeah.
Is it Turing complete?
I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, there's a lot of things.
Does it have the fancy new stuff like closures and all this? Like,
no, when they say in the beginning there was a word and the word was God, I think that God represents the complete amount of frequencies in
you don't think that could just be figurative talk?
It could, yes, but it could also be literal, and God created the simulation from outside the simulation. It took him 7 days because they had amazing artificial intelligence. Obviously,
Well,
if God,
AI.
let's say God,
could it have been written in Lisp?
Well, it's possible that Lucifer is the AI. It's possible that God is God that was outside, and it's possible that Lucifer was sent to be the bringer of light and common sense.
All right, hold on a second.
Did not go according to plan.
Graybeard says that it was scheme. Okay, I'm gonna add scheme to the list of languages that it could not be. Scheme and Perl.
Right on. So I don't know, it could be binary. He could have just been coding with ones and zeros, but I think he wasn't coding at all. I think that it was fully immersed. He came here in his avatar, and he had powers, just like Jesus came here in his avatar and had powers. I think that people do have powers. Not everybody, but I think that some people can stop blood, and some people can, not get mauled by lions. They can, certain things, not extravagant stuff, but a little bit more than the 5 senses that they attribute to our day-to-day lives. Now, one of the powers that some people have is hypnotism. That is a skill, but it's also, it's developed. You have to master it. So that's kind of how I look at that. It's not necessarily you're born with that, but you can develop it. So God could have just came here essentially with full God mode, right? And be able to do whatever he wanted. So he created man,
so
created women,
he dropped into console. He's like,
right. Essentially, that would be it. Yeah. So he comes in here
user / bin /
where, yeah, exactly.
Universe,
so essentially,
space -v.
But I think there was none of that. I think that it was fully immersed, and he had the power to do it, right? Because that's how the Bible says it. So the Bible says that God came here, created the heaven and the earth, and blah blah blah, and all that is good. But if you look at it from a programming perspective, and I don't know if you watch whatever, but there's plenty of simulation.
I've watched whatever. It's good.
All right. So there's plenty of simulation shows out there that postulate that we could be in a simulation. Now, if that is true or not, I can't prove you that. I'm just talking to talk, right? I came here, again, I'm not a public figure, and you harassed me to come here. So I'm just here to talk with you, right? I don't care.
And I appreciate that. It's been fun.
And I have very loud opinions online, and I get it. It's fun to get called out. I don't mind it. It's a very constructive conversation. And I'm pretty sure nobody ever postulated that, gravity could actually be kymatics. And if you think about it, actually look into it, right? It could be it. It could be. Well, because nobody else can really.
Today's your lucky day.
Yeah.
I have a $10,000 challenge for gravity.
You have a $10,000
replace gravity.
To replace gravity. Well, there you go.
To explain predict the downward acceleration in different places on the Earth because it does vary.
Oh yeah.
Right. And the measurements of it are very precise. They're accurate to 9 digits. I used gravity and the radius of the Earth and the centrifugal force of the rotating Earth to predict the amount of downward acceleration in different areas of the Earth. And the challenge then is for somebody else to come up with something other than gravity that predicts the same 9.8 meters per second squared and the variations better than gravity plus centrifugal force.
Yeah,
the
problem...
whoever's closest wins, and it costs you nothing to enter. 10,000 if you win.
Right on. The problem with that is that it's a backwards model, so you need to have the kinetic frequency before the Earth.
What?
So
go ahead.
Well, yeah, but then after that, it's really hard to explain how it's splitting apart on the Earth. I mean, it's not impossible. I can definitely whip it up on paper and then we can try to prove or disprove it. What I'm saying is that it's not the best model to convince somebody. It's something that you have to look into it and be like, all right, this is cool. I get what this is. I'm going to try to figure it out. And then eventually, if you were to apply that model, because there's more to it, look, you can apply this into liquids. There's an example where they put oil on water. And then the oil kind of forms bacterial shapes with legs and it's slithering on it's crazy. So it could very well explain everything: biology, chemistry, gravity. It's like the universal
I'm going
theory.
with it won't explain anything. But Eric Burns, the astronomer, says wants to know if you know the difference between open and globular star clusters.
Off the top of my head, I could probably give you a pretty close guess there.
Okay.
So you probably have some star clusters that are moving outwards from each other and some star clusters that are moving inwards to each other. That's probably what my guess would be there.
All right. So Alyssum, going back to your first stuff, said, and this is why we need to teach Econ 101 in school. And this is good. Hold on. This Stringer News 1 says liquid assets seek their own level.
There you go. Right on. Yeah, look, I mean, it's the same thing as if I was going to say I'm going to prove that there's 8 billion people on Earth. I cannot do that. I cannot prove that we're 8 billion. I cannot prove that there's $90 trillion. By what I'm seeing, if all the dollars need to be accounted for, right? Because if I have $100 and you have $100, that means there's $200. You know, like it doesn't matter if we have it in our pocket or if it's in the bank, that $200 still is owed to us. So that's the way that I do my math. It's not about fake money or how much percentage.
Well, yeah, but if the $200 is in the bank, it might not exist as currency.
It may not exist as currency, but it is attributed to you though. Like if you were to take that money out of the ATM, it would come out of that same bank or pool of money, which is in your case, Fed Bank, U.S. currency.
I mean, you do know that a bank can't actually service everybody's withdrawal simultaneously.
I agree, but on the other hand, that is why that the Fed has to print money to get to that, right?
That's not why this happened. This same thing happened before the Fed did what they got rid of the gold standard and all that.
Right. Well, you're saying that they're lending more than they have, right?
It's a Wonderful Life. What's that movie?
For what?
There's a movie, an old movie where people are trying to withdraw, and they're trying to do a run on the bank.
I don't watch very many movies. I don't find it good for the brain.
All right,
let's finish my simulation story there. if you were to program a game, what is the best way to do it? Would you say it's a sandbox, or would it be create the whole universe for nothing if your characters can't go there?
It depends what kind of game you're trying to write. Yeah. But for me, I don't know. I like writing system software with no UI.
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, like just like for a thought experiment, the point is that the easiest way to do it is to make the sandbox model. Now, here's my conclusion with the whole space stuff and everything. I believe that Earth is a globe and that space exists. That's fine. I put that in one bag, in a bucket, and I totally agree with that. If other than this debate, assuming I go to the store and somebody starts talking about space, of course I'm going to, tag along and say the things they want to hear. With other people, like you and I, for example, that want to debate the topic, then I will go outside of my comfort zone and I'll, give my opinion on things. But I'm not hell bent on the fact that it's flat or a globe. It could be completely something else. It could be that each one of us has a 3-mile wide bubble of rendering, and that's all there is, because if you look at philosophy, this is serious, because philosophy at university, you go to university to study philosophy, they'll teach you that there's 10 probabilities for life, and we don't know which one it is. One is brain in the vat. You could just be dead, your brain's in a jar, and it's being sent electrical signals. This is valid in university philosophy, okay? It could be that we're in a simulation, it could be base reality, and there's a bunch more. I don't know them all off the top of my head. But the point being is...
It could be the Matrix, right?
Yeah, the point being is that they don't really know. There's no way for us to prove if we're inside a simulation. There's no way to prove any of that. So you don't know if you're a brain in a vat. There's no way for me to prove it. The only way to do that is thought experiment. So philosophy, because I hate using that word because I find it, up there, but philosophy is essentially just a big thought experiment. There's no proof about brain in the vat. It's just somebody's idea. Somebody came up with the idea. Hey, that could be it. Right. And it could potentially be base reality, like it could potentially not. It could very well be a simulation. In my opinion, math and probabilities state that there's more chances of it being a simulation, even if it's just 2 to 1. He's claiming it's infinite to 1. I'm claiming it's more than 1. I'm saying there's probably more chance that it's a simulation because that's what the Bible says. That's what math says. That's what the most powerful man on earth says. And essentially, to me, it resonates, and if you're going to another way to look at it, let's say you're done learning the actual real model. What do? I don't need to learn more about space. I already know stuff that I don't need to know. I don't go to work doing something thinking about the speed of the sun, right? So after a while, you want to think about something else, right? And that's where I'm at. I just want to think about new things, not always the same,
You get off of the weeds, maybe. Jeez.
No, well, you know what I mean, right?
There's enough
to be honest,
stuff that's not garbage that you could learn about.
Right. Well, what
Flat
philosophy?
Earth is dumb.
Philosophy isn't worth it. I think philosophy is awesome.
Sure, fine, philosophy, but
so flat Earth is a philosophy issue. It's not a science issue.
Definitely not a science issue.
Well, okay.
Totally agree with you there.
Look, if I was going to tell you it's a matrix, okay, and we would use the same logic as NASA where, okay, I don't need to prove myself, like NASA don't need to prove themselves. And I would just tell you, look, I'd give you a bunch of math. I'd be, this is a matrix, blah, blah, blah. And this is how it happens and everything. Wouldn't you want to debate me? Like this, would that not be your first intention? Because you want to understand, right? That's what I do. I hear somebody claim something, even if I understand it, I'll put them up to it a bit there. And that's why online that I have that attitude, because if somebody comes to me and claims hard as steel that it's gravity, it's this, it's that. Yeah, but You don't know that for 100%. You just know it for 99%. It's 99%. If you look at science, science still can't tell you what gravity is. You can deduce, you can extrapolate, you can do a bunch of things, but it does not tell you what it is. It's the weakest of the fundamental forces, blah, blah, blah. But
it exists.
But it's an idea. It's
empirically confirmed to exist.
No. They're looking at data and they're interpreting the data with that lens. So if I was going to say, no, it's density, and we would argue that till tomorrow morning, you would have a hard time saying it's not density, because the world, well, not really, because literally everything in our day-to-day world works with density versus buoyancy. So
none of it works.
An example.
None of it works like that.
No,
as soon as you actually put it to the test, it falls apart.
A balloon. How does a balloon work?
Yeah.
Helium. Put helium in a balloon. How does that work?
Yeah. The downward acceleration due to gravity is less than the upward acceleration due to buoyancy.
Well, that wouldn't
use density in there.
That wouldn't work.
Density.
If you got a balloon,
works.
No. Let's say you got a balloon with helium. The density of the helium in the balloon, which is lighter than the air, is what is causing it to rise, not gravity.
It's about the forces,
right?
And it's about the summation of all of the accelerations together.
Is the density of the atmosphere. The further you go down,
density is not a force. You don't get an acceleration from density.
Yeah, well, you're saying that it has to be a force. Nobody, nobody proved
it is the second law of motion. F equals ma.
Right. Yeah. According to some people that mapped out that, but other people can map out other.
You could propose something else, and then you would need to show that it works, which nobody has ever done.
Right. But assuming that we go back to the kinematics example, right? Assuming I would prove it.
So for reference, in kinematics, you can map out the actual forces using F equals ma. There are actually forces there. The sound waves are imparting forces on the different things, on the sand or the salt or whatever it was you were looking at. So there are forces at play there. F equals ma completely works there.
Right. On the other hand, if you were to put that in a vacuum where there is no other force like gravity or friction or whatever.
Gravity still exists in a vacuum.
Only if it's under the effect of the thing. So if you're close enough to the Earth. So I'll give you an example. The Earth itself, its atmosphere before space is 10,000 kilometers, 6,000 miles. Okay, 6,000 and change there is 662 or something like that. Now, that is the point where science determines this is now space. The atmosphere ends 6,200.
No, 100 kilometers is the Kármán line.
That's not what I'm talking about. You were talking about the atmosphere. The atmosphere stretches out 6,000 miles. That is not the same thing. Now, the gravity does not stretch out 6,000 miles. And that was going to be my next point. If that is the case, right? Would you agree that the Earth is a pressurized system?
Yes.
Okay. A pressurized system in a vacuum. You see how you pause there, right?
No. I'm waiting for you to come. Was that a question?
No. Well, have you ever seen what a pressurized system inside a vacuum, what it does?
I didn't agree that it was inside a vacuum.
Well, the Earth is pressurized. You just said the Earth is a pressurized system.
Yes.
And it is in space, in the vacuum of space.
But it's not a vacuum. It's just.
But it is.
It's a misnomer. The entirety of the universe is a pressurized system.
It's a depressurized system. Yeah.
No, it's a pressurized system. That's the claim. 1,000 miles from the Earth, positive pressure.
But
10,000 miles from the Earth.
Have you measured that?
Positive pressure.
Why do you believe that?
No, I'm telling you the claim. You are saying something
Right.
other than the claim of the Earth, and I'm just
Right.
correcting you so that you
I'm
are
just asking you
understanding the
why-
claim about how
why
the
you
Earth
would
works
believe that,
correctly.
though? Why would you believe that?
I-
If you take on Earth,
I'm just
okay, wait,
correcting
wait.
your claim. You are
Okay,
you
well,
are
wait a second.
you are misrepresenting what science claims, what scientists and what measurements claim about
Well, it depends. If you're on
the
Earth,
pressure of space.
if you're on Earth and you take a vacuum and you do experiments with said vacuum, you can measure what happens when space is empty, right? And empty space has a very specific behavior. It wants to rip whatever is inside outside of it. So if you take, for example,
No.
yes. If
No.
you take,
Oh my gosh.
do you want me to show you this? Do you want me to show you your science?
You don't
Because
understand what's going on.
I go with people like Vsauce and I go like people like that, right? I use only your videos, not
You don't understand what's going on with them.
Wait. If you take anything and you put it in the vacuum of space, space wants to take what is in that container and bring it outside of the container. There's no other way to put it.
It wants to equalize the pressure.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And what happens, let's say you put a can of pop in space. What do you suppose would happen?
If it wasn't opened, it would just sit there.
You think? Do you want me to show you what happens to a can of pop in space? I
Yeah.
can show you what happens to a can of pop in a vacuum.
Go ahead.
All right. This is cool. See? Actually, I can almost do this here because before I find it, geez. Here, let's just go put vacuum. All right, so I'm sure you know who this guy is from the Action Lab. I forget his name there off the top of my head. This is very interesting stuff because, you know, we debate without really seeing the effects sometimes.
Not quite sure what.
Am I sharing my screen there?
Nope.
Okay, give me a minute.
Happened. These soda cans are actually rated pretty high in terms of pressure, and the most you can decrease the pressure is 1 atmosphere, so around negative 14 psi. So that's the equivalent of increasing the pressure inside by plus 1 atmosphere plus 14 psi,
Which is insane, right?
But I don't know if that's enough to make the can explode. So there's only one way to find out. Let's test it and see. All right, soda.
We're gonna move it forward a bit there.
Two atmospheres. So it falls in at the top a little.
Forward. Point is that the can explodes, right? All right. So that's what happens to anything you put in a vacuum. Once the vacuum reaches low enough, which space is not a perfect vacuum, but it's nearly the perfect vacuum, right?
So everything in space does that. Then everything.
Anything that has something in it. So your body would eventually expand. It would grow calluses, and then your blood would seep out of your ears and eyes and nose till everything exits your body. You would have no more fluids. You have no more air.
And what's the claim then?
Well, if this is how space behaves when space is empty, don't you think it would rip apart the atmosphere?
No, because the Earth has gravity that pulls the atmosphere back.
Right. So the gravity, which is the smallest force, which is barely non-existent against the vacuum of space in a pressurized system.
Yeah, absolutely.
You think you put a can of pop like that and it's not going to rip it open?
That's not an analogy there.
It is though.
The Earth's atmosphere is not a can of pop.
Well, it's the same thing. It's a pressurized system. You can look it up.
But it doesn't have an aluminum skin on it.
It doesn't have to. It has an atmosphere.
Yeah. So
Right.
vacuum
And that
the
that
vacuum of
vacuum
space
would
doesn't
rip it
actually
apart.
suck. Gravity sucks.
I agree.
Gravity
Yeah.
sucks.
Well, gravity doesn't suck either. No.
That's what actually is happening. Gravity is pulling the particles of air towards the Earth. That's what's happening. So you can call it suck.
Yeah.
It's not really suck, but
if it's not density or kinematics.
but it's not density and it's not kinematics.
You don't know that
density
yet.
Density is not a force, and kinematics that you showed is sound-based, which requires the medium of air.
Well, not necessarily. No, that's not true, because we can measure the static of the universe and we don't need air to measure it. You know, it wiggles our air once it reaches us.
Okay,
yes.
what the static of the universe? What is that?
It's radiation.
What type
It's
of radiation? What type?
I don't know. It doesn't matter really,
Oh, it does.
because it's frequencies.
Because
right?
the next question is
radiation is a
how
frequency.
does that type no, there's more to radiation than it's a frequency.
Yeah. Well,
There are particles.
It's high.
There are particles.
It's high wave frequencies. It's like a microwave. It's a frequency. There's
A
no other way to
microwave
put
is not
it.
a frequency.
say,
A
well,
microwave
there's
is
different-
photons.
It's different kinds of radiation. It's still radiation,
But
though.
what kind of radiation is the static of the universe?
Well, it's frequencies, right? That's what I'm saying. So
Which kind?
all radiation.
You said
It
it's
doesn't
radiation.
matter. It doesn't matter.
It does.
It's a bunch of different stuff. It's gamma
Is it
radiation.
alpha particles? Is
It's-
it beta particles?
It's probably all the particles, to be honest with you,
All the
because
and so you say it's a
Right.
static. You say the universe has a static radiation. How was that measured?
what do you mean?
Well, you said that the universe has a static.
You can literally hear it. When you turn on a radio, the
Uh-huh.
static sound is the background of the universe. Same thing as a
Okay, so
tube
you're
television.
So you're saying photons because a radio picks up photons.
It's a vibration. It's a frequency. It's not the
No,
same thing.
A
It's not a
frequency
particle.
is a
Stop
measure.
thinking of no. Well, I get it, but stop thinking about the particle hitting the antenna or the
but
light.
there are
photon.
particles involved.
We can't measure particles,
Sure
so
we
that's
can.
an assumption.
We
no.
totally can measure particles.
Same thing for it's the same thing for chemistry. You think you know how chemistry works because what we do works. What we do actually works,
Uh-huh.
but it doesn't mean it's the real understanding of what is actually
Sure, there's
happening.
always some deeper
right?
understanding. Whoop-de-doo.
Exactly.
What is the actual static? You said it's radio waves, which is photons. So how are these radio waves causing the cymatics to do things?
Well, it appears that the whole universe is vibrating at a certain frequency. And you said yourself that you believe it's an enclosed system. So if it's an enclosed system, you said that a while ago, right? Like it's a
Pressurized
contained
system.
Well, you have to have it contained to be pressurized.
Yeah, it's the gravity. That's the container.
Right. That's fine. It doesn't matter what the container is. I'm just saying it has to be enclosed. Now, it being one thing, thing needs...
No, I got to be clear on this. It's not enclosed. That's the wrong word.
Okay, well, let's use another word. It doesn't matter because it
that
has nothing to
suggests
do
that
with my
there's some
point.
sort of a membrane or a physical barrier. There is no membrane or physical barrier.
Fair enough. Yeah. No, again, that doesn't matter, is not part of the point. The point is that it seems like something is vibrating. It could be the ether. It could not be. I am not Nikola Tesla. I do not know. I'm not
Tesla just talked crap about that. He didn't understand the details behind it.
I
He was
don't
a
think
fine
that
engineer,
is the case.
But he was not good at the other stuff around the science.
I don't think that is the case. I think that is experiments in electricity and magnetism. He found a lot of information that may not have necessarily been published because of the controversy at the time. Nikola Tesla, well, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, if you don't think that he was 10 times better than Einstein,
He was not. He was.
Oh, well,
definitely
I don't
not.
know. I don't know, man. That again is a matter of opinion. I think that Nikola Tesla is definitely superior to Einstein.
How? What particular things did he do that was so superior?
He invented electricity.
He did
AC
not
electricity.
invent Did not
he
invent
invented
electricity.
AC electricity.
No,
AC
no, he
electricity
didn't
was
invent
developed.
AC electricity.
Yeah, it was
He-
developed.
He promoted using AC electricity as a distribution, a way to distribute electricity
No, he
over
invented the alternator.
Westinghouses,
No, he
or
invented the
over, sorry,
alternator.
not Westinghouse.
That is wrong. That is wrong. He invented
Edison's
the
DC.
alternator, and that is what. No. I get it. I get what you're saying, but that's wrong. It's not true. He did invent AC electricity, and Edison stole it from him. If that would not be the case, he would not have stole it from him. Obviously, right?
Edison was pushing DC.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. He stole the patent so that he could keep DC and push DC without AC being pushed in the public. That's what they do. They steal the patents. Everybody does this. It's not a new practice. Companies do this every day. They steal the patents and then they bury it.
How did he steal the patent?
Because Tesla was working for him. He was his employer. So Edison was Tesla's employer. Tesla did the work. Edison kept the work. That's how it happened.
For what?
What do you mean for what? He was the employer. It's like Tesla. It's like Elon Musk. Somebody develops something in the company. They don't own it. Elon owns it, right? That I don't know why. Like it's like you're glitching or something. That's exactly what happened. Like why are you acting like that? It's literally how it panned out. Tesla was working for Edison. Edison stole his patent and he buried it and he used DC instead. Everybody knows that.
But somehow Tesla managed with Westinghouse to use AC power to do distribution and destroy Edison's ideas about distribution with DC, and won in the end. How did that happen?
I don't know if he destroyed it. I know Edison was trying to, he was killing cows or something with the electricity to show people it was dangerous and all that, but I don't know the extent of that story. Come on, I've never proved it. So, yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's how it happened. And everything I told you today is true. It's opinion.
Do you know why DC power doesn't work well for distribution?
Why it doesn't work well? It would take a different means of sending it. So the AC, you're never really using the electricity, right? It's just a back and forth of electrons. So the DC, you are depleting the electricity. So like a battery. No. So a battery, listen, guy, when you put a battery in your flashlight, eventually the battery runs out, right? A battery is DC. You're consuming.
It has nothing to do with it.
Oh, it does, though, because like me, wait. My lights in my house, right? They're AC. They are not consuming electricity.
Yes, they are.
They're not in the same way as DC electricity.
Yes,
That's why there are two different things. No, that is why there are two different things. One is direct current. The current is moving forward and depleting itself. And the other one is alternating current, where you are still using the electricity for whatever you're using, but the extra comes back. So whatever you're not using is alternating, right? It's going back and forth. Dude, that's how it works. What do you mean? What else do you have to say?
That's not how it works.
Well, what? Prove me wrong. What is the fallacy in what I just told you? Like you're reading right now. Obviously, you have it on your screen.
I'm reading the live chat because they're
No, but I'm telling you it is what it is. You can, unless you want to debate instead of laughing, which
your background, what you're a musician, right?
Pardon me? I'm a music teacher. I'm a carpenter. I am many things. Yeah.
Okay.
What did that have to do anything with it?
Do you know what I studied?
It doesn't matter. I don't care what your credentials are. I'm just
saying. Just
programming, obviously, right?
Yep, programming was definitely one of the, but also there was this other thing I studied for a while. Electrical engineering.
Okay.
So
that's good.
So when I asked you why why DC doesn't work for distribution and AC does. Then you went into this other stuff about DC uses the power,
I mean,
and
I
somehow
have-
you think that AC doesn't use the power. It all does.
It's a different system. It's an alternating current. So the power does not get used up in the
Again,
electron comes
oh my
back,
gosh.
right? That's how alternating current is explained. If you were to look up on Google alternating current, that is how it will explain it. You know, I'm not telling you that on field is how you would calculate it. Google it, alternating current, and see what it says.
Oh my gosh.
Right? Oh my gosh, I know. I feel like that too there, you know, because you're mocking stuff that is actually the case there. Like almost everything I said, you know, I get it that it's all opinion. But now looking back on everything, you know, probability wise, we're in a matrix, probability wise, 3/4 of the population of Earth believe in God. Probability wise, again, like if you were to calculate the chances of this being base reality, I don't know why you're laughing. Like you harassed me to be here because you wanted this conversation. Now you don't know what to say,
Just
and so
enjoying
the best
this.
you
It's
can
so
do,
good.
you know, but the best you can do right now is laugh and not actually debate. You don't really, you know, because again, I get it. A lot of this is opinion. I get it, but put it all together, my opinion, everybody would be in space that can afford it. The Pope would at least somebody would have went to see. Somebody would have went, okay, we need to know if it's really a curve because my book says it's flat. So the Pope would have been, no,
Yeah,
we need to send somebody up there.
But the Pope's book, the book that the Pope reads, says, hath laid the foundations of his globe on the elements in the earth.
No, I don't think so. The Pope reads the Latin Vulgate, and I don't think that it says that because I read it several times, and I don't remember that it says globe.
Well,
it may,
Tyler,
though. It may. But
I'll read the Dewey Reams Bible, which is the Catholic Bible.
Yeah,
it is he that sitteth upon the globe of
why
the earth.
why don't you take the King James, which is the one that everybody else is use?
No, you brought up the Pope. The Pope isn't he's gonna more likely use the Catholic translation.
Right? Well, again, they do it in Latin, so no, they always do the mass in Latin.
Always. There's no English masses ever.
I've never seen one in my entire life.
Wow,
I've never seen the Pope do an English mass.
The
There
Pope,
are people doing
okay.
English mass, but it's
see.
always in Latin. Yeah.
All right, and the Latin there is what?
What?
The
Latin predates your Bible from like 800 years. Huh? Like if you date it, Bible.
the Latin's just
800
translation
years.
from the original too.
No, the Latin is a translation from the Greek version, and that wasn't good enough. So they went back. It's the only Bible that went back to the Hebrew source and corrected itself to the Hebrew source.
So the Vulgate, the Latin Vulgate, went to the original Hebrew for the book Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
No, those did not exist.
When?
The Catholics did the New Testament. So not the Catholics, sorry, the Greeks. So the Hebrews did the Old Testament. The Greeks traducted the Old Testament from the Hebrew. And then the Latin came along. The Greeks also did, I believe, the New Testament.
The Greeks.
And then I think
it
so.
It was actually Jews that wrote it pretty much.
Yeah, but the New Testament was put together by the Greeks. If you look it up, who did look it up. I read that this week. Look, I just read that.
The Greeks.
Yeah.
Wrote it.
Not the ancient Greeks there.
Who wrote,
obviously not the ones 2,000 years before.
The New Testament.
Give me a second. It was Rome that did.
Who wrote it?
The New Testament? Well, it's a bunch of different books. So there's a lot of people that wrote it.
The Greeks or the Jews?
No, the Greeks did the book. They
Yeah.
didn't write the books. They did the
Okay.
actual New
What do you mean
Testament.
did? When you say did the books, what does
They
that mean?
printed it. They printed it. They were the first to print the book
Print
as
the
the
book.
New Testament. They put all the documents together and they came up with the New Testament.
Do you mean the Council of Nicaea?
I wouldn't be able to tell you who they were.
Oh, gosh.
I just know I read that this week. It was the Greeks, and it could have been like somebody like those. Look, it may,
All
it
right,
may not be
let me
the
help you here.
Greeks.
The New Testament was written in Greek by Jews. The Vulgate was a translation in Latin of the Bible.
No, if my Latin Vulgate, the first page in the book, states that it was translated by the Greek version, and then after that they went back and corrected it with the Hebrew. So therefore,
the
they
Greek
cannot be
version
the
of
same
what?
people
The Greek version of what?
of the Old Testament.
What's
and
the name for that?
What do you mean? Well, the Latin Vulgate is a Biblia Sacra.
No, what's
I
the
don't know
name of the Greek version of the Old Testament?
was the Old Testament.
Yeah, what's the name for it? The Greek version of
Well,
it.
I don't know. I don't speak Greek.
The Septuagint.
Okay, good
Was
for
the
you.
Greek version of the Old Testament. So
Okay.
it went Hebrew and Aramaic to Greek to Latin in the Vulgate, and King
Right.
James used a lot of that to go to English. But the
Right.
but the King James wasn't done by the Catholics, right? That
King James was done by
It
King James.
was done by at his request
Yeah,
of
political
in England.
political bias.
Yeah, people
is
in
what it
England
was.
said to do it. So yeah,
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, and again, that whole Bible stuff, I like to look at it from different perspectives. That's why I have the Latin Vulgate, but I would definitely also like to be able to have access to the Hebrew version for sure.
and how long have you been studying Latin?
Not very long, to be honest with you, but I do the traduction as I go. So I mean, that's how I'm teaching myself. It's kind of like the Rosetta Stone version of like the book version of that. What
So-
are you
so
now?
I'm just
Are
saying-
you now
I'm just saying
implying
that
I'm not learning Latin up to
No,
your
no,
standard?
that's fine. But
Oh my gosh!
reading the Vulgate would not be very good for somebody who's not very good at Latin. So
you
you
realize
saying that you
it's
you
online,
read the
right?
Vulgate doesn't
You-
actually.
Dude, you realize that has been done by humans several times. There's a website with the whole goddamn thing translated.
Yeah.
And there's also versions that were
To
translated
English.
by AI. There's yeah, exactly. Yeah. So when you go on the Vulgate website, you can read it in Latin and then it's translated in English.
And what is the English translation? Which
It's straight from the Latin. They did not copy from, let's say, King James, if that's your question. It's straight from the translation, the dictionary. Yeah.
the dictionary. All right.
Well, whatever they use for again their Rosetta Stone, right? They need something to back up their language, right? So if they're using the dictionary or whatever it is, it doesn't matter what they're using. The question is, that's what they did, Like you're asking very funny questions when it comes to like technicalities, because it's all shit that doesn't matter, But anyways,
actually, translation matters a lot, though.
well, what they use to translate it doesn't matter to me, like if you're going to translate Latin, it's not subjective,
It's actually
Like,
quite subjective because
not anymore.
because between different languages, the words aren't a perfect one-to-one match.
I agree.
Context matters.
Yeah, for sure. If we were in the 1600s, that would matter. We are not in the 1600s. We now have all the different interpretations of those words, and we have the best brains on earth and the best machines on earth. Well, hey, people that do translation, in my opinion, are up there, right? Anybody that can speak 3, 4, 5, 6 languages is up there. Right. So you don't laugh as if I said, oh my gosh, they're big brains. They are big brains. Jesus Christ. Can you at least give me that?
But but
You know?
yet they disagree on many, many different things. They'll say,
Yes, that's the
this is the
interpretation
word
of
that you should
data.
use in English instead of this word. And they
Right.
they
That's the
do not agree
interpretation
on
of
that.
data.
And so there is no straight translation from one language to another because there isn't a perfect mapping.
Have the Book of Enoch here. You know what they do in this book? They do both versions. So every time there's a one word, that has two possible interpretations, they write both sentences. So one is going to be written with one version of the word, and then they do it again with the other, and then you read it and you try to make sense of what the hell they're trying to say, right? And if you think that, okay, that sentence, obviously this is not the context that they were saying, then you go ahead and you read the other one. It's not rocket science. You know, they already mapped it out for us because most people are stupid. Now it's a lot to swallow, but because we talked about a lot of things, you thought we were going to jump into a flat earth conversation, and we talked about
I've had
other
many of
things.
these conversations where the flat
that's
earther
good.
doesn't like to talk about flat earth.
Because I wasn't here to talk about flat earth. If you look at the tweet, my tweet was about vaccines, and then your buddy just kind of blew up on me. And
we already covered this.
Right. But that's what I'm saying, right? So if that's what you want to talk about, what the actual premise of the tweet was, which were the actual vaccines, we can definitely talk about that. Other than that,
I'm not into that topic.
Right. That's what I was saying a while ago when, they probably also own you, is because everybody is within boundaries. And if it's not, it doesn't have to be a person.
I know what I'm good at.
It can be the terms and conditions, right?
It's just that's not my skill set.
I'm pretty sure you were there for the past 3 years. You've seen what happened, and you have opinions like anybody else. You're a very opinionated person.
Certainly,
right?
Certainly opinions, but I'm smart enough to know that those opinions, I would not bring those opinions to a science debate that's based on evidence and facts.
Now, what if your opinions were based off of very credible doctors or whoever else, practitioners in the field?
I would say it should be based on evidence, not the opinion of somebody else.
Right. So like me, for example, when I talk about mRNA technology and whatnot, I quote its inventor, the person that invented it. That's who I quote. I don't care about everybody else.
You don't actually reference evidence.
Everybody else did not invent it.
Yeah, so you don't reference evidence. Got it. You don't look at evidence. You just look at.
It depends what the topic is. No. Well, it depends what the topic is. Some topics don't require evidence. Some topics do. For example, if it's data, okay, let's say that the government says, well, there's been 1 million deaths. Prove it. No, you have to swallow it. You have to believe there's been 1 million deaths because that's what they tell you. Now, is it true? No, I can't prove that. You can't prove that. They can't even fucking prove it. If they were going to show you the death certificates, they wouldn't even be able to prove it, because I know for a fact, knowing people in the industry, that a lot of this was falsified. Numbers were falsified.
And I don't care.
Anyways, whatever. Yeah, whatever. So
I have a bunch of stuff to ask from the audience, and if you're gonna have a 10-minute answer to every one of these, then just skip it.
I'll try to do it fast.
And some are just comments, so you don't need to do much. And of course, this will cover some of the history of our conversation. Mr. Zero says, "I wish someone would figure out who this they is. Which the Flurf speak of. I'm starting to get scared. Soon I'll think my mom is a CGI NASA shill."
It's the billionaires. When we say they, we're talking about the billionaires and their owners who can actually freeze their bank account. Those are they.
The owner that can freeze a billionaire's bank account.
Right. For example, it's
no examples needed. IC Spin says, "Is there a car running in this guy's garage?"
In my garage? No, in my garage, I have rabbits and chicken and quails. The car is outside.
Hey, I think the people that park cars in their garage are weird.
Yeah.
Ableist says not everyone is into space. You're right, Michael. Of course, he's wrong. No, not everybody's into space.
Yeah, that's good opinion.
Kiros says trillions of dollars and not everyone has been to Paris. Clearly, Paris is fake.
How many of these billionaires you think have not been to Paris?
I don't know, but I haven't been to Paris.
Pretty
and
sure
I'm
all
a
these
billionaire.
billionaires have.
Totally
Yeah.
billionaire.
Yeah, no, but I'm pretty sure that most of these people have been to Paris. Yeah, and if they did have the extra buck, they would be up there.
But have all of these billionaires been to the top of Mount Kilimanjaro? Because if they haven't, then Mount Kilimanjaro is obviously fake.
Yeah, they probably flew over it.
Where's Mount Kilimanjaro?
They probably all saw it.
Where's Kilimanjaro?
Good question. I don't know. It's probably in the Alps, or if not, it's could be the Andes. No? I don't know.
Or maybe Tanzania?
It's possible.
It's possible.
It is, yeah. See, I don't argue stuff like that if I don't know it right off the top of my head. You know, it's like if you were gonna tell me Mount Shasta is not in California, then we'd have a problem.
Everybody knows that Mount Shasta is where they bottle Shasta Pop. PhD Tony says rich people do not normally get to be rich, nor do they remain rich. If they piss away hundreds of millions of dollars on a whim, they have better things to spend their money on.
Yeah, that's true. What are those better things? Just curious. Wouldn't be those better things be
touring Mount Kilimanjaro? Obviously, is one of them.
Wouldn't those better things be power and as much bling bling as they can get? You would think.
Well, if you have,
I'm surprised. Not only am I surprised that they don't have rockets, I'm surprised they don't have gold-plated rockets.
That would be a terrible design.
It just blows. No, it's not, because they need to shield, right? They need to shield from the radiation. So the gold is actually what they use to shield. If they don't, it could be lead.
Why not aluminum?
I don't know. Why not?
Aluminum is a fantastic shield against the type of radiation.
The radiation, yeah. Apparently that when they went through the Van Allen belts the first time around, that the shuttle was lined in gold. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not, but
it was not a shuttle. But aluminum does a great job against that type of radiation. What type of radiation is in the Van Allen radiation belts?
I don't know. You tell me. You have the answer.
Alpha and beta particles.
Alpha, beta, yeah.
Yeah, those are easily blocked by thin layers of aluminum. You don't need
That's
gold.
good to know.
Yeah.
That's why people wear aluminum tinfoil hats. Right?
Not to block alpha and beta particles.
No. I
No.
thought aluminum was a great way to block those.
Yeah, but we don't have a large number of alpha and beta particles to contend with on a daily basis.
I don't need a lot. They're scared of one. One particle is already too much.
Mr. Zero says, according to this jackpot, if a person has money, he can do a thing. They must do said thing, or said thing is fake, because logic or something.
Right. The way that I would justify that is not the doing the thing, is the not doing the thing that is weird. Because there's too many people involved. 2,600 people is a lot of people for not one of those people to say, yeah, I would like that, because everybody else I know would be like, yeah, I would love that.
Richard Branson did. He did
right.
it.
He has Virgin. He's one of the top three.
Yeah,
that's what we were talking about. So we have
some,
Virgin, Blue Origin, and SpaceX.
Yeah, and some people have paid to go up on Blue Origin already.
It looked like parabolical flight to me. There's not a single shot that lasts more than like 8 seconds.
Well, that'd be totally wrong.
Without cutting. No, I watched every single shot.
Okay.
There is not one continuous shot of that lasts more than it takes for the flight to go up and down. And I think that is whatever time there. I'd have to look it up. It's 35 seconds or whatever it is.
Uh-huh.
But there are no continuous. There's the guy from Star Trek there that went up a few years ago, and maybe like 2019, 2020. What's his name? Shatner. So he went up, and
So
that's
now
the one that I watched.
Let's just be
particularly.
clear. Your standard was they would go up, not you will analyze their footage and make sure that you believe it personally.
No, well, you were just saying I wasn't qualified to do that, but I still have eyes to be able to analyze what I'm looking at. So if I look at something and my expectation is, all right, give me 2 minutes.
Do you know where Lake Titicaca is?
Yes.
Where?
It's on Australia.
Correct.
It's next to Ulumuru or whatever it's called. Uluru.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. RT96 says this guy's like Red Pill Philosophy, subscribes to Skeptic magazine and believes every single thing in it. Have you been around long enough to know Red Pill Philosophy?
No,
I
do not know.
That's to your great benefit. To not know him. Kuros says, guys so deep in the conspiracy rabbit hole, I bet he has a whiteboard in his room with red strings and pictures all over.
Yeah.
Where is Flat Earth?
Yeah. No, actually, I've been doing it for so long, just debating random topics because I love it. You know, I if this wouldn't be live, we would be going deeper into stuff that would make me sound way crazier than what I'm talking now.
But
it's, it's live. No, but I mean, why would we not venture into those rabbit holes? Why not? Sometimes there's substance, sometimes no. Sometimes you'll go down, it's like, okay, this is stupid. But other times it's like,
All right, hold on. We have an answer to the question, why doesn't every billionaire have a giant rocket in their backyard? The answer from Slackback says that the homeowners association won't allow rockets in the backyard.
That's why they put them in silos.
PT Tony says, why would someone who can get to space for 20 million pay 300 million? How does that make any sense?
Well, first of all, you're in the ISS, which is, again, could just be fake for all I know. Not the ISS itself, but I mean,
the person paying 20 million, he's going to be pretty pissed if he gets there.
It could just be a very nice.
Fake.
It could just be a very nice story, and these people, like me, I wasn't there. I don't know these guys, right? Like, I don't know that he's not a Mason pretending to have paid 20 million just to close the loop of what we're talking, because there's a ton of that.
So what you've done, though, the problem is you've said, why don't these, rich people pay to do it? I find some rich people that pay to do it. And you're like, oh, well, how do we not?
No, you found people that paid to do something else. That was not what I was saying.
Something else.
Right.
What
I was asking why these people don't all have rockets if they are so cheap and that they are so available.
But owning the rocket doesn't get you to space. Owning the rocket does nothing for you because you can't launch it from your backyard.
No, I totally agree with that. Yeah, but you don't have to launch it in the backyard. If you're buying it, all the rockets leave from Cape Canaveral, right? I don't think any rockets ever left from anywhere else than there. I think that's the point of exit.
That's wrong. Is
that true?
They go from California to
from California.
SpaceX does.
Oh yeah.
But
from California,
Russia launches from Roscosmos, and the European Union launches from French Guiana.
I don't know if you ever noticed all these shots of these rockets going up. As soon as they reach a certain altitude, they flip the camera to AI, not AI, animation. You notice that?
No.
100% of every clip that I've ever seen. Every time. Yeah. Well, Jesus Christ. Pull any single one, any video you want. Once they reach space, the picture flips and it becomes just animation with numbers. It's not even the animation of the rocket there. It's just random animation until the rocket does what it has to do. I'm guarantee you, look it up.
What?
Look it up before you grab your head. Go ahead and Google it. YouTube any one of Tesla, or not Tesla, SpaceX, anyone, any NASA, as soon as they reach space, it flips. And I guarantee you it's true. This is one of the talking points of flat earthers, because you can just go and look it up. And the problem is, anybody that does go look it up will find it. And they're going to be like, what the hell's going on here? Why is it like that? And then they're going to look at another video and they're going to be like, why the hell is it like that? It's the same as what you were saying a while ago there for my, because I was watching a bit of your previous podcast there, and you were talking about the video I shared with the flat horizon. Now, if you think about that, okay, there's only two options for the lens. The lens can either be curved or not curved.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not curved, it produces a normal flat image. If it is curved, either forward or backwards, it will produce a curve. So in a shot that has no curve, you cannot claim that it's the lens's fault. It doesn't matter if I don't show you the name of the lens, I don't tell you what name of the lens, it doesn't matter, because there's only two options, curved or not curved.
No.
So if you don't see a curve, obviously it's not a curved lens. And if you do see a curve,
wrong.
Yes, that is
wrong.
not wrong. Okay, how is that wrong?
A curve, a real curve on a lens that adds curve will appear straight in particular orientations.
Right, but the problem is that there's motion all the time in the video. So this is what happens. You have a center line, let's call it the horizon. If the shot goes above, it's going to curve convex, and if it goes above, it's going to curve concave.
Yes.
Right.
And so if
you
have
see that,
if you have a slight curve of the horizon and you move it a little bit below the center of frame, it's going to remove that curve, because the added curve from below the frame,
of course,
and the curve of the horizon together sum
I
to
agree
zero
that it can do
within
that,
a narrow
yes.
range.
I agree that it can do that. Let's take a quick look here, since we're still on that topic now. So you saw this one that lasted whatever 19 seconds, and you're like, oh, you just see this little part and you don't see the rest, and how can you prove that it's flat?
Yeah, do you have the
and I
entire
agree
video?
because
Send the entire video.
right, well, it's not this video I want to look at. I got like 10 of them. Look, there's another one here. This one goes all the way around, and you can see at any point, because see, this is what I'm explaining there. You see how it goes up to the top and down at the bottom.
Do you have the
and up to
entire
top,
video for that?
Well, this is the entire clip of that after it changes to another.
From ground to there. Do you have that video?
Oh, I have others. I don't have this particular
so not that one. Just show me the ones that you have the entire video.
Well, I can just YouTube it. Let's just put 120. Take one that starts from the bottom. You know, it's not something that I was planning on sharing. It's just, if not, I would have had them at hand. And the thing is, right, see, you have to dig for them. And when you do see one with a curve, it's so blatantly obvious that it's a fisheye lens. And when all of a sudden you do eventually find one that is not a fisheye lens, you can tell, because it stops straining your eyes, because the curve-eyed, it's not natural and your eye can detect it. So let's try this one. I know most of them start from, I got that thing in front of it now.
Whether you're trying to get your ideas down, compose a message.
Hey, move that bar at the top. No.
It can be difficult to write well and write fast. With Grammarly Go, you can face any writing dilemma with confidence. It brings generative AI to the platforms you rely on for
Got
productivity.
some
So you can show
something
anyone-
talking in the background there.
Yeah, it's the goddamn. Okay, here, got it. All right, sorry about that. I'm just checking if this is one from the beginning. Is there anything particular you want to see from the takeoff?
Well, if the claim is that it's a rectilinear lens, then you'd want to have the full video. Ideally, you'd
I
have
just
them-
want to see. Yeah.
you-
Well, you can see
detail-
here that is
you
not
detail the lens, and you want to know the elevation too.
right.
Because if the lens is not very wide, then you wouldn't expect to see very much curve. If the lens is very wide, you'd expect to see more curve. But of course, those lenses are more likely barrel distorting.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have those examples right now offhand. I wish I would, but there's a ton of them. If you look on online, see what I did before posting them. I just cut the part that was relevant because it's long and I don't want to have like
And that's
7
the
minutes.
problem.
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily a problem because I'm not biased. I didn't edit anything that was like, oh, it looks like a curve, so I'm going to take it out. You know, like here, you see that that looked like a curve there. But that's an illusion because what happens is we're looking at the top of the clouds, and the top of the clouds is not a flat plane. It's not like it
So
goes
the
up and
cloud,
down.
so there's a cloud mountain there peaking in the middle. That's what you're saying.
Well, no. You can see here that the whole thing, like at this altitude, you were supposed to have a pretty significant.
Sounds to me like you claimed there was a cloud mountain.
No, what I'm saying is that the clouds are not 100% flat. You can see here that there are dips in the cloud.
Cloud mountain.
Yeah. So
All right, keep going. There was. No, keep going.
So anyways, so why is it, look, at 110,000 feet, we send the camera up. I send the camera up, it looks like that. You send the camera up with a fisheye lens, there's a curve. And then after that, the debate is, your lens doesn't have curve.
Absolutely. What's the lens? What's the field of view?
It's a flat lens. How do I tell? How can I tell that it's a flat lens? Okay, because I'm good in photography. I'm an artist and I'm graphic design. No. The way that I can tell is because anywhere above the center line here, it would curve. If it's any curve, that it would curve that way or that way. Because right now the horizon is at about 3/4 way up. Okay, it would have to be curved if it's a curved lens. There's no other way about it.
And how wide is the field of view of that lens?
Again, that doesn't matter. I can
totally
show you this
matters.
in Photoshop. No. I debated this the other day.
Matters.
If I take a curve and I spread it out to infinity, it does not become a straight line. That is not true. Not at that size. Not at that size. That's not.
All right, scroll down a little more. Scroll down.
I'm trying to find.
No, keep going. Keep going.
This is just, this conversation with your friend today.
Yeah.
And again, here's the global warming one. Obviously, like anywhere you go, water doesn't go up. It's the land that's sinking. Like islands, it's tectonic shift, right? The tectonic shift pushes islands up and up and down. That's been known forever. Islands appear and islands disappear every year, So it's a known thing. I even have it here. Look, list of islands created since the 20th century. There's a ton of them. These just appeared. One in Tonga, one in Greenland, one in Japan. Obviously, it's not because the water is going up, right?
The tangentiometer is freaking out.
No, but you get what I'm saying, right? Oh my gosh, global warming, one island is sinking. Yeah. Well, what about the other 50 islands that just appeared? Isn't the water going up there?
Keep going. Keep going.
What do you want to see? There's nothing else.
There was another one that you had, and I liked the words that you used about it. It was quite something.
Are you talking about the flat Earth, the horizon? No, it's not down. It's in a tweet. Give me a second. I know where it is. Give me just a minute. I just need to click on the one I had a while ago. And you go down too far. All right, so here are all the videos. I got one here. This is the last one I posted, I think. All right. So now I'll give you the details that are not in there. Most of these are at between 110 and 130,000 feet.
Hold on, the one from March 24. One from March 24.
Just to give you perspective.
Going the wrong direction.
No, March 24 is
wrong direction.
Upwards, right?
No.
Downwards? Well, there's no other ones.
Keep going.
That's it.
It's
There's no other ones. Those are the videos I posted. This whole conversation
Your
happened on March
text.
28th.
I'll read your text. But yet, this is what it looks like when we send a camera that isn't fisheye lens at 100,000 feet. From March 24th.
Where did I get it?
What?
112,000 feet here. You know. 1,000 feet, 100,000 feet. I don't know. I don't have any other
Right
video.
there. That one right there.
This one? Okay.
But yet, this is what it looks like when we send a camera that isn't fisheye lens at 100,000 feet. Now,
Right.
this is a 14-second video, but it's actually more from the actual source video slowed down. But you see that little wire
I didn't
sticking out
slow it
at a
down.
diagonal?
Yeah. Yeah.
That tells us that that's a unique thing about that particular video. So I know what video that is. So you said this is a lens, this is a camera that is not fisheyed. That's your claim.
Yeah, because the center line is here, I would still claim that
All right.
that is not. And if you're going to show
All
me the video, just keep in mind there are different shots and angles from those balloons, right? So sometimes they stick two cameras.
You can tell because of where that little diagonal wire is. Do you see that? All right, you can stop your share. I will show.
And if are you talking about this here? No.
No.
And
Yeah, that
little-
wire. That
yeah,
wire
yeah, that
coming up
okay.
from the
Yeah, I get it.
right. All right.
Okay. My way to explain this is because it's right on the border of the lens. So even if you do have a flat lens, depending on the camera, it's like quality. You got good quality flat lens, and then you got that.
All right, but
But
you
at the
very
end of the day-
specifically claimed that is not a fisheye.
It's
lens,
not a
right?
fisheye lens. It
Yeah,
is not.
So
It's
you
not
say
a
it's a
fisheye
good
lens.
it's a good quality rectilinear lens based on your
It's a bad quality.
Amazing.
It's a bad
amazing
quality.
research.
No, it's a bad quality rectangular lens. Yeah.
Bad
It's a
quality.
bad quality. Yeah,
Why?
it's not a
What's
good quality one because you do see a bit of distortion here on the sides.
Uh-huh.
And that's why I rather post videos that it bobbles, because when it bobbles, you can tell the amount of curve in the lens.
Yeah, but this video here you posted as solid evidence. All right, so I'll show
Yeah,
you.
well, it's 99% flat. It's still more flat than the curve, right?
All right,
It is
all
a
right.
flat lens. It's a cheap flat lens.
Here we go. Hold on.
It's not the best, but it's still flat,
All right. there we
regardless
go.
of how you look at it,
There-
right?
There's your tweet.
Right.
Well, here's the video. You see that? It's got that same wire. See that? Right? You see that wire? It's the same
I
video.
see the wire. Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
Same camera position.
Okay. What are we looking at?
Uh-oh. There's just different parts from that video that you did not include. You maybe didn't receive that part of the video, but this is from that same video, and you could tell it's got that same wire. Look at that.
Yeah,
And-
that doesn't.
And here is
Show me the. Yeah, let's take a quick look at the video. So obviously that's not
so
the
you didn't
shot.
you didn't do your research.
That wasn't the shot. I don't know what research you want me to do. I'm sharing
That
flat.
wasn't the shot right here. Let's look right here. You see this? We got that wire going in there, the same wire. Right? Let's go back to the beginning in here. See that wire?
Yeah, yeah.
And there we go. That's
Yeah, well, it
heavy
looks-
barrel distortion. But
Yeah,
you said it
looks like
was
a
none.
very- Hey,
said it was
sorry. Did you want me to apologize? You can go check the other ones, the other 10 videos I shared.
I want
right?
you.
Is
I
this
want
the
you
only
to
one that I messed
definitely-
up on? Because maybe.
I want you to definitely do research before you make a claim, because it's pretty clear you didn't do research for this
Right.
one.
Yeah. When we're arguing on Twitter, you don't do hours of research. I go for what I want to post, and then after that I post it, right?
So you find, I get it. You find the thing that matches your pre-selected conclusion and then post it.
In this particular case, of course, I'm trying to show you
That's
pictures.
still the wrong way to
No,
do
but
it.
listen,
You
I'm
made a very
showing to
bold
show
claim
you,
about that.
I'm
Richard.
trying to show you flat horizons.
But Richard,
obviously, I'm gonna
you
select
said-
the flat horizons.
Yeah,
right?
you made a very strong claim about that particular camera. That was somehow showing reality, right?
Well,
So
hey,
here's
if
what
I'm
here's
wrong-
here's my recommendation.
If I was
to
wrong,
you.
that's fine. Can you go debunk the other 6 videos that
Yeah.
do not have that?
Yes, of course.
Let's do that. Yeah.
So the first question on every one of them is provide the entire video from ground to peak.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
get
first
that.
step. If you don't have that, you should never make a claim about the video.
Fair
Right?
enough. I mean,
I
don't know about
that's
never.
an absolute. If you don't know anything about it, then you definitely want to have at least ground to highest altitude,
Right.
uncut,
but, like,
unmodified.
here's the thing, right? Like me having already proofed my information is like I was explaining to the other guy. Okay, like I showed a video of Buzz Aldrin saying that they never went to the moon. Okay, there's 3 clips
But
of
he
that.
didn't say that, of course.
Okay, yeah, right. There's 3 clips of that. 2, he does not really, it could be out of context. 1 is definitely not out of context. The one that he's on, I think it was Conan. So that one is definitely not out of context because the whole thing is there.
He did not say they did not go to the moon in that one. He said
the one on Conan, he said
when they
Conan
were
said that-
landing, you were not watching them land. You were watching an animation of them land because there
Right.
was no cameraman to film them landing.
right. So anyhow,
He did not say they did not go to the moon.
Right. So I shared that video and then somebody debunked it. And they were like, no, this is, it's out of context. I was like, how is this out of context? And then they showed me how it was out of context. And I was like, okay, fine. If you believe that that is out of context, it's out of context. I will agree on the 2 first ones. The last one, he's definitely saying it, but I believe in like, give and take there. Like, I'm not going to start screaming at you for like, saying something that goes opposite to my beliefs. On the other hand, you can't just discredit everything I say just because it's an opinion, like at the end of the day, one opinion on its own, it may not have a lot of impact, but when it's a puzzle and you put all the puzzle pieces together and then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, they're stealing $56 million a day.
But
That's not
the
true.
problem is every single one of your puzzle pieces is not a puzzle piece.
But it is
Because
though.
every time you look at every one of them, you go, nope, this one he didn't say that. This one, it
Okay,
wasn't-
so-
it was a
so in a
distorted
nutshell-
lens. This one
Oh.
wasn't high enough to see the curve at all.
No, but you're
This
doing what
one-
you're saying that
the-
I'm
the-
doing. You're
the-
cherry picking the ones.
No,
that
I'm
I've
analyzing
been wrong.
every one of them.
No, you're picking the ones that you think that I was wrong. You showed me that one. I agree. The lens was curved. My bad. Go look at the other ones. The other
Okay.
ones are not
And
curved.
like I said, every other
Right?
one, full video. You don't have the full video on those.
Yeah, it's all on YouTube. I copied that myself from YouTube. I just press screen grab for whatever part and that's it. And I can't do that for 9-10 minute videos because it doesn't make sense. You're arguing with a person. He doesn't need to see the 10-minute video. I'm trying to show you.
You do need to see the 10-minute video.
Yeah. Well,
Because
if
if
you
you don't
need to
have-
see it, you can.
If you
pull
don't
up
have the
YouTube
10-minute video, then how can somebody else know whether or not that
because
lens
that
is adding
becomes
distortion?
That becomes you debating me. You have to pull up YouTube, check the video and be like, no, this is not true. Look, you deceived me here because you didn't put, and then I come back and I say, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice. Can you do the same thing with the other 5? And then you go
Yes.
check the other 5 and it's like,
Yes.
no, this one looks like a straight lens. This one looks like a curved lens. Let's go check the videos. You go check the videos. I watch most of the videos. Again, I do this on the spin, right? So obviously, like I'm not proofing 10-minute videos every single fucking time, because it's not realistic. It's the same thing as people like right now, we
It's
just did a
absolutely
3-hour
realistic.
we did a
It's
3-hour
100%
podcast,
realistic.
No, because there's only so much time in a day. If you're
Don't
arguing,
post things that you haven't vetted. That's
Yeah,
simple.
but
That's step one.
I get what you're
Vet
saying,
everything
but
you post.
if I pass 6 and there's an extra one that just flies through the cracks, it
Don't
wasn't
post it.
malicious. It wasn't.
But
No,
don't post it.
It's because I didn't notice. If I would have noticed,
Because
I
if you post,
definitely
here's
would not,
why you don't post it. Because
because
somebody
people are
else,
autistic. Yeah, I
somebody
get it.
else won't do it. They'll just take it and trust it
I get it.
with no reason. And
Oh, no,
every
well-
single Flat Earth conversation I've had, every one of them, people reference what somebody else did without having done the research themselves to verify it. I did it. I point out the error over and over and over. That's what happens. That's
All right.
what I do every week.
I get what you're saying, but you didn't necessarily do that today with me. And then once you leave, you're going to be saying that. But there's no counter argument that if anybody that would have the money to go to space would go to space, that's an opinion. You have a counter opinion. It's not a counter argument, And then we talked about the play on words, Virgin, Blue Origin, all that. That is an opinion.
All right, we don't have to rehash this.
Right. But I mean, you can say the opposite. What I'm saying is that it's both opinions, right? So all of this stuff here, if I look at Apollo 17, my opinion is that it's fake. Your opinion is still your opinion, and then we keep on going. It's all your opinion versus mine. We didn't share any fantabulous stuff today there. We shared opinions. It was a conversation. I told you why I think they can't go to space. I have enough stuff to substantiate that because it says it in the Bible. It says it in probabilities in math. Powerful people believe it, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not coming from, ignorance. I'm coming from at least it's a thought opinion. It's philosophy. It has nothing to do with science. It's philosophy. You don't know. You don't know if you're not a brain in the vat. There's no way in hell for you to prove it, and that's
Right,
where
all
it
right.
becomes.
It's just rehashing. All right, we got to move on.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else? Any
Chronic
more,
Avenger says, why don't they want a rocket? Because it's expensive risk with no rewards. And then Chronic Avenger says, he's like the underwear gnomes from South Park. You missed a step.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
What was the other comment? The one just before?
That was why don't they want a rocket? Because it's expensive risk with no reward.
Right. So why does Elon Musk need rockets if it's such an expensive risk with low
'Cause
reward?
that's his thing.
Right. But what I'm
That's
saying,
not Bill Gates's thing. Bill Gates's thing is writing a rotten operating system that employs me to write anti-spam software.
yeah,
was
I
his
get
thing.
that. But if you forget the names and you just look at what is a billionaire's thing, a billionaire's thing is to be the first of all. They all want to be in first place, and they all want to have the shiniest car, biggest house, etc. So that's what I was saying a while ago. This is why logically the behavior, psychology, right? Psychology of the human brain, the behavior is you want to have the bigger things, the shinier thing. If not, these people would not be
But
billionaires.
why don't all 2,000 billionaires demand to have their flag posted on the top of Mount Kilimanjaro and indelibly
theirs.
printed in buoys on the surface of Lake Titicaca?
Because they don't own it.
Well, they could own it and then
They
have that.
could, yeah.
Why don't they all argue to be the first one to do that on Lake Titicaca? Put their name in buoys across Lake
Because they
Titicaca.
would need to buy it. If they would buy it, what the hell do you think they would do?
That's
That's
a great
exactly
point.
what they would do.
It's a great
It's
point. Why
exactly-
wouldn't they just buy it then? Because that wasn't their thing. All right.
No, it's because you
All right.
can't.
All right. Tim Pryor says, I have money for a motorcycle, a boat, but I don't have either. Not a good argument.
Yeah.
Peachy Tony says, then there comes a point at which more advertising is worthless. This is why corporations have finite advertising budgets. And this one I did not know. Don Giovanni says that Pizza Hut sponsored a Roscosmos launch in 2000. So Roscosmos is the Russian space. It's where they launch their rockets from. But I didn't know that, and I can't confirm that. But it does sound like an interesting thing.
So now, if you look at the Red Bull there jump, I think he jumped at what 30,000 feet or something like that.
I think it was more.
Maybe it was more. I don't have the number. Maybe it's 60,000. Anyways, whatever. You look at that curve, right, which is essentially going all around the screen. It's a crazy curve,
Yeah,
you know.
it was heavy barrel distortion. So
why do they do that? Don't you think it would be better to just not do that and just make people like me shut the fuck up? Don't you think?
They were not trying to measure the curvature of the Earth. They were trying to make a video that was exciting.
Okay,
that's it. They did not care one bit about mindless flat earthers that are incredulous about everything, because they would still be just as incredulous about that.
Yeah, I get it. You picked me twice before I said, yeah, okay, I'll come. That's all it took. It didn't take a week or whatever. It took me twice. You called me a coward twice, which you should apologize for, because I'm here and I did come here.
Yeah, good. Thank you for that. So
right.
I'm sorry for well, I'm not going to apologize for that. Let me say
no, you should, because you harassed me and you insulted me because you said you thought I wasn't going to come.
The audience doesn't know. You posted a picture.
Right.
Look a coward.
I stand about that. Yeah.
To somebody else who would not go for a live debate. I saw you do that. I'm like, oh, I'm just going to drop that into my downloads folder.
Yeah.
And then you're like, no. And I go, same thing.
I didn't say no. I said I want to debate you on Twitter because I am not a public figure. I don't want to put my family in harm's way. I am not part of your group. You know, I am part of the normal people. And then I got insulted and harassed
of the normal people.
until I said yes. Yeah, but you're not controversial. You are just sticking.
What do you mean I'm not controversial?
You're sticking with the narrative.
Listen. I do not support people wearing Crocs. And that's a controversial position sometimes.
Yeah, I get it. I don't either.
Right? And you know what's worse than Crocs? Crocs with socks.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you only should wear them if you lost a bet.
I wouldn't even, I don't think.
Right? And also, I prefer Megadeth to Metallica. A bit controversial there.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Right?
Fair enough. Yeah.
All right. Stringer News 1 says, wow, Flurf bingo is like shooting fish in a barrel. I have to say, I've not gotten bingo yet. I'm not gonna oh no, wait, hold on a second. I did. I got bingo. Richard, I got bingo.
That's good. Congratulations.
All right. That's gonna be worth money someday. Like $1.50.
$1.50, yeah. Anyhow, so yeah, a lot of this was opinions, you know, it's like the Matrix. I can't prove to you we're in the Matrix. I can't prove to you it's a sandbox model. I do have a functioning model to explain some of the other arguments that people claim, you know, like when I stopped watching flat earth debates, roughly in about 2017 or whatever, kind of had my quota.
Who did you watch in 2017?
Pretty much all of them, really. At that point in time, it was Jaron and Jake and what's the other guy's name there? Black dude. I forget his name there. It's been too many years.
The guy that lives in a van down by the river?
Yeah. What's his name again? I don't remember. Anyhow, yeah. So I mean, you know, it's been a while. I'm not watching flat earth videos on a daily basis. I'm sure if I would watch Jaron like I used to or whatever, that I would have other angles to share. But I mean, he's already debating that stuff with you anyways.
I gotta. I mean, Jaron has done that a lot new. But
Pardon?
Jaron hasn't debated. He got roped into a debate with Witsit a while ago. But since then, it was like Jesse Kozlowski and Reds. And
yeah.
Like he's done all of like 5 debates ever.
Yeah. No,
D Marble is who you were thinking of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. exactly. Yeah. So no, I mean, there's, we could go on. There's a lot of stuff to talk about, but at the end of the day, again, it's just more opinions and more well, why can't you prove it? Well, it's because I wasn't around or stuff like that. It's like, for example, the speed of light and the coordinates of the pyramid. Like, I can't prove to you that there was shady shit going on, but I'm pretty sure there was. Pretty sure, because like the Egyptians did not know the speed of light. That's a fact.
They
So I'm
also
pretty sure-
did not know latitude, longitude. Also, it's not precise.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they did it. I'm saying that whoever went to the pyramid, which I used to say it was Einstein because I thought it was Einstein, but it could have been somebody else. Because they worked it out in Egypt.
Worked what out?
It was okay. So that's where I got my story wrong, because I thought it was Einstein that went there to work out the speed of light, but it was another dude that went there prior, and now I forget his name. I think he was French. Anyhow,
the first speed
what
of
I'm
light
saying,
measurement is attributed to Albert Michelson, even though James Bradley really got it in 1725.
Yeah. Anyhow, so what I was saying is essentially there seems to be funny business, because the chances of it being exactly the same up to a certain decimal, it seems that it could have just been copied. I'm not saying they did. Well, I mean,
what was copied?
Look.
What was copied?
All right, give me a second.
The speed of light was copied. That was measured.
Well, you tell me, because the way that they tell it to us is that they just recently figured out the speed of light. Like, okay, 100, 200, 300 years is not a super long time. But this is the coordinate of the pyramid. And the speed of light is 29972, et cetera, et cetera. I can show you here. It's just there's a freaking bar at the top of my screen and I can't click underneath it.
But how was this done?
Speed of light here, 299792458. Well, that's what I'm saying. Whoever came up with the 299792458 could have just copied it, because apparently they figured it out in Egypt.
But they measured it. They measured
Pardon?
the speed of light.
They measured it afterwards, yes, by sending a beam of light there between two countries. I forget where it was. I think it was Geneva and some other place. Yeah, I agree. They did do that. Now, the distance required to do that, and the way that they say that they did it, it doesn't mean it doesn't mean that is 100% true. They could have just said, oh, we measured it and it's accurate and thank you, bye-bye. It could have not been the case. I was not there. You were not there. Again, it's all opinion.
But now,
they say these things.
Actually, look at this on your screen right now.
What? This?
How? Just answer me. How do you think this was done?
Well, I think the pyramids...
Magically
I think
done.
the pyramids were built coincidentally on that number, and whoever went to Egypt,
the pyramids were built long before latitude.
Forget about that. Forget about that. I'm saying it was copied in the 1800s. Whenever the guy went to Egypt, he sat down at the table, had a cup of coffee, looked at the map. The map said 299792458, whatever. He just added the 458. It was probably the number of the room he was living in. Okay. And I'm not saying
it was measured. People do it today. It wasn't invented. The speed of light wasn't invented. It was measured.
They measured it after. The first time that the speed of light was measured was very recently. We didn't have the technology to measure the speed of light prior to. Like, if you're talking about the experiment where they shot a photon there, that's the experiment I use. I mean, I know there's other ways, but that's the one I usually use because it's the one that's used by science. So science uses that particular experiment as the one that they shot the beam of light, the laser between two countries. Now, that on itself baffles my mind, because apparently you can only send the beam of light 3 miles anyways before you're off the curve.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, how far can you shine a light before you're off the curve?
Indefinitely.
Really, we're saying the earth is flat and you're saying we can't do that.
No.
You're saying after a while, you know, you're shooting straight and there's a curve there, right?
No.
So if there's a curve,
get to a higher elevation, get 10 feet up or 20 feet up. This 3
Right,
mile
well,
thing,
it
where the
depends.
hell is that from?
It depends on how far they go, right? So if
Oh
I
my
don't know
gosh.
how the distance was, I think it was like 10 kilometers or something like that, or maybe even more. I think it was maybe 30 kilometers, that particular experiment. And just that on its own, there's a lot of questions to be asked. I'm not saying it's valid questions or whatnot,
But you
but to
still
me,
didn't answer the question.
What?
How is it that the coordinates of some object that was put down before coordinates existed, do you think somehow magically has any actual relevance to the speed of light and not quite, but almost, but sort of matching the coordinate of that object?
not at all.
How is
I
that
think-
related?
I think the 29927 whatever for the pyramids is a coincidence. And then the speed of light was copied, and there's no way that we can actually measure that speed.
But
It's
people measure
ridiculously
the speed of light.
people
regularly.
measure it, yes, but
And so
there
it could
could
not have
be-
just been a guess because people actually can measure it.
right. Can you measure it?
If I wanted to, yes.
If you had enough money for the gear
Yeah,
required,
it-
and
I don't
yeah.
think it would be all that difficult. People do it. People measure it in microwave ovens. There's
yeah,
a technique to measure it in the microwave oven.
yeah. You see how, you know, to me that would sound a bit absurd. If
No,
you're measuring,
I do understand that you would not see that would
if
be
you're
a
measuring
possibility
something,
because
no,
you
but
don't
listen,
have the
you're measuring
background in
something
that
that's
topic.
going 300,000 second per meters per second, you know, and you think you're going to measure that in a space that's like 9 inches wide or 12
Yes.
inches wide.
Yes.
Hey, you would need some level of accuracy.
Yes.
I don't
you
think
would,
it's possible. They had
there
to measure
would
it
be-
over miles and miles.
There would be some level of accuracy to it.
Dude,
yes.
if they would,
You could
if they
definitely
could-
specify in that measurement how many significant figures you had in the output.
if it would be possible, they wouldn't have to have measured it over miles over land, right? Like it wouldn't be necessary.
Oh, well, maybe they
could
didn't
just
have a microwave
open.
handy. Maybe they
You
didn't have a
think?
microwave oven handy.
You think? You think
Yeah,
that
it was
would be
years
the
before the
justification?
microwave oven was invented.
Gosh, yeah. No, but I mean, look, you're saying there's several ways to do it.
Yes, there's multiple
know,
ways to measure the speed of light.
When they measured the experiment that I'm telling you, the microwave definitely existed there. What year was that? It wasn't like in the 1800s there. It was just recently. It was maybe 1960 or 1970. I'm
What,
pretty
when
sure that
When Huygens first did it,
I don't know when the first did it.
it was
Could have been
all
in
right,
the 80s. I don't know.
So there's several, but yeah, Romer who did it in let's see, in the 1600s. You got
yeah,
Albert Michelson that did it in the late 1800s. He got the Nobel Prize for
yeah,
it.
but again, I
Yeah.
wasn't there.
This
to
is
prove
before
that.
microwave ovens.
Yeah, that definitely is. I get it. Yeah. But on the other hand, I wasn't there to prove that. And I don't know if that wasn't flawed data, right?
Well, just go do the
ton of that.
analysis. Go look at it.
Right. So how did they manage to do this in the 1600s?
I don't know offhand.
Right. So, you know, like,
But you
again,
you could learn that and figure it out. And then you can see, oh, what a ridiculous thing to claim that somehow the location of pyramid sort of almost but not quite is the same number.
well, I mean, it's 6 numbers. It's 649, man. Like it's a 1 in a million's chance there. Like it's not just a something, 1 in 10. It's a 1 in millions and millions chance.
It's actually a
match.
100% chance that there's something there.
Yeah, I agree. The most
100%
important structure
chance.
on Earth, that is a little different.
The what structure?
The most important iconic structure on Earth, the Great Pyramid,
I don't know. I think it's Paul Bunyan
there's
in
there's a
Bemidji.
there's a 100% chance that there's something there, a rock, a tree, whatever, but not the pyramid.
No, I disagree. Remember, I disagree that is the most important thing. Right? You said that, but I told you what did I say?
Well, in history, I mean, if you were to look at what is the most important building on Earth, it's always been the pyramid. Like
Why?
the pyramid is one of the seven wonders of the earth, right? Like it's literally up there.
I don't know. I think
Opinion, yeah, no, I get it. I
Here.
don't know too. I don't consider it to be the most important. I'm just saying.
I think it's Paul Bunyan in Bemidji.
Yeah.
That was from 1937, so that's pretty awesome. There you go.
Yeah. So anyhow, again, a lot of that, to me is just logic extrapolation, like once you get, if they had the money, they would be there. No, they do have the money. They should be there. And then everything else that
in
comes with it.
Bemidji. I'm sure all the billionaires have been to Bemidji
Yeah.
to get their picture taken.
They've probably
with Paul
all
Bunyan.
been to Epstein Island too.
Yeah, totally off topic.
Hey, well, you're pretty fucking off topic too there. Sorry, but at least a joke is a joke.
Yeah. Well, that one.
No, you don't think that's funny? I think it's
I
think
that's certainly
tasteful.
a bunch of stuff happened there. Yep.
Yeah, but you don't
Absolutely.
think that you don't think it would be time to know who went there?
Right. People keep publishing the lists.
Like
but,
a list of a few hundred people for years and years and years of traffic. 20 years plus 40 years.
Right.
I don't know how long they've been doing that, but it's been years and years and years. What they're showing is what they want you to see. It comes back to the everything is a lie. There isn't just 80 trillion
so
dollars.
why would you actually ask anything then, since everything that you don't agree with you will hand wave dismiss already?
For my personal growth.
Got it. All right.
I'm like
here's
today
some here's some personal growth from Plastic Citizen. Says, I have 2 vintage red numbered prints direct from Apollo mission negatives and authenticated by Sotheby's. These are real. The missions were real.
Negatives, yeah, that could have been taken in a warehouse with just funky lighting. You don't know where those were taken. You can literally
With
take
funky
pictures.
lighting. Awesome. The grumpy old mechanic says, watch the thousands of peer-reviewed scientific papers. So which of the thousands of peer-reviewed science papers on the data and samples from the Apollo moon landings has this crank provided or proved are fake?
This crank provided, is he
Approved,
showing
proved.
crank
Yeah,
approved?
which of the thousands of papers did you prove was fake?
Thousands of papers that I proved were fake.
Yeah, which of them?
Which of them? I don't know why you would ask that question. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It has to do with the Apollo missions. All right, I got to keep moving here. Mr. E-Man says, in Australia, there were 3 parabolic radio telescopes pointed at the first moon landing. A high school student would be able to figure out the triangulation was wrong if the moon landing was fake.
Okay, again, that seems to be a bit of a logical fallacy. Just because the triangulation is right doesn't mean the moon landing is real.
Well, it's
You're
certainly
pointing
confirmation of it, isn't it? If they're
No,
pointing
if
at
I-
the right spot.
No, if I'm pointing a disc at the moon right now, it doesn't mean there's somebody landing on it. Like that has nothing to do with it. Just because the event is happening simultaneously doesn't mean anything. It could just be a coincidence,
All
right?
so-
Like if we're telling everybody tune in at the same time at 10:30, they're all going to tune in at 10:30, like it's kind of like the same thing.
all right, I'm looking for your card here. Hold on. I think I dropped it. I did not drop it. Where'd it go? All right. Well, incredulity was it. So, all right. We've got PG Tony says, rocks from the moon show micrometeorite impacts. This isn't possible for rocks from Earth, where micrometeorites can't penetrate the atmosphere. Retro reflectors on moon bounce laser ranging data.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Does that prove? Does that prove or disprove anything though?
Well, the micrometeorite impacts on the rocks from the moon is excellent confirmation that the rocks were retrieved from somewhere outside of the Earth.
So you don't think that the rock could have fell to Earth?
It could not have fallen from Earth, correct?
Why is that?
Because as it entered the atmosphere, it would have experienced some large amounts of heat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can find moon rocks on Earth.
No, you can't.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Where?
Give me a second.
Moon rocks on Earth with
I'm pretty sure that when the moon was formed,
micrometeorite impacts.
I'm pretty sure, as per science.
That's the point. I want to be clear. Rocks with micrometeorite impacts.
Yeah, but that word is bullshit. That word is just made up. You could just look at something that has little dots on it, and then you assume that is micrometeor impacts. Like, it could be anything. It could just be a bacteria that dug a hole through millions of years.
Here's your card. All right.
I can't read that.
Stringer News 1 says he's the poster boy for garbage in, garbage out. Melodic Lyrics says, does he have any argument about flat Earth? No.
Yeah, I don't usually debate flat Earth as per se. I thought we were going to talk just about general stuff. My favorite part is the we can't go to space. The flat Earth, it's up for debate because, again, it could be a false binary. I really think
it's
that
a unary, actually. We did.
Yeah, I think it's a matrix. I really think we're in a simulation. I think that the simulation glitches all the time, and I think that people do accept kind of like downloads from their personalities, because I've seen people.
All right. We can't do all this.
Well, I mean, hey, you invited me here to have the conversation, but I think we're in a matrix, and that there are ways to prove it.
All right, Virillion says, I'm amazed Toon could manage to get NASA's fitness specialist on. Top notch.
Are we talking?
Yeah, because you're an expert on NASA's fitness requirements.
No, I'm just disappointed that Don Pettit would actually have anything to do with NASA, to be honest with you. Like, he just seems incredibly stupid.
Just seems. Yep, got it.
Yeah.
The grumpy old mechanic says the January 30, 1970 issue of Science has 144 papers on the Apollo 11 mission written by more than 800 experts. Since this crank has no idea the science exists, he has no business in this conversation. Right. I mean, if you want to debunk the moon landings, hey, go get those 144 papers and tear them up.
But none of these people were there. None of these people were there. That is
not an actual standard of evidence that any reasonable person has.
They are parroting what they were told.
That is not
by
an
their
actual
employer.
standard of evidence. That is what a reasonable person has.
Right. I agree with that, but you have to understand.
But that's your standard of evidence.
That
the non-reasonable person standard of evidence.
Let me put it this way. If you invent, I don't know, fusion, okay, like a fusion machine, and you ask me to write a paper on it, and you explain to me how it works, and I've never seen the machine, I've never been there.
Why would I ask somebody who wasn't there to write a paper on it?
Assuming you're the employer. Let's say there's
doesn't have any idea.
Let's say it's a third party. Let's say it's a third party, and because somebody there made those papers, I guarantee you there was not 140 people that went to the moon. So all these people, they're talking out of their asses.
That first time. Well, two.
Right.
Went
all
down
of these
to
people
the
are just spurting what they've learned in a book or been told by their employer.
These are people that actually dealt with the data that came back, the actual evidence
that they deleted, that we can't prove.
What did they delete again? You
Is
don't
it
even know what they
that
deleted.
Data? Is it that data?
You don't know what they deleted.
Is it that data though?
No,
Is
it's
it that
not.
That wasn't what you were implying? No.
No.
Well,
Something
what data did
else.
they? What did they look
There's
at?
a
then to
huge
write
amount of
those
data
140.
other than just telemetry
Right.
that they
yeah.
had.
What
Like
were
all
they
the
writing
rocks
the
that they brought
papers?
back.
What were they writing papers for? Yeah, but you don't know where that rock comes from.
Yeah, you
It
do.
could come from some fucking mountain in Venezuela with,
Well, then
nature
then you would need to provide the plausible mechanism for the micrometeorite impact holes in it.
Okay, yeah. What about the first picture that was released from the Mars rover where they forgot to Photoshop the sky and they released it blue?
Oh my gosh.
I was there. I saw that picture being released and I saw the picture. SpaceX released the picture with blue skies. The first picture of Mars that was ever.
SpaceX was not involved in the first
SpaceX,
rover
sorry,
to Mars.
NASA, whatever, dude.
Oh my gosh. Well, all of NASA's photographs are indexed with a unique ID. Which unique ID was it?
You ever heard of Devon Islands? Yeah.
Yes, I asked you a question. You changed the topic.
I didn't see that as a question.
I asked you specifically a question. What was the unique identifier for the picture that you're talking about?
Like, okay, legit, how the fuck do you want me to know that?
Every single photograph has a unique identifier. Everyone.
Are you talking about the first picture of Mars that I was saying a while ago?
Yes, it has a unique identifier. What was the unique identifier? We'll look it up.
I have no idea.
All of those that some lying flat earther did that is pretending to be from Devon Island, they don't have an actual NASA unique identifier because some lying flat earther generated the photograph.
Forget the lying flat earther. I saw the picture released on the news. I saw the picture of Mars with the blue sky. Like, you can say that it was some flat earther. It was released by the official source. It doesn't matter if it was SpaceX or the government.
Then you will have the ID of the photo. We can go pull it up.
It was and it was a really big deal too. Like, when it happened, everybody kind of like lost their minds. I just don't know where it is right now. I'll try to follow up at some point. I don't have it. I don't know what the identifier is.
All right. Tim Pryor says shooting lasers off reflectors left there. Easy peasy, you're debunked.
I have an issue with that for the following reason. I believe it takes 8 seconds there and 8 seconds back. So it's like 16 seconds or something for the...
It's much less.
No. When they did because initially they were doing that with radio frequencies. They were doing it before there was actually reflectors on the moon. There's papers about that. They were doing it in the 50s. Yeah. And the thing is with that is that the absurd distance, okay, you're going all together back and forth 500 million miles. It's 250,000 miles to get there and then another 250,000 miles to get back. Okay, regardless what the time to get there is, how do you suppose you're going to flash a laser 250,000 miles, hit the plate with the moon going in its orbit and you going in the other direction? Okay, you're moving through space at like 60,000 miles per hour, plus you got the moon that's going through space at the other direction, and you're going to shine that laser on the little plaque that was left there that we don't even know if it's true, because initially they were just reflecting it off the surface of the moon, right? And now you expect that beam to come back right back to you with all that distance and speed going that way. It would literally not be possible.
Well, it sounds to me like a personal incredulity there.
All right. Do you want to debunk that?
There's nothing to debunk. All you did was say
the time that it takes.
All you did was say you don't believe it.
Wait. What I said is that if you point a laser 250,000 miles away, by the time that light gets there and back, you're miles off on the target.
Okay.
The light is not going to shine back to you. It's going to
Okay.
shine anywhere but you.
Oh. You think it's a pencil thin laser, huh?
No, it's about a 12-inch laser. I saw the laser that they use.
Okay.
It's still absurd. It's 250,000 miles. It has to go there and back. It would
Okay.
hit at least a mile off, at least 1 mile.
And you did the math on this?
I'm doing the approximation.
You gave a very specific number.
Yeah, I'm giving you a very specific approximation. Do you see me doing math right now, dude?
No, I know you can't do math.
Seriously.
I know you
I'm
didn't
debating
do any
you,
analysis of it. Here's what
No,
you should
I'm
do.
giving you a number off the top of my head.
Yeah, here's what you should do before you make a claim like that. You should actually do the math. You should
Guy,
look
we've
at the
been
beam
talking
divergence.
For
You should
4.5 hours.
You should look at how a retroreflector works, and you should look at the beam divergence coming back.
Guy,
Then you can see how wide that beam would be. when it
we're
gets to
almost 5 hours in, and you're gonna complain because I just gave you a random number off the top of my head. Like, seriously? No? Like, no, I'm trying to explain the
All right.
concept.
Got it.
Right?
All right. You don't. Yeah, but let me encourage you then. Do the analysis. Look at the beam
All right,
divergence.
do it on a smaller
right.
scale then.
All right. Stringfellow Hawk says I quickly built a tangentometer and it broke because it was spinning so fast it couldn't keep up. Luke Filewalker says, who doesn't find the fine art of an Excel table with telemetry data appealing? I would put it in a museum right next to the Mona Lisa.
No, I would put it in the museum next to like space parts, at least.
All right. The
There
limey-
is isn't
right,
there a
come on.
space center in the States that's like great popular? Kennedy Space Center or something like
there's
that?
a bunch of museums.
Yeah.
Chronic Avenger. Oh wait, sorry. The Triggered Limey says, "Good morning, you beautiful bastards." How does he know that all these people don't have married mothers? What? That's quite the assumption, Limey.
Yeah.
Chronic Avenger says, "But there are telescopes that can film the ISS, and I've got a camera.
There's a ton of them. Yeah.
I've got a
You can
camera.
see it naked eye.
with me."
Yeah. I agree. It's there. You can definitely see it. Yeah. I've seen it myself.
William Foley says, this guy has a room in his house covered with post-it notes and colored yarn. We went over that already. Different guy. Silver Phoenix Rising says, this guy sounds familiar, like that George Sukalous guy from Ancient Aliens. Oh. I'm not saying it's
Seriously,
the aliens,
is that true?
but it's
Yeah.
the
Not saying
aliens.
it's the aliens. Yeah. A giant hair there.
Many Karen, let's see, he had two of them. He said fallacy. He actually said AC or fall-a-c. Yeah, I mean, English is not his first language, so
I'm doing a pretty
Yeah.
damn
Oh,
good
no,
job, though, right?
oh yeah, and I gotta say, many Karens speaks Hebrew, so
There we go.
I
That's it.
many
Has she
Karen
read-
probably would.
Has she read the Hebrew Bible?
He?
Oh, he?
I do believe that he is familiar with it.
That would be cool. I would like to speak with somebody like that.
I have if you want, there's a guy Round Thinker on YouTube. He's a friend of mine, also from Israel, who does videos, and a lot of his stuff is actually in Hebrew. That's his language, but he has done a few things in English.
Yeah, I
So-
started trying to figure Hebrew out, but then I passed on to other languages. I speak a few languages like beginner level, Japanese and stuff like that.
How's your French?
French is pretty good. I
take
wouldn't, you know what
Take
though?
it that's
I
your
rather
first?
it is, but I would rather debate you in English because my French is Acadian French, and
I don't know what that means.
yeah, it's very different. It's a very different dialect than normal French. Yeah.
Like not Quebec?
No, not Quebec. No. It's more like Louisiana.
Oh, like Creole?
It's Cajun. It's more like but it's not Cajun, it's Acadian. So essentially when the deportation happened, the English came here to, for times of war, and they deported a lot of those people And once they reached at sea, my ancestors, I guess you could say, they just took over the boats and they just threw everybody in the ocean, and then they sailed down to Louisiana, and they did that's how they got to Louisiana. And I guess the people that were there accepted them, arms wide open, and they've been there since.
News One says you can't have pixels without a container. Oh, it's like we're going back through time here. Uncle Dan 58 says, is it possible that we have a new contestant running for top left? I think that we do. I don't know if Marissa's got you beat. Sorry. Chronic Avenger says, how do diverging crepuscular rays converge into anti-crepuscular rays? When you look the other direction, why do they converge? String News One says this guy is not smarter than the average ringworm. Ouch. String News One. Going for the jugular.
For like the mean comments, like I really don't care, because like I was saying, I am part of the science crew and space stuff and all that. And again, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I really enjoy talking about this stuff. It's too bad, like been talking for quite a while now, but there's a lot more topics in this bubble that you could keep that going for hours and hours and hours. I could probably talk for like 3 days on this topic without repeating the same stuff.
No kidding. Mr. Lonely says I get it, then goes on to misunderstand. Many Karen again says, guest, prove me wrong, Toon. Let me introduce you to reality. Beaver Zero says this guy looks like a blood pressure medication AD. He's Canadian too, so you can let him have it in the Canadian way.
Exactly.
Just send a hard "I'm sorry" at him.
Just throw bottles of maple syrup.
That's it.
Call it a day.
Barbsy says, "What's his Flat Earth song? I'm sure he has one with that bass and guitar."
It's there are no pictures of Earth from the Flat Earth Guru. That's a good Flat Earth tune. He did another one too. That's a kind of heavy though. That one's good.
Jaren asked me if I like metal, and then sent me the new one for Globebusters. I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. Better than his normal country garbage.
I don't remember what Jaren's tune was. Again, it's been years and years. I haven't seen him at all. Not once.
Oh no, this is new. This is like 2 months ago, maybe.
Okay.
String News One says, how can travel faster than the speed of light?
How can what travel faster than the speed of light?
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Mr. E-Man says, can this flurf tell us how many radio telescopes were in communication with Apollo 11?
I don't know, but I would like to know how the hell they set up the antenna on the moon so that they could send the signal back here, because we can't even barely do that on Earth. We can barely have like I'm in the middle of nowhere. I got 1 bar on my cell phone, and it's like, it sucks.
Line of sight and frequency.
Yeah, line of sight. I get it.
Frequency.
Yeah.
And then of course on the Earth here we had large dishes so that we could collect lots of photons.
Looking at the actual whatever you want to call it. You said it wasn't a shuttle, but I call it a shuttle. Looking at the spacecraft, there wasn't much room on there to hold 3 people. All the stuff required, the fuel required, so on. They needed fuel to get off of
but the
surface.
Engineers actually,
you think though,
worked on it. Yeah, it wasn't just, hey, let's just make some wild guesses. No, it was them actually sitting down and doing the hard work.
Yeah, you'd think that it'd be pretty hard to get 3 guys that are not on Earth, that are on the moon, to lift off from the moon and then dock on a spaceship that's already in orbit.
Only 2 came off the moon.
Only 2 came off the moon. Yeah,
Yeah.
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 One was in space or orbiting the moon.
What I'm saying, there are 3 guys in the shuttle, right? All 3 went to the moon.
Yeah.
One didn't. Yeah. So there was 3 guys in the
two went
shuttle.
to the surface. 2 came. Yeah.
Yeah.
Came back up.
Yeah. The other 2 was the film guy and just kidding. But no. So it's, if you think about that, just that alone, lifting up that little video that I showed you a while ago of Apollo 17, lifting up, docking to a ship that's already on its course back here, right? Because
it wasn't already in its course back. It was still orbiting.
right, but it's orbiting. I mean, like it has to stay in motion. In other words, the ship can't stop. It has to use the gravity to slingshot back to Earth.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So now you got that other ship that is going around the moon, and you got that little contraption there that I showed you a while ago, which obviously is fake to me. Again, we can debate that, but it's blatantly obvious that those graphics are not from a camera on the moon, Anyhow, whatever. I mean, we can go on and on about
Right.
this.
Get your point here.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's good. I'm just going around in circles. This has been a long night.
Which is what Phil Collins' brother was doing while they were on the moon. Just going around in circles. But yeah, go ahead, do the EIRP analysis on that. That'd be good. Brilliant says my brain hurts from this dribble, and he spelled hurts with a Z, like it's a 1/S. Oh. Stringfellow Hawk says, Richard, I know you didn't measure the distance to Pluto yourself, so why do you trust that number but don't trust the measurement of the distance to the sun?
Right. That's why when I say that I am a really big space nerd, I don't discredit everything. I have that working model in my mind, and not just that I have the model in my mind, but it works a lot better in my mind than in most other people's minds, right? Because again, I'm very knowledgeable on the globe model. So I'm just here to express that, well, there could be a different explanation for certain things. And if you keep looking into it, well, I mean, I was taught certain things regarding religion. I was taught certain things regarding school, so on, to be skeptical about some information, and to see how it was rolled out and how they, I don't know, like mock or, I don't know, discredit the alternative without actually listening to what the people are saying. Like, again, I'm not the best versed person in flat earth.
Who would have to listen to what the people are saying?
Pardon me?
You said they're doing something without listening to what the other people are saying.
Well, I mean, if we postulate ideas, right, where like, again, like the money for the billionaires, right? You can listen to me all night long. If you don't believe it, you don't believe it. It's like Jaron, right? Like, you can debate him all your life. If he doesn't choose to believe it, me, on the other hand, I'm not like that. I like to have my firm belief, which is, okay, I've studied enough the science books at school to have a, fluent, coherent understanding of it. But I also quite enjoy thinking, well, what if it is a matrix? Would it work? If I wanted, okay, this is another thing I wanted to talk about too. Really quick. If it is a matrix, there's the concept that it could be hologram. Okay. Now that would be very feasible, because assuming that you come from base reality, you take a snapshot, you code it as base reality, but you make it exist within a cube. It's like squaring the circle, right? So you just take the information that's already there, and you just create a square version of it with, let's say, AI or whatever. And it becomes a sandbox model exact 1-for-1 copy. And that's what I think. I think it's a 1-for-1 copy. And there's no amount of debating between you and I or you and Jaron or whoever that is actually going to close the
Why are you
conversation.
constantly talking about Jaron?
Because I just watched you and him have a debate recently. I just watched it today. And I know
haven't
he
debated him ever.
Well, it's because
I was on his show one time for just a couple minutes.
for a couple minutes. Yeah, well, that's I guess that's the clip I happened to fall upon. Sorry about that. I thought like he was a casual. I don't know how you call that.
I talk to him sometimes. Like we chat back and forth.
Okay, yeah.
I chat back and forth with a bunch of flat earthers, but
yeah. No. I mean, that's actually the way to do it.
Waiting from Flatzoid.
And that is the way to do it, and I think that it's cool that you actually stayed cool with me today. It could have been different. I've seen previous interactions that I had me thinking twice, like, to be honest, like I used to have Jake on Facebook. He blocked me because
Jake the Jake-hole?
Jake, yeah. And he blocked me because I told him, I was debating something and he didn't take it, and when I saw you, that's when I saw you debating with him, and then you made a segment about him living in his mom's basement and whatever.
I know. I used his.
I thought it was low,
I used his method.
Yeah, I get it. I'm not taking a swing at you either. I'm just saying, like there's ways to do it. I would not do something.
He came
like
to
that.
Minnesota, and I did not bother him.
Yeah, but again, I'm not defending him because he's not my friend or anything. He blocked me on Facebook. I just a guy I talked with once. It's just my opinion on those things being from the outside looking in. I thought it was a bit strange. So today I said no twice because I didn't want to be in that situation. Turns out, hey, cool conversation. Obviously, I knew I was coming here with a bunch of audience that were already on your end, right?
Oh, yeah.
So like me, I'm not offended by your audience. I find it funny. I speak with those people every day on Twitter that debate me, and it's like, yeah, I find it fun. And then all of a sudden you learn something, like you end up by knowing the mass of the earth in your mind for no reason. That's how I get to that point, because I'm always constantly researching it. And even if I'm wrong, like I can't prove to you that the mass of the earth is like 5.9 times 10 at the 24. I can't prove that. I don't even know how they can prove it. It's an arbitrary number. They don't know how many rocks are in the earth and whatnot. They don't even know if it's actually anything after 8 miles down. They never dug further than 8 miles. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways. There's a lot of things that, to me, at first glance, it sounds sketchy. And after you start looking into it, and I'm not just flat earth, everything, right? Everything sounds sketchy. Like the amount of money in circulation, I think they're hiding money. Government is not on our side, blah, 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 right?
Stop.
Yes,
Stop.
indeed.
Stop. Manny Karen asks, sarcastic, who gathered the clouds? Was it Nikola Tesla or Stephen Hawking?
Harp.
Oh my gosh.
What? Obviously, it's harp.
Cretan Ball, come see my new band, Space Puddles. We're playing Randy's Wing Shack this Saturday night. See us before we get bigger than Titicaca. Randy's Wing Shack sounds good. Melodic Lyrics says we were promised math, Richard. Look at that. Look at this. You said math. This is what I got. I feel gypped. I learned that's a bad word. I shouldn't say that. I feel ripped off.
Probabilities is a very special branch of math. To be honest with you, it's also faith driven, and I don't particularly believe in probabilities, statistics, and stuff like that.
Deus Ex Tomato says elongated muskrat, that's Elon Musk, is an effing idiot. You see, not everybody around here is a Elon Musk fanboy.
Yeah. No, I get that. In my opinion, he's not he's not an idiot, but he could potentially be a pretty severe liar,
Ooh.
knowing that what
Danny.
he says may not be
Danny
true.
accused you of being a Musk simp.
Musk simp. Yeah, that's just because I said it. Huh? Yeah, no, I'm definitely not a Musk simp. Again, I do think that he's doing some pretty good stuff, but I think that there's some shady stuff happening.
What good stuff do you like from him?
It's
his
yeah.
Twitter stuff, or his
Well,
Tesla
I mean,
stuff, or
his Twitter stuff. His Twitter
uh,
stuff is a good idea. I'm all for free speech, and he did give people a platform to speak. His boring company is also interesting. I think
Did
that
he-
there's other.
I thought he was like, that wasn't working. Anyway, Zentro Zen says, but Elon Musk has a lot of money. I thought he didn't trust people who have lots of money. And that's Zentro's first super chat. Thank you.
Yeah, Elon Musk is one of the guys that's going up. So I mean, he doesn't count in my draft there. I'm wondering about the other ones that are not going.
You're doing a billionaire draft on is this your fantasy billionaire team?
No, I just I like to guess which one should be there and that are not there.
Oh, here's a good question from Stringer News 1. Says, is your god a pack led by chance?
A what, a pack led?
Pack led, yeah.
What does that mean? Sorry.
They're
Pack-led?
famous for saying, we look for things that make us go.
I have no idea what that means.
All right, well,
sorry about that.
There we go. I'll take it as a yes then for Stringer News 1. Nerd Alert says, the only programming language I can think of when listening to this guy is Brain F and then 3 stars after it. I don't know what that would stand for. But I'm unfamiliar with that particular. Oh no, wait, is that the one the guy wrote that was intentionally the most difficult to read? That's what that is. Eon Dust said God used C++, but then the devil came and tried using Python.
I was gonna say that.
All sorts of problems.
Yeah, I was gonna say something
right.
very similar.
Eon Dust, I have some problems with that. Because Python is it. Except for the inability to do true threading, because green threads suck. The Logical Red says that's great, Richard, but what about space weight?
Space weight?
Yeah. What about space weight?
Well, there's no space weight.
You've got the regular weight here, but then you've got up there, you've got space weight. At least that's what that guy was talking about.
Yeah, you would technically have space weight, I guess, if you consider that gravity goes on for a while. I mean, you would say that, you weigh half the weight or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what that has to do with the conversation though, but
I don't know. Oh my. Many Karen says Lucifer could be the AI, or it could be a mistranslation of a joke on the expense of a Babylonian king. Take your pick.
It could be very well anything,
Demon Stride said, I'm just posting to post. Slithery says, come on, Tune. /USR isn't pronounced user. It stands for Unix System Resources. I am not about to change that to say Unix System Resources instead of /user/bin or just user bin. Jeez. Slithery. What do you actually say, Slithery? Luke Filewalker says, let's be real here. The Matrix has to be written in, again, Brain F ** K again. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the language written by, I forgot, to make it as hard as possible to read. Eric Burns asked you about open and globular star clusters, and he later then, and I missed the answer. Eric, if you're still there, write the answer because it's definitely scrolled off, and I'll answer it. Uncle Dan 58 says this guy bounces around like a freaking ping pong ball.
Flat Earth is a very long debate. It can take, days and days, and we have just a few hours. And I told you that this afternoon, that's why I wanted to do Twitter.
Professor Parks, PhD, says, please, and he's an astronomer as well. Please ask him if stars are created in emission nebulae.
Well, I'm not that deep in astronomy there. I would say that the ones that I know, it's always kind of like the same pictures there. I can show you the one that I mean.
People are giving us, let's see, we got RM-RF John Brownwell. The user's been in here trolling a little. All right, I'll move on to this one. Bread on its own says movie equals bad for the brain, but weapons grade flat earth nonsense equals fine. History News one 387,598 random words later, and he's still on the starting line with this ignition stuff. Somebody asked if you could play Achy Breaky Heart.
I cannot.
Professor Parks, PhD, answers, no, they are not. Therefore, not all nebulae are star-forming regions. Eric Burns says, in short, open clusters are young, and stars are forming there. Globular clusters are old, and most or all of the material is used up. He was 100% wrong.
That's good. I've never heard that, to be honest with you. I don't know much about star clusters. That's not really part of what I research. I like interesting stuff that kind of is easy to process and remember and try to piece together.
Easy stuff. I got it. All right.
No, I like the complicated stuff, but not on a
not if you have to do math.
Hey, I'm actually pretty good at math, to be honest with you.
Really?
I'm actually pretty good at math. I'm pretty good at anything really, science. And
what's the derivative of x squared with respect to x?
I have no idea, dude. We don't speak that language. Like,
That's
we don't
math.
even count the same. My numbers and your numbers are not even the same.
If you have a triangle,
you know that?
Hold on. If you have a triangle sides 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
60.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Melodic Lyrics says, Richard, we're still waiting for the math. Right? Mini Karen
there you go.
says there was this philosophy dude called Aristotle. He kind of proved the Earth's a globe some 2,500 years ago.
With his friend, what was his name?
Bert.
No,
His friend Bert.
not Euripides or
And his other friend
I don't really know those.
There's one time Ernie replaced Bert's telephone with a banana. And
See, the problem I have with that
Bert
experiment.
went to answer it. What?
The problem I have with that experiment is the same as the ISS. You double the size, double the distance, half the size, half the distance. It changes all of the results, right? I get it. There's ways
If
to.
you were good at math, you wouldn't have said that. Uper Pete says Dunning-Kruger is strong in this one. And here's the card. I've got the Dunning-Kruger card right here.
Yeah. What was wrong with my previous statement?
About the math?
Yeah. If the sun.
Do you mean Eratosthenes?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. So Eratosthenes assumed that the sun was very far away. Right?
Right. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you have the size and you have the distance, there's no way from your vantage point.
Half the size of what?
Of anything. The moon, the sun, the stars. If you take the sun, you divide it in half and you close it You bring it closer to you by 50%, it's going to look exactly the same. It's going to move the same speed. It's going
But
to look the same size.
Eratosthenes didn't use the size of the sun. He only
Right.
used the angle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying there. What I'm saying is that even if he was to use the angle, if you were to double the size or double the distance or half the size, half the distance, you end up with the same result. It does not change the result because
But
the sun gets further.
Eratosthenes was not measuring anything about the sun. He was measuring the
No,
radius
no.
of the Earth, or the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, I get it. That's not what we're talking about. You were saying a while ago, Aristotle there, you were talking, I don't know. I was just sidetracking.
All right. Dave Fierce says, I don't think, therefore I am Flurf. Manny Karen says, I'm no Stephen Hawking, but I do know about suck. What? Oh. The Sun Express says, Flurf, Tesla invented electricity. Billions of lightning bolts. Hello?
I'm
Or
pretty sure he
alternating current.
invented. Yeah, he actually invented the alternator. That's where that AC comes from.
Alternator?
Yes. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what his main invention was, and he was quite popular for that. That was like the car alternator, the alternator that you have in a car to charge your battery.
It's like you're 4% overlap, and we're correct. His big thing was generators and motors, and they're very similar. Generators and motors are very similar. And an alternator is in that same. Ian Dust said, in a strange way, I'm envious of people like him being able to walk through life being totally unaware of how little you know about their stuff,
Pardon?
So, you didn't.
No, I was reading because again here what I was saying was right. So more reliable than the generator, the alternator is that spinny contraption that was invented by Nikola Tesla.
Okay.
Just wanted to come back to that because obviously you're not proof reading me, so I'm going to proof myself now. Everything I said so far was accurate. Look, if you would have Googled what I was telling you, I Google stuff too.
Did he invent alternating current?
He literally invented the alternator.
Yes,
that is what.
But did he invent alternating current? Because that's what you said earlier.
He was the inventor of the first machine to effectively use alternating current. Yes.
Okay, to use it. But did he invent alternating current?
He was the inventor of the first machine to effectively use AC electricity.
So that's a no. All right.
You have to be able to use it, dude, to be able to harness the AC electricity. If not, it's DC electricity, right? Mr. Electric Engineer, give me that one.
He did not invent alternating current.
Of course, he did not
invented machines.
He's not God. He's not God. I told you like 50 times he invented the alternator. The alternator is what creates alternating current. It's why it's called an alternator. You know, I get it. It's just, pardon my French. I know what I'm talking about. You just, even if you argue and then say the same thing that I'm saying doesn't mean that you're right. It just means you're saying the same thing I said. Still to this point, you were arguing that he did not invent the alternator and it wasn't him.
I never said that.
You said that.
He did not invent alternating current.
Right.
Can you play AC/DC on guitar?
Yeah, I can probably play some AC/DC on guitar. Yeah. I don't really particularly like AC/DC, so I don't actually play it. It's not that hard.
Who is your favorite heavy metal band that begins with M?
That's a hard one. That's a hard one. I'm a little biased when it comes to good music.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a favorite heavy metal band that starts with M?
What about Mozart?
He's not a heavy metal band.
Depends if you give him current or not.
Oh my God.
Plug
Is it-
him in, see
is
how
it-
that sounds.
Is that current alternating? Crashes says MC Tune. Can you please ask my science guy how a digital sundial would work on any shape other than a globe? So Crashes has a 3D printed sundial where, depending on the angle that the sun hits it, it actually puts down oh, excuse me, so a different digital numbers for what time of day it is, and it needs to change at the same rate all day long. It can't change in a sine cosine relationship, which the sun would have to do if the earth were flat.
Yeah, I mean, if it was flat, it would still work though, right? Like the sun would, yeah, because you would see the sun the same way in the sky. It would work the same way. Like you wouldn't be able to tell it's different by looking at it. That's why we're having the debate, is because we can't just look up and say like, no, it's up there, you know, like we know it's up there.
Yeah, if the earth were flat, the sun would do ellipses. It would never set. Blair Side.
Yeah, but what about? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Blair Sadowitz says, how does the vestibular organs in our ears work? We can sense down. People who are blind and deaf know which way down is. What force is acting on the fluid in our semicircular canals?
Yeah, if it's not, again, that would be density. It's contained system in your body, so your ears don't work exactly the same as gravity affects the planet. Yeah, that's a good question, to be honest with you.
All right. Yeah, I don't think it.
I would still blame that one on kymatics. Like, you know, anyways.
Abel says, okay, I was born in France, am now Canadian, and have been to Paris and up the Eiffel Tower with my godfather. It was awesome. Nice.
Awesome. Yeah.
Uncle Dan 58. Oh yeah, asked where is Lake Titicaca? Your answer was
Correct.
Australia. You said. So.
Yes.
Alyssum said I could buy a Hummer right now. Millions can do it, but only a few actually buy one. Maybe because we don't care about Hummers.
I agree. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, you could even Alyssum could even buy a gold-plated Hummer.
Yeah, the difference happens, or the shift in behavior happens when you have unlimited funds. So unlimited funds is like above $1 billion. So once you start falling in the billions of dollars, your behavior changes. And that's where I think that these people become greedy and they should all have rockets and all that. That's just a given to me. You know, again, it's opinions. You can say no, I can say yes. You know, we can just debate that. It's human nature. It's not really, you know, it's an opinion, but it's a founded opinion. You know, I'm not just pulling that out of nowhere.
All right. Dave Kircher says, I am compelled to use some money to ensure MC Tune is real. Titicaca. Icy Spin says, average space suit cost today $100 million US.
It's a lot of money.
Dang. Why don't they have gold-plated spacesuits that they wear
Again,
at parties? They should.
Yeah, I think that I was always under the impression that it was all gold-plated.
What was? The spacesuits? I don't know. Ableist says the wealthy are wealthy because they don't squander the money. Rockets aren't cheap.
Yeah, so just to come back to confirm what I was saying a while ago, gold is also used by NASA for the construction of spacesuits, and they do use it for insulation.
Yes.
Fun stuff, eh? All the stuff you were grabbing your head and laughing at me, turns out it was all accurate.
No.
I'm just Googling it now, but You're not gonna say no.
It was your claims.
Well, what? My claims
was-
are factual if everything I'm
Oh
Googling
my
is
gosh.
factual, right? Like everything I'm
No, it was
Googling
your
to
it
prove
was,
to you.
because your understanding of it was
It doesn't matter how I get to the conclusion, because the conclusion is not what I'm telling you today. I've had 20 years to get to that conclusion. It has nothing to do with, oh, well, it's Buzz Aldrin there said this and that. No. That's a drop in the ocean of what I've read and seen. So now 20 years later, let's say, or whatever, 10 years, I'm not going to remember 100%. I have a really, really good memory, but not to that extent. Right, I can't verbatim write a book that I've read, though. You know.
all right.
So that's where we're at.
All right. Ableist continues. I met Chris Hadfield. I dare him to tell him he wasn't in space.
Yeah, he looks like a fraud, also. But again, I don't know. They all look like a fraud to me. Now I like Chris Hadfield more. Isn't he's the Canadian one, right?
Oh, you like him just because he's Canadian, huh?
No,
I gotcha.
I like him because
His mustache?
no, he plays music.
All right.
You know, I relate to musicians.
Stringer News 1 says the technical term for a flat lens is window.
There you go. Yeah, that's fair enough.
It's a flat lens.
Curiously, you know, there's no window that you can stare out of that you'll ever see a curve.
That's not right, though, actually.
Yeah, it is right. Yeah. What window can you see a curve from? What plane goes high enough? Not a single one. There is not a window out there other than the ISS. Is the only place you'll ever see a curve in your life.
Well,
if there is one.
There is a company that offers rides, and if you don't see the curve, you'll get a refund.
Really now?
Yeah.
Who's this? I would like to try that.
I think they're in Florida.
Yeah. Jeez.
You go up like they have a Soviet MiG. So anyway, Nerd Alerts is Slurping 101.
They have curved windows. That's why you stop, right?
You can test that. You can test that on the ground.
I don't know.
By looking at something straight on the ground to see if it appears curved.
Yeah.
Right?
Fair enough. Yeah. There could be very simple ways to fake that, though. Could have a hollow window, you know. You could have. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, it's true. I'm just saying it is possible. It is, yeah. It is actually really easy to fake that.
Just making up stuff.
No, I am not. No. I'm
just
telling.
I'm making. I didn't even see you lean over to grab it and pull it out of the rear end.
No, but what you're saying is kind of true. You know, I am kind of making that up, but I'm giving you examples of how it could work. I just told you a way it could work. It could be a hollow window. You have two layers of glass. You have a medium in between.
All right. Can you name a lake in that borders Peru?
A lake that borders Peru. I don't know. Is that a trick question because Titicaca would have been in Peru and I called it wrong? I don't know. Maybe it is.
Titicaca does border Peru. And
does it?
Somehow Peru is in Australia now. Amazing, but there's room in Australia for Peru.
I was sure that Titicaca was next to what's the name of that big square mountain there?
That's Dog Peak.
No, in Australia.
Yep. Well, I mean Dingo Peak in Australia. Dingo Peak.
Isn't there a lake right next to that?
I don't know, right next to Dingo Peak.
So it's Mount Uluru. That's what I was saying a while ago. And then next to Mount Uluru is supposed to be a lake, and I don't know why I thought it was Titicaca, but
all right,
doesn't matter.
Nope, because Titicaca's in Peru and Bolivia.
Awesome.
Nerd Alerts is Flurfing 101. You don't like my dumb proof? Look at my other 10 proofs that are equally dumb. Quantity beats quality.
Yeah, if that's for my the proof that you don't see a curve when we send the camera up.
Yep.
I think that those are quite convincing. Like I get how you could not
You didn't look at. Oh my gosh.
like I get how you would not accept it to put it on your plate. But when I look at that, I see the difference between curved lenses. I can see the curved lenses. They're obvious. You know, you can see it with the tension in your eyes because it kind of hurts your eyes.
What?
And then you have, yes, you like, I look through a GoPro fisheye lens that my eyes are not at rest. Definitely not. Not like I'm looking at the television right now. That's a different effect. I look at curved images a lot. You know, I draw. I'm an artist. I'm a graphic designer. I do look at graphics a lot.
Are you
So, like,
are you also a modified sniper?
I don't think we're supposed to talk about that on
Okay.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm not
The
a sniper.
first-
I do enjoy
The first rule of modified sniper school is you don't talk about modified sniper school.
yeah. No, I'm quite good archer.
All right. Streamer News 1 says talk is cheap. This guy should be free. Stefan or Stephen York says he's criticizing Don Pettit's speech, yet he says yachts instead of yachts and listen instead of listen. Oh, the irony. But I'll be fair. I believe Don Pettit's first language is English. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if Don Pettit's American, he only speaks one language. American. Like me. All right. PhD Tony says simulation theory is unscientific gibberish. There's no evidence such simulations can or do exist. The probability argument is fatuous. No.
Right. Like
Or
everything else
fatuous
that you learn in
nonsense.
philosophy, right? So philosophy, all the everything they postulate is an idea that
Yeah.
cannot be
With-
substantiated.
With no evidence. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Many
At the end you were saying that philosophy is valid, even though you cannot prove anything they say.
Well, I mean, philosophy is fine, but having
Well,
an
if it's-
idea doesn't make it valid. For that, you need evidence.
So what evidence do they have in philosophy for brain in the vat and all
None.
that?
None.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that it does not hold water, you know? So you were saying how
I mean, the vat would have to hold water.
yes, the vat would have to hold water. Yeah.
All right. Many Karen says define normal. Oh my goodness! Here comes Ableist. Says this fake Canadian should be proud of the Canadian arm of the ISS and our Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who's going to orbit the moon soon. He just lies.
Yeah, no, I'm quite proud of that Canadian arm. I remember when it was first brought up there. It's not because it's Canadian that I have to vouch for it. Look, I don't vouch for Trudeau and stuff like that. It's not because it's part of my reality, but to me, that the problem with that is just the incredible speeds that they're docking. They're going up there at 17,000 miles per hour, docking on those ships.
Why?
Well, it's just very hard, to do. You imagine doing that at 200 miles an hour. You can put every card you want. I'm just talking to explain.
Just personally, you're just like, I don't believe it. It's hard. Just because it's difficult to do doesn't mean it's
Imagine
not possible.
doing it. Imagine doing it in a car at 200 miles an hour. Okay. Then imagine the same thing at 400 miles an hour, 1,000 miles an hour.
Here's what it looks like.
17,500 miles.
Here's what it looks like in a car at 200 miles an hour. Here's what it looks like in a car at 400 miles an hour. You see, the parts are traveling in relation to each other about the same speed, and then they just do a slight modification. So they're in relation to each other, moving very slowly.
Right.
That's just
I understand that.
relative motion.
I get that, like, it's fine, but they're lifting off Earth and reaching 17,000 miles per hour.
Okay.
Okay, from the surface of the Earth to the ISS, they're reaching, let's say, 18,000 miles per hour. So you can
So?
just,
Why? Why is that a thing?
well,
Why is that hard?
the ISS is already going through the sky. You have to line up so that when no mistakes whatsoever, you cannot have a mistake. 1 second, you lose it. So you have to be right on the second.
It's not always right on the second, but yeah, often it is.
You have to be right on the second. You have to bring it yourself up to 17,000 miles per hour to
Okay.
catch up with that thing that's coming behind, because it hasn't passed you yet. You have to get there at the same time as it passes you. Okay. Then once you get there and you're both at 17,000 miles per hour, then you have to maneuver and connect these pieces together. Like, it's
Why is that hard? How did you disprove that?
I'm just saying it's hard.
Yeah, no doubt it's hard.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's improbable.
No,
Like, it's not.
it's
nothing
not.
is
They're
impossible.
not rolling dice, so it's not about probability.
Well, it kind of comes back to how do you put a satellite in orbit of the sun if you don't know the distance of the sun? It's kind of like this.
They know the distance of where the ISS is.
Yeah,
There's no question about that.
Yeah, no, I agree. They do know where the ISS is. I just find it like ridiculously. It's like, okay, how are these people floating in the ISS? Okay, then you're gonna say, oh well, they're not floating, they're falling around the Earth. Okay,
Yeah.
that you heard that, right?
That's in
you
balance
guys.
between centrifugal force and gravity.
Right. So the way they explain, because when you see them float, it's not because they are beyond gravity, because gravity goes on for quite a while further than that. So now you see them float in there in the little bubbles of water and whatnot. And the explanation is because they're falling around the Earth in orbit. So you see them falling in the spacecraft. Okay, well, what happened to relative motion?
What do you mean? What happened to relative?
Well, if they're both falling at 17,000 miles per hour, then they're neither are falling. They should just be walking
in
their
relation to each other.
Yeah,
they're at zero in relation to each other. But in relation to the Earth,
so that means
the surface of the Earth, they're moving at 17,000.
Right. So that means that if they're at zero, the only force acting upon them is gravity, which would therefore have to put them.
No, they're not at zero in respect to gravity.
No,
they're at 17,000
in
respect to gravity.
What I'm saying is between those two. So you have a bubble and you have a person in it, and you have a chair in that thing. Okay. If you're moving this thing around, everything has relative motion. So once it starts falling around the Earth, they shouldn't be falling anymore. They should have relative motion with the craft that they're in.
They do.
So therefore, no, they don't. They're floating. You see them float around. You see them do backflips. You see them but they shouldn't be able to do that if relative motion is a thing, because they would just be sitting in there. Same as if you're on a train and somebody shoots a gun from outside the train there, and you're sitting there and you see the bullet. It's relative motion, right?
But you're in this analogy. You're on the train next to somebody else, and you're tossing a ball back and forth on the train.
Right. That's perfect.
Even though the train is going 100 miles an hour.
What happens is the balls start floating? No, it's relative to the train, right?
Gosh, it's not about that.
Yes, it is. It is about that, though.
Baux says self-anointed genius says what?
We could ask him.
Delcos says, guess whose paper on cognitive disorders using FLIRFs is getting submitted soon? They're an untapped well of content. Spoilers, it doesn't end well. So, the Sun Express says the other 29.9792 comma, negative 31.1342 is in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Therefore, the speed of light is some fish. Flurf science, y'all. There you go. Delco says VSLAM requires the speed of light to be known. What VSLAM is he's talking about. Many Karen says Thibodeau measured the speed of light with gears and a lantern. Think you could afford the equipment, Richard?
You'd have to show me how to do that.
Well,
If
he
you
wrote
can
it in his
measure-
paper, I suppose.
Yeah, I'd like to see that reproduced, peer reviewed. Like I'd like to see that happen with a. You think you can measure the speed of light with
But-
a gear and a lantern? Seriously, like,
remember-
you
But
you answer
remember,
that.
you weren't there, so if it was redone, you would mandatorily reject it unless you were there. So the only person that's allowed to do it by your standard is you.
Not quite. I want it to be reproducible by me. So it doesn't have
is,
to
yeah.
be me.
Go get Thibodeau's paper, read it. There you go.
Yeah,
They didn't have the technology we have today, so
simple enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But how are you going to measure 300,000 meters per second with a lantern and a gear?
the answer is in his paper.
Yeah.
Luke Filewalker says, I knew it. It's all a pyramid scheme. And oh, this is a good one. Murph says Cymatics videos are fake since he wasn't there either.
Yeah, I can reproduce that though, and I tried it. So yeah, I get it, but logic is undeniable across the board. Logic stays logic, as opposed to science. Science doesn't stay always science. I can give you an example of that. When I was saying that science is something you need to debate, a lot of people got angry at me for that because debate is not part of science. It's not part of the scientific method. Now, because debate is not part of the scientific method, they believe that we're not allowed to debate.
I don't know who they is.
There was plenty of people arguing this on Twitter yesterday. It was just recent. So my argument for that, like if you think about it, if you can't debate anything, it's a religion, correct? If you have to follow blindly, by faith. So that is one of the criteria. So is it faith? Is it faith-based? Like the moon landing. The moon landing to me is faith-based. I cannot look at the moon and see the tracks. I cannot reproduce anything. I can't go. According to science, we can't go to space. And
According to science, you can go to space.
Well, not you and I.
According to science, we can.
Not
according
you and I.
to dollars, we can't.
Well, yeah, we would need
according
a lot
to
of
science,
resources. We would need a lot of resources that I don't have. Let's just put it that way.
But science doesn't prevent you from those resources.
No, I get that.
That's finance.
Yeah. Then there's the whole, Project Paperclip and then Project Fishbowl. And there's a lot of stuff that are in government documents that they say they did. Right.
But you don't believe because you weren't there. So you can't even bring it up, really.
Well, no, exactly. I do have to remain skeptical because, for example, I have some issues with atomic energy, nuclear energy, nuclear bombs, nukes, right? So no, I can't claim that it was all true. Although I can tell you, well, they say they've exploded, I don't know, I think it's like 3,000 nukes so far in the past 60 years on Earth. A significant portion of those were in the sky. And then you have people like Hillary, millions of cracks in the glass ceiling, and no, I get it. I get it.
Speech.
I get it.
Oh
What I'm saying is that when you put all these things back to back, when you put
It's your
everything.
puzzle thing again. Yeah, there's no pieces to this puzzle.
Well, once you put them all back to back, you're like, okay, now it makes even less sense that they're not going. Why did, like, for example, why did they bring the Pope to Antarctica there a few years ago and had it all hush hush? What the hell did they find? You know, so you didn't hear that? Doesn't matter. I'm just rambling.
You are. All right. David Wellman, strangely on topic, says next tell us the letters in Pope's hat adds to 666.
That's possible. Yeah, there's a lot of numerology.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I mean, you can get whatever number you want out of anything. Numerology is
Exactly. That's why I don't like science. You know, you can
Delcos,
make up anything.
No, you can't in science.
Yes, you can.
That doesn't work.
You can reverse engineer. It's a whole branch. It's a whole field of science. Reverse engineering.
Yeah, that's not just making up stuff. It has
it's
to work.
Figuring out a way to make it work so that it works. So it doesn't matter if it's the real way or the fake way. If you can reverse engineer it so that you get the results, that's what they want.
All right. Delco says simulation theory equals pseudo intellectuals. Timbo Turtle says, how many wrong opinions without any evidence does it take before you can claim a new reality?
Well, apparently none. Doesn't require any opinions at all. You just need the idea and you can just claim it. Philosophy does it all the time.
Yeah, whatever. All right. Delco says, I don't understand, so it's fake.
Oh, well, then I've clarified often that I do understand it.
Ian Dust says there's something wrong with that laser. That was a guy, what was this? Rad Vlad, who said lasers never bend. For some reason, he thought that light could bend, but lasers couldn't. And so we showed him a picture of a laser in water with the density gradient, and it's curving. And he's like, there's something wrong with that laser.
Yeah. No, that's actually another interesting thing. Yeah.
All right. Peachy Tony says when the lunar LLR, the laser there, laser lunar rangefinder laser hits the moon, the beam is 6.5 kilometers wide. That's one side by the time it gets to the moon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Only one photon returns to the detector out of 3 times 10 to the 17 transmitted. So it's 6.5 kilometers wide when it gets to the moon.
All the other photons just fuck off in the middle of nowhere, and
no,
just
they don't hit the Earth. They go elsewhere. They go on either side of the Earth or on other parts of the Earth, other than just the receiver.
And that sounds cool on paper and everything, but in reality,
you were the one making the claim that it couldn't be possible because the Earth wouldn't be there by the time it got back.
Because it's absurd. Yes,
it's not absurd. It totally makes sense when you actually do the analysis. So, all right. Graybeard says, Richard, can you find someone who's reproduced the lunar rover's rooster tails on Earth? That's a good question.
I don't know what that is. What rooster tails?
So when the rover was going around, driving around, it kicked up dust, and the dust flew up in a parabolic arc. It did not slow down horizontally as it was flying. So in atmosphere, dust will slow down as it's moving through the air because of the wind resistance.
Okay.
That's
they took off, and
that's one unchallenged piece of evidence for the moon landing. Nobody's ever.
What is it? Rooster tail?
Yeah, they call it rooster tail.
I'm gonna look into it. Yeah, I've never heard of it.
It's just the dust kicked up by the tires. Delco says, I've told colleagues about flat earthers, and some of them have accused me of lying. The fact flirfs think anyone cares is insane in itself. And yes, I picked up a box at the post office. And I told the person there that I debate flat earthers. She's like, what? Yeah, people that think the earth is flat. She said, I've never heard of that. Do these people really exist? Like, yeah, they do. She didn't know.
You maybe you initiated a new flat earther.
Probably not. Fa of the QTube family says if he likes interesting stuff, he should love Jaren's curvature experiment with its interesting results.
Was it the laser over the lake? Though?
No lakes involved. No lasers
that a lake?
involved.
What was the one that he shot the laser and that it turned out to be higher than they wanted and everybody was freaking out?
It wasn't a laser.
It wasn't a laser?
No.
Yeah, they had like 3, 4. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a laser. Yeah. It was in the movie, the documentary there.
Yep. No lasers were involved. He burned them out.
He burned them out.
He burned out the collimator. So couldn't use a laser.
So they never did that experiment or what?
He never did the laser one. He did a different one.
Yeah. Well, there's a shot of them. There's a green laser over the lake. They're shooting it. They're out in the lake with a boat, trying to get the laser on a piece of paper, and the laser is like 9 feet up. Yeah,
That's
he did
National
that.
Geographic video.
It's a Jaren video. Dude, am I gonna have to proof you again?
Yes,
My
100%. You're gonna have to. Jaren talks about that National Geographic video, but that was not Jaren in it.
Give me a second. I'll find it in a minute. What was the name of that documentary? It would be easier if I would have that.
It's the National Geographic
No. Was it
documentary with Stephen Hawking.
No. Wasn't it Over the Curve or something like
Behind the Curve?
Beyond the Curve? Yeah.
No laser. It was a flashlight, and it was Enrique was at the one end, and a guy that we don't know his name was in the middle of the 3-mile thing. They were on a road next to a canal. No lake. No laser. Yeah. Serena's
Not
one
seeing it on YouTube.
says the alternator was invented circa 1960. Tesla died in 1943.
You can just Google, did Nikola Tesla invent the alternator? That's what I did, and it said yes.
Let's see here.
And see, that's another freaking thing too, right? You Google stuff and you don't always get the same answer, and that leads to
never just take the answer that Google gives you. Go read on it.
Yeah. No, I agree. I do that though.
But and the Wikipedia article for alternator has a photograph of alternators made in 1909. So I don't know where Serena's one got that. Or if he's talking about a different, like an alternator for a car, that may be different than what Tesla or
it's
Westinghouse
possible too.
was
Yeah.
using.
Tesla was building the alternator for generators, and then they ended up doing the alternating current with it.
3Ron says he doesn't like AC/DC. Get the F out of here.
Oh no, I don't hate AC/DC. It's not on my set list there. I don't play AC/DC.
You have a set list?
Oh well, yeah, I'm a music teacher. I mean, like I play hours upon hours. My main instrument is piano.
Fa of the QTube family says my Google says Michael Faraday invented the alternator. We're getting all over the place on this one.
Yeah, it's again digging in history. It's like you were saying a while ago for the guy that discovered light, the speed of light. If you were to read a few different posts, you're going to get a few different names, and you're going to get different dates, and they're all off by a few years, like 2-3 years. So it's really up for grabs. Like you can just changing the book is going to give you a different person, different name. It's like almost like wartime.
Here comes another one from PhD Tony. It says French inventor Hippolyte Pixie is revered for his construction of the first alternator in 1832. Too many.
Right.
Too many people invented it in too many different years. Virillion says, does his eyes hurt when he drives because of the curved window? I guess.
No.
Delco says, legit, this is the new jam truth. Surface level doesn't even come close to accurate. Absolutely doesn't understand anything at all. Painful. So, and then, oh man, this is the smackdown. Delco says, I bet he can't even play the guitar.
That would suck though, huh? That would suck.
And,
Did I need to prove it?
I mean, you could give us a G sus.
Out of all the things I can actually prove that. Yeah,
No?
I actually just to let you hear what key I play in. That's open tuning there, but
Or that mic isn't picking it up very well.
no, is it? No.
You need a 57. Wow, that's really not picking it up. Oh, Zoom is looking for vocals.
Vocals. Oh yeah, it's probably editing it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyhow, pretty cool tuning.
All right. Stream News One says, seriously, people that think Googling is equivalent to learning are creating a class of ignorance for themselves, and we just don't need that many unskilled laborers. BSing is a valueless skill.
Yeah, I think that just stopping once you're out of school is a very narrow-minded way to do things. Once you're done, you have to search for other knowledge, and then after that, it just becomes a debate, and that's how you get more intelligent. You get intelligent by debating other people and then looking it up and whatnot. So I get it. Like, it's not very well perceived for people like me to go out and try to study flat earth and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, I'm not the one that's losing, right? Like, I'm the one that's gaining the knowledge and all that. And it doesn't delete the globe model that I already have. It doesn't erase that. It doesn't change the mass of the earth. It doesn't change the mass of the moon. It just gives me more stuff to think about, which I think is always a bonus,
Ableist says, so watch the ISS pass over you, then watch it again 92 minutes later after one orbit. Knowing Earth's radius of the ISS speed makes absolute sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. Assuming that the radius is correct and the speed is correct and the distance is correct. That's what we were talking about the pixels a while ago. That it does change everything, even if it's off just a minute amount. But no. I don't know what to tell you more than that. We already covered everything.
All right. Many Karen says, can we give him an award for longest derp in history? Now, many Karen is in Israel, and it is, I think the sun has come up by now in Israel.
Sun's coming up right here. It's 5 o'clock. It's
Oh,
day's breaking.
Are you on the East Coast?
I am on the East Coast. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Delco says, I challenge him to a debate on consciousness.
Hey, is there anything to debate about consciousness?
I don't know.
What would a person debate?
I have no idea. Delcos wants to, though. I'll
do that one on Twitter if you want to debate me on Twitter.
I don't know if he's on Twitter.
Maybe it's
Delcos,
just
get on Twitter. Barsby says, I have his answer. There is a projector on the dark side of the moon. It shoots 5G waves to our 3D world, which is why we live in reality and they don't. It's all frequencies.
Yeah.
It's the 5G. It's a 5G from the dark side of the moon.
Yeah, Pink Floyd warned us about that.
Delco says, avoiding my chats. You seem to hear the others. Yeah. I hadn't caught up to yours, Delcos. I think I got them. PhD Tony says, the French inventor in 1832. PhD Tony says, Pixie invented the alternator and Tesla made it useful. And that was one of the things that Tesla was good at. He was good at taking something that didn't work well and making it work well.
Yeah, no, definitely, for sure. He was good at many things. I think that there's a lot of contraptions that he contributed to that were
He was
pretty good.
also good at apparently at wooing the pigeons into his loving embrace. The Sun Express says if we are in a simulation like the Matrix, why haven't the controllers deleted all the flat Earth nonsense?
Hey, you'd be surprised. Maybe we're all wrong and it's not even what either of us believe. You know, could be completely something else.
Yeah, but why? Yeah, they should totally zap them. Anyway, let's. Greg Andrews says if the Dark Side of the Moon kind is Dark Side of the Moon, kind of like the Van Halen belts. I don't know. I think so. Serena's one says looking it up by going no further than a search engine is a minimum effort. It's not a substitute for learning. Learning takes effort and some skill. True. And then
Yes.
Delco says lame. Mr. I love debating and learning. Also not you, Tune. He's avoiding the questions. Oh, you were okay, got it. I don't know. Dude, it's if the sun is coming up.
Yeah,
It's
we've
time.
been sighing for a while there.
All right, we better get going
Yawning.
here. That's all the audience questions. All done. Don't ask.
That was
anymore.
great. Yeah, I didn't mind that at all. I mean, hey, it's again, it's just extrapolating information that's already there.
All right. Maybe next time you can you can figure out how to mic up a guitar with and turn off it's the noise cancellation is what it is.
Yeah, that's probably yeah. I've had issues with that on the other platform there. What is it? This is Zoom. The other one, Skype. Same thing.
Skype's
Yeah.
more aggressive.
Yeah. You have to turn it off. Yeah.
So,
Right
all
on.
right. Well,
So,
Richard, thank you very much. It's been entertaining. It's
for
been a
sure.
good chat.
Yeah. Definitely.
I think Jaren will give you the thumbs up and say it was interesting.
For sure.
I don't know.
Look into the kinematics for the gravity. You never know. Maybe you owe me 10 grand there.
Well, I'll send you the where you can
There
find
a
it on
link?
my website. You can find the challenge, and I've had a couple people try to enter challenges and they don't even read them. So you can't really expect to win a challenge if you don't read it.
Right.
All right, people. Thank you very much for joining. Thanks to Richard, and I don't know, in a few days I'll be back. We'll see you then.
All right.